LETTER the 20th Of Life in Mexico. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 20th. The Convent Entry. Dialogue. A Chair in Church. Arrival of the Nun. Dress. José María. Crowd. Withdrawal of the black curtain. The taking of the veil. The sermon. A dead body. Another victim. Convent of the Encarnación. Attempt at a hymn. Invitation. Morning visit. The nun and her mother. Banquet. Taking leave. Ceremony of the veil taking. A beautiful victim. The last look. Presentation to the bishop. Reflections. Verses. 4th June. Some days ago, having received a message from my nun that a girl was about to take the veil in her convent, I went there about 6 o'clock, and knowing that the church on these occasions is apt to be crowded to suffocation, I proceeded to the reja, and speaking to an invisible within, requested to know in what part of the church I could have a place. Upon which a voice replied, "Hermanita!" My sister. "I am rejoiced to see you. You shall have a place beside the godmother." "Many thanks, Hermanita. Which way shall I go?" Voice. "You shall go through the sacristy. José María." José María, a thin, pale, lank individual with hollow cheeks, who was standing near like a page in waiting, sprang forward. "Madrecita, I am here." Voice. "José María, that lady is the Señora de C n. You will conduct her excellency to the front of the grating and give her a chair." After I had thanked the voice for her kindness in attending to me on a day when she was so much occupied with other affairs, the obsequious José María led the way, and I followed him through the sacristy into the church, where there were already a few kneeling figures, and thence into the railed-off enclosure destined for the relatives of the future nun, where I was permitted to sit down in a comfortable velvet chair. I had been there but a little while when the aforesaid José María reappeared, picking his steps as if he were walking upon eggs in a sick room. He brought me a message from the madre, that the nun had arrived, and that the madrecita wished to know if I should like to give her an embrace before the ceremony began. I therefore followed my guide back into the sacristy, where the future nun was seated beside her godmother, and in the midst of her friends and relations, about 30 in all. She was arrayed in pale blue satin, with diamonds, pearls, and a crown of flowers. She was literally smothered in blonde and jewels, and her face was flushed, as well it might be, for she had passed the day in taking leave of her friends at a fête they had given her, and had then, according to custom, been paraded through the town in all her finery. And now her last hour was at hand. When I came in, she rose and embraced me with as much cordiality as if we had known each other for years. Beside her sat the madrina, also in white satin and jewels, all the relations being likewise decked out in their finest array. The nun kept laughing every now and then in the most unnatural and hysterical manner, as I thought, apparently to impress us with the conviction of her perfect happiness, for it is a great point of honour amongst girls similarly situated to look as cheerful and gay as possible. The same feeling, though in a different degree, which induces the gallant highwayman to jest in the presence of the multitude when the hangman's cord is within an inch of his neck. The same which makes the gallant general, whose life is forfeited, command his men to fire on him. The same which makes the Hindu widow mount the funeral pile without a tear in her eye or a sigh on her lips. If the robber were to be strangled in a corner of his dungeon, if the general were to be put to death privately in his own apartment, if the widow were to be burnt quietly on her own hearth, if the nun were to be secretly smuggled in at the convent gate, like a bale of contraband goods, we might hear another tale. This girl was very young, but by no means pretty; on the contrary, rather disgraciée par la nature, and perhaps a knowledge of her own want of attraction may have caused the world to have few charms for her. But José María cut short my train of reflections by requesting me to return to my seat before the crowd arrived, which I did forthwith. Shortly after, the church doors were thrown open, and a crowd burst in, every one struggling to obtain the best seat. Musicians entered, carrying desks and music books, and placed themselves in two rows on either side of the enclosure where I was. Then the organ struck up its solemn psalmody, and was followed by the gay music of the band. Rockets were let off outside the church, and, at the same time, the madrina and all the relations entered and knelt down in front of the grating which looks into the convent, but before which hung a dismal black curtain. I left my chair and knelt down beside the godmother. Suddenly the curtain was withdrawn, and the picturesque beauty of the scene within baffles all description. Beside the altar, which was in a blaze of light, was a perfect mass of crimson and gold drapery. The walls, the antique chairs, the table before which the priest sat, all hung with the same splendid material. The bishop wore his superb mitre and robes of crimson and gold, the attendant priests also glittering in crimson and gold embroidery. In contrast to these, 25 figures, entirely robed in black from head to foot, were ranged on each side of the room prostrate, their faces touching the ground, and in their hands immense lighted tapers. On the foreground was spread a purple carpet, bordered round with a garland of freshly gathered flowers, roses and carnations and heliotrope, the only thing that looked real and living in the whole scene, and in the middle of this knelt the novice, still arrayed in her blue satin, white lace veil, and jewels, and also with a great lighted taper in her hand. The black nuns then rose and sang a hymn, every now and then falling on their faces and touching the floor with their foreheads. The whole looked like an incantation, or a scene in Robert le Diable. The novice was then raised from the ground and led to the feet of the bishop, who examined her as to her vocation, and gave her his blessing, and once more the black curtain fell between us and them. In the second act she was lying prostrate on the floor, disrobed of her profane dress, and covered over with a black cloth, while the black figures kneeling around her chanted a hymn. She was now dead to the world. The sunbeams had faded away, as if they would not look upon the scene, and all the light was concentrated in one great mass upon the convent group. Again she was raised. All the blood had rushed into her face, and her attempt at a smile was truly painful. She then knelt before the bishop and received the benediction with the sign of the cross from a white hand with the pastoral ring. She then went round alone to embrace all the dark phantoms as they stood motionless, and as each dark shadow clasped her in its arms, it seemed like the dead welcoming a new arrival to the shades. But I forget the sermon, which was delivered by a fat priest, who elbowed his way with some difficulty through the crowd to the grating, panting and in a prodigious heat, and ensconced himself in a great armchair close beside us. He assured her that she had chosen the good part, which could not be taken away from her, that she was now one of the elect, chosen from amongst the wickedness and dangers of the world, picked out like a plum from a pie. He mentioned with pity and contempt those who were yet struggling in the great Babylon, and compared their miserable fate with hers, the bride of Christ, who, after suffering a few privations here during a short term of years, should be received at once into a kingdom of glory. The whole discourse was well calculated to rally her fainting spirits, if fainting they were, and to inspire us with a great disgust for ourselves. When the sermon was concluded, the music again struck up. The heroine of the day came forward, and stood before the grating to take her last look of this wicked world. Down fell the black curtain, up rose the relations, and I accompanied them into the sacristy. Here they coolly lighted their cigars, and very philosophically discoursed upon the exceeding good fortune of the new made nun, and on her evident delight and satisfaction with her own situation. As we did not follow her behind the scenes, I could not give my opinion on this point. Shortly after, one of the gentlemen civilly led me to my carriage, and so it was. As we were returning home, some soldiers rode up and stopped the carriage, desiring the coachman to take to the other side of the aqueduct, to avoid the body of a man who had just been murdered within a few doors of our house. In the convent of the Encarnación I saw another girl sacrificed in a similar manner. She was received there without a dowry on account of the exceeding fineness of her voice. She little thought what a fatal gift it would prove to her. The most cruel part of all was, that wishing to display her fine voice to the public, they made her sing a hymn alone, on her knees, her arms extended in the form of a cross before all the immense crowd, Ancilla Christi sum, the bird of Christ I am. She was a good-looking girl, fat and comely, who would probably have led a comfortable life in the world, for which she seemed well fitted, most likely without one touch of romance or enthusiasm in her composition; but having the unfortunate honour of being niece to two Cañones, she was thus honourably provided for, without expense, in her 19th year. As might be expected, her voice faltered, and instead of singing, she seemed inclined to cry out. Each note came slowly, heavily, tremblingly, and at last she nearly fell forward exhausted, when two of the sisters caught and supported her. I had almost made up my mind to see no more such scenes, which, unlike pulque and bullfights, I dislike more and more upon trial, when we received an invitation, which it was not easy to refuse, but was the more painful to accept, being acquainted, though slightly, with the victim. I send you the printed note of invitation. On Wednesday, the of this month, at 6 o'clock in the evening, my daughter, Doña María de la Concepción, P.E., will assume the habit of a nun of the choir and the black veil in the convent of Our Lady of the Encarnación. I have the honour to inform you of this, entreating you to cooperate with your presence in the solemnity of this act, a favour which will be highly esteemed by your affectionate servant who kisses your hand. María José de Mexico, June 1840. Having gone out in the carriage to pay some visits, I suddenly recollected that it was the very morning of the day in which this young girl was to take the veil, and also that it was necessary to inquire where I was to be placed, for as to entering the church with the crowd on one of these occasions, it is out of the question, particularly when the girl being, as in the present case, of distinguished family, the ceremony is expected to be peculiarly magnificent. I accordingly called at the house, was shown upstairs, and, to my horror, found myself in the midst of a goodly company, in rich array, consisting of the relations of the family, to the number of about 100 persons, the bishop himself in his purple robes and amethysts, a number of priests, the father of the young lady in his general's uniform, she herself in purple velvet, with diamonds and pearls, and a crown of flowers. The corsage of her gown entirely covered with little bows of ribbon of divers colours, which her friends had given her, each adding one, like stones thrown on a cairn in memory of the departed. She had also short sleeves and white satin shoes. Being very handsome, with fine black eyes, good teeth, and fresh colour, and above all with the beauty of youth, for she is but 18, she was not disfigured even by this overloaded dress. Her mother, on the contrary, who was to act the part of madrina, who wore a dress facsimile, and who was pale and sad, her eyes almost extinguished with weeping, looked like a picture of misery in a ball dress. In the adjoining room long tables were laid out, on which servants were placing refreshments for the fête about to be given on this joyous occasion. I felt somewhat shocked, and inclined to say with Paul Pry, "Hope I don't intrude." But my apologies were instantly cut short, and I was welcomed with true Mexican hospitality, repeatedly thanked for my kindness in coming to see the nun, and hospitably pressed to join the family feast. I only got off upon a promise of returning at 5:30 to accompany them to the ceremony, which, in fact, I greatly preferred to going there alone. I arrived at the hour appointed, and being led upstairs by the Señor Don , found the morning party, with many additions, lingering over the dessert. There was some gaiety, but evidently forced. It reminded me of a marriage feast previous to the departure of the bride, who is about to be separated from her family for the first time. Yet how different, in fact, is this banquet, where the mother and daughter met together for the last time on earth! At stated periods, indeed, the mother may hear her daughter's voice speaking to her as from the depths of the tomb, but she may never more fold her in her arms, never more share in her joys or in her sorrows, or nurse her in sickness; and when her own last hour arrives, though but a few streets divide them, she may not give her dying blessing to the child who had been for so many years the pride of her eyes and heart. I have seen no country where families are so knit together as in Mexico, where the affections are so concentrated, or where such devoted respect and obedience are shown by the married sons and daughters to their parents. In that respect they always remain as little children. I know many families of which the married branches continue to live in their father's house, forming a sort of small colony, and living in the most perfect harmony. They cannot bear the idea of being separated, and nothing but dire necessity ever forces them to leave their fatherland. To all the accounts which travellers give them of the pleasures to be met with in the European capitals, they turn a deaf ear. Their families are in Mexico, their parents and sisters and relatives, and there is no happiness for them elsewhere. The greater therefore is the sacrifice which those parents make, who, from religious motives, devote their daughters to a conventual life. , however, was furious at the whole affair, which he said was entirely against the mother's consent, though that of the father had been obtained, and pointed out to me the confessor whose influence had brought it about. The girl herself was now very pale, but evidently resolved to conceal her agitation, and the mother seemed as if she could shed no more tears, quite exhausted with weeping. As the hour for the ceremony drew near, the whole party became more grave and sad, all but the priests, who were smiling and talking together in groups. The girl was not still a moment. She kept walking hastily through the house, taking leave of the servants, and naming probably her last wishes about everything. She was followed by her younger sisters, all in tears. But it struck 6, and the priests intimated that it was time to move. She and her mother went downstairs alone, and entered the carriage which was to drive them through all the principal streets, to show the nun to the public according to custom, and to let them take their last look, they of her and she of them. As they got in, we all crowded to the balconies to see her take leave of her house, her aunt saying, "Yes, child, despídete de tu casa, take leave of your house, for you will never see it again." Then came sobs from the sisters, and many of the gentlemen, ashamed of their emotion, hastily quitted the room. I hope, for the sake of humanity, I did not rightly interpret the look of constrained anguish which the poor girl threw from the window of the carriage at the home of her childhood. They drove off, and the relations prepared to walk in procession to the church. I walked with the Count S o, the others followed in pairs. The church was very brilliantly illuminated, and as we entered, the band was playing one of Strauss's waltzes. The crowd was so tremendous that we were nearly squeezed to a jelly in getting to our places. I was carried off my feet between two fat Señoras in mantillas and shaking diamond pendants, exactly as if I had been packed between two movable feather beds. They gave me, however, an excellent place, quite close to the grating, beside the Countess de S o, that is to say, a place to kneel on. A great bustle and much preparation seemed to be going on within the convent, and veiled figures were flitting about, whispering, arranging, etc. Sometimes a skinny old dame would come close to the grating, and lifting up her veil, bestow upon the pensive public a generous view of a very haughty and very wrinkled visage of some 70 years' standing, and beckon into the church for the major domo of the convent. An excellent and profitable situation, by the way, or for padre this or that. Some of the holy ladies recognized and spoke to me through the grating. But at the discharge of fireworks outside the church the curtain was dropped, for this was a signal that the nun and her mother had arrived. An opening was made in the crowd as they passed into the church, and the girl kneeling down was questioned by the bishop, but I could not make out their dialogue, which was carried on in a low voice. She then passed into the convent by a side door, and her mother, quite exhausted and nearly in hysterics, was supported through the crowd to a place beside us in front of the grating. The music struck up, the curtain was again drawn aside. The scene was as striking here as in the convent of the Santa Teresa, but not so lugubrious. The nuns, all ranged around and carrying lighted tapers in their hands, were dressed in mantles of bright blue, with a gold plate on the left shoulder. Their faces, however, were covered with deep black veils. The girl kneeling in front, and also bearing a heavy lighted taper, looked beautiful, with her dark hair and rich dress, and the long black lashes resting on her glowing face. The churchmen near the illuminated and magnificently decked altar formed, as usual, a brilliant background to the picture. The ceremony was the same as on the former occasion, but there was no sermon. The most terrible thing to witness was the last straining, anxious look which the mother gave her daughter through the grating. She had seen her child pressed to the arms of strangers, and welcomed to her new home. She was no longer hers. All the sweet ties of nature had been rudely severed, and she had been forced to consign her, in the very bloom of youth and beauty, at the very age in which she most required a mother's care, and when she had but just fulfilled the promise of her childhood, to a living tomb. Still, as long as the curtain had not fallen, she could gaze upon her as upon one on whom, though dead, the coffin lid is not yet closed. But while the new made nun was in a blaze of light, and distinct on the foreground, so that we could mark each varying expression on her face, the crowd in the church, and the comparative faintness of the light, probably made it difficult for her to distinguish her mother, for knowing that the end was at hand, she looked anxiously and hurriedly into the church, without seeming able to fix her eyes on any particular object, while her mother seemed as if her eyes were glazed, so intently were they fixed upon her daughter. Suddenly, and without any preparation, down fell the black curtain like a pall, and the sobs and tears of the family broke forth. One beautiful little child was carried out almost in fits. Water was brought to the poor mother, and at last, making our way with difficulty through the dense crowd, we got into the sacristy. "I declare," said the Countess to me, wiping her eyes, "it is worse than a marriage." I expressed my horror at the sacrifice of a girl so young that she could not possibly have known her own mind. Almost all the ladies agreed with me, especially all who had daughters, but many of the old gentlemen were of a different opinion. The young men were decidedly of my way of thinking, but many young girls who were conversing together seemed rather to envy their friend, who had looked so pretty and graceful, and so happy, and whose dress suited her so well, and to have no objection to go and do likewise. I had the honour of a presentation to the bishop, a fat and portly prelate, with good manners, and well besuiting his priestly garments. I amused myself while we waited for the carriages, by looking over a pamphlet which lay on the table, containing the ceremonial of the veil taking. When we rose to go, all the ladies of the highest rank devoutly kissed the bishop's hand, and I went home, thinking by what law of God a child can thus be dragged from the mother who bore and bred her, and immured in a cloister for life amongst strangers, to whom she has no tie, and towards whom she owes no duty. That a convent may be a blessed shelter from the calamities of life, a haven for the unprotected, a resting place for the weary, a safe and holy asylum, where a new family and kind friends await those whose natural ties are broken and whose early friends are gone, I am willing to admit. But it is not in the flower of youth that the warm heart should be consigned to the cold cloister. Let the young take their chance of sunshine or of storm; the calm and shady retreat is for helpless and unprotected old age. To whom I described one of these ceremonies, wrote some verses suggested by my account of them, which I send you. In tropic gorgeousness the Lord of Day To the bright chambers of the West retired, And with the glory of his parting ray The 100 domes of Mexico he fired, When I, with vague and solemn awe inspired, Entered the Incarnation's sacred fane. The vaulted roof, the dim aisle far retired, Echoed the deep-toned organ's holy strain, Which through the incensed air did mournfully complain. The veiling curtain suddenly withdrew, opening a glorious altar to the sight, where crimson intermixed its regal hue with gold and jewels that outblazed the light of the huge tapers, near them flaming bright, from golden stands. The bishop, mitre crowned, stood stately near, in order due around. The sisterhood knelt down, their brows upon the ground. The novice entered, to her doom she went, gems on her robes and flowers upon her brow. Virgin of tender years, poor innocent, pause ere thou speakest the irrevocable vow. What if thy heart should change, thy spirit fail? She kneels. The black robed sisters cease to bow. They raise a hymn which seems a funeral wail, while o'er the pageant falls the dark lugubrious veil. Again the veil is up, on earth she lies, with the dear mantle of the pall spread o'er the new made nun, the living sacrifice, dead to this world of ours for evermore. The sun his parting rays has ceased to pour, as loth to lend his light to such a scene. The sisters raise her from the sacred floor, supporting her their holy arms between. The mitred priest stands up with patriarchal mien, and speaks of the benediction. All is done. A life in death must her long years consume. She clasped her new made sisters one by one. As the black shadows their embraces gave, they seemed like spectres from their place of doom, stealing from out eternal night's blind cave, to meet their comrade new, and hail her to the grave. The curtain fell again, the scene was o'er, the pageant gone, its glitter and its pride, and it would be a pageant and no more, but for the maid miscalled the heavenly bride. If I, an utter stranger, unallied to her by slightest ties, some grief sustain, what feels the yearning mother, from whose side is torn the child whom she hath reared in vain, to share her joys no more, no more to soothe her pain? End of letter the 20th. Letter the 21st of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 21st. San Agustin. The gambling fete. The beauties of the village. The road from Mexico. Entry to San Agustin. The gambling houses. San Antonio. The Pedregal. Last day of the fete. The cockpit. The boxes. The cockfight. Decorum. Comparisons. Dinner. Ball at Calvario. House of General Moran. View of the gambling tables. The Advocate. Ball at the Plaza de Gallos. Return to Mexico. Reflections. Conversation between two ministers. 15th June. Since my last letter we have been at San Agustin de las Cuevas, which, when I last saw it, was a deserted village, but which, during 3 days in the year, presents the appearance of a vast beehive or ant hill. San Agustin! At the name how many hearts throb with emotion, how many hands are mechanically thrust into empty pockets, how many visions of long vanished golden ounces flit before aching eyes. What faint crowing of wounded cocks, what tinkling of guitars and blowing of horns come upon the ear. Some indeed there be who can look around upon their well-stored hacienda and easy rolling carriages, and remember the day, when with threadbare coat and stake of 3 modest ounces, they first courted fortune's favours, and who, being then indigent, and enjoying an indifferent reputation, found themselves, at the conclusion of a few successive San Agustins, the fortunate proprietors of gold and land and houses, and moreover with an unimpeachable fame, for he who can fling gold dust in his neighbour's eyes prevents him from seeing too clearly. But these favourites of the blind goddess are few and far between, and they have, for the most part, with a view to greater security, become holders or sharers of banks at San Agustin, thus investing their fortune in a secure fund, more so decidedly, if we may believe the newspaper reports, than in the Bank of the United States at this present writing. Time in its revolutions whirling all things out of their places has made no change in the annual fête of San Agustin. Fashions alter. The graceful mantilla gradually gives place to the ungraceful bonnet. The old painted coach, moving slowly like a caravan with Guide's Aurora painted on its gaudy panels, is dismissed for the London built carriage. Old customs have passed away. The ladies no longer sit on the door sills eating roast duck with their fingers or with the aid of tortillas. Even the chinampas have become stationary and have occasionally joined the continent. But the annual fête of San Agustin is built on a more solid foundation than taste or custom, or floating soil. It is founded upon that love of gambling which is said to be a passion inherent in our nature, and which is certainly impregnated with the Mexican constitution in man, woman, and child. The beggars gamble at the corners of the streets or under the arches, the little boys gamble in groups in the villages, the coachmen and footmen gamble at the doors of the theatre while waiting for their masters. But while their hand is thus kept in all the year round, there are 3 days sacredly set apart annually, in which every accommodation is given to those who are bent upon ruining themselves or their neighbours, whilst every zest that society can afford is held out to render the temptation more alluring. As religion is called in to sanctify everything, right or wrong, as the robber will plant a cross at the mouth of his cave, and the pulque shops do occasionally call themselves pulqueras of the Most Holy Virgin, so the season of gambling is fixed for the fête of Pascua, Whitsunday, and the churches and the gambling houses are thrown open simultaneously. The village is in itself pretty and picturesque, and, as a stone at its entry informs us, was built by the active Viceroy Revillagigedo with the product, as assured us, of 2 lotteries. It is charmingly situated in the midst of handsome villas and orchards, whose high walls, overtopped by fruit trees, border the narrow lanes. At this season the trees are loaded with the yellow chabacano and the purple plum, already ripe, while the pear trees are bending under the weight of their fruit. The gardens are full of flowers, the roses in their last bloom, covering the ground with their pink leaves, and jasmine and sweet peas in profusion, making the air fragrant. The rainy season has scarce set in, though frequent showers have laid the dust and refreshed the air. The country villas are filled with all that is gayest and most distinguished in Mexico, and every house and every room in the village has been hired for months in advance. The ladies are in their most elegant toilettes, and looking forward to a delightful whirl of dancing, cock-fighting, gambling, dining, dressing, and driving about. The high road leading from Mexico to San Agustin is covered with vehicles of every description, carriages, diligences, hackney coaches, carts, and carratelas. Those who are not fortunate enough to possess any wheeled conveyance come out on horse, ass, or mule, single, double, or treble, if necessary, and many hundreds, with visions of silver before their eyes, and a few clacos, pence, hid under their rags, trudge out on foot. The president himself, in carriage and six, and attended by his aides de camp, sanctions by his presence the amusements of the fête. The Mexican generals and other officers follow in his wake, and the gratifying spectacle may not unfrequently be seen, of the president leaning from his box in the Plaza de Gallos, and betting upon a cock, with a coatless, bootless, hatless, and probably worthless ragamuffin in the pit. Everyone, therefore, however humble his degree, has the pleasure, while following his speculative inclinations, of reflecting that he treads in the steps of the magnates of the land, and, as Sam Weller would say, "what a consolation that must be to his feelings." At all events, nothing can be gayer than the appearance of the village, as your carriage makes its way through the narrow lanes into the principal plaza, amidst the assembled crowd of coaches and foot passengers, though the faces of the people bear evidence that pleasure alone has not brought them to San Agustin. All round the square are the gambling houses, where for 3 nights and 3 days every table is occupied. At the principal montes nothing is played but gold, but as there is accommodation for all classes, so there are silver tables in the inferior houses, while outside are rows of tables on which are heaps of copper, covered with a rugged awning, and surrounded by léperos and blanketed Indians, playing monta in imitation of their betters, though on a scale more suited to their finances. Having left Mexico early in the morning, we stopped to breakfast at San Antonio, a noble hacienda about 4 leagues from Mexico, belonging to the Dowager Marquesa de Vivanco, where we breakfasted with a large party. It is a fine solid mass of building, and as you enter the courtyard, through a deep archway, the great outhouses, stables, and especially the granary, look like remains of feudalism, they are on so large and magnificent a scale. It is an immense and valuable property, producing both maize and maguey, and the hospitality of the family, who are amongst our earliest friends here, is upon as large a scale as everything that belongs to them. We had a splendid breakfast in a fine old hall, and stayed but a short time to visit the gardens and the chapel, as we were anxious to arrive at San Agustin in time for the cock fight. It is singular that while San Agustin is situated in the midst of the most fertile and productive country, there should lie opposite to it, and bounded as it were by the graceful Peruvian trees and silver poplars, which surround a small church on the other side of the high road, a great tract of black lava, sterile, bleak, and entirely destitute of vegetation, called the Pedregal. This covers the country all along to San Agustin, and to the base of the mountain of Ajusco, which lies behind it, contrasting strangely with the beautiful groves and gardens in its neighbourhood, and looking as if it had been cursed for some crime committed there. The high road, which runs nearly in a direct line from the hacienda to San Agustin, is broad and in tolerable repair, but before arriving there it is so little attended to, that during the rainy season it might be passed in canoes; yet this immense formation of ferruginous lava and porphyritic rock lies conveniently in its vicinity. A large sum, supposed to be employed in mending the road, is collected annually at the toll, close to San Antonio. For each carriage $2 are asked, and for carts and animals in proportion. The proprietor of this toll or pastajo is also the owner of the Plaza de Gallos, where $1 is paid for entry, the sums produced by which go exclusively to enrich the same individual. The government has no advantage from it. The last day of the fête is considered the best, and it is most crowded on that day, both by families from Mexico and by foreigners who go solely for pleasure, though not unfrequently tempted to do a little business on their own account. In fact, the temptations are great, and it must be difficult for a young man to withstand them. We went to the Gallos about 3 o'clock. The plaza was crowded, and the ladies in their boxes looked like a parterre of different coloured flowers. But whilst the Señoras in their boxes did honour to the fête by their brilliant toilette, the gentlemen promenaded round the circle in jackets, high and low being on the same curtailed footing, and certainly in a style of dress more befitting the exhibition. The president and his suite were already there, also several of the foreign ministers. Meanwhile the cocks crowed valiantly, bets were adjusted, and even the women entered into the spirit of the scene, taking bets with the gentlemen, sotto voce, in their boxes, upon such and such favourite animal. As a small knife is fastened to the leg of each cock, the battle seldom lasts long, one or other falling every few minutes in a pool of blood. Then there was a clapping of hands, mingled with the loud crowing of some unfortunate cock, who was giving himself airs previous to a combat where he was probably destined to crow his last. It has a curious effect to European eyes, to see young ladies of good family, looking peculiarly feminine and genteel, sanctioning by their presence this savage diversion. It is no doubt the effect of early habit, and you will say that at least it is no worse than a bullfight, which is certain, yet cruel as the latter is. I find something more en grande, more noble in the ungentle sport that often invites the Spanish maid and cheers the Spanish swain, in the roaring of the lord of lowing herds, the galloping of the fine horses, the skill of the riders, the gay dresses, the music, and the agile matador, in short, in the whole pomp and circumstances of the combat, than when one looks quietly on to see two birds peck each other's eyes out and cut each other to pieces. Unlike cockpits in other countries, attended by blacklegs and pickpockets and gentlemanly roues, by far the largest portion of the assembly in the pit was composed of the first young men in Mexico, and for that matter of the first old ones also. There was neither confusion nor noise, nor even loud talking, far less swearing, amongst the lowest of those assembled in the ring; and it is this quiet and orderly behaviour which throws over all these incongruities a cloak of decency and decorum, that hides their impropriety so completely, that even foreigners who have lived here a few years, and who were at first struck with astonishment by these things, are now quite reconciled to them. As far as the company went, it might have been the House of Representatives in Washington, the ladies in the gallery listening to the debates, and the members in the body of the House surrounding Messrs. And , or any other two vehement orators, applauding their biting remarks and cutting sarcasms, and encouraging them to crow over each other. The president might have been the speaker, and the corps diplomatique represented itself. We had an agreeable dinner at the E.S., and afterwards accompanied them to the Calvario, a hill where there was a ball, al fresco, which was rather amusing, and then paid a visit to the family of General Moran, who has a beautiful house and gardens in the neighbourhood. We found a large party assembled, and amongst them the president. Afterwards, accompanied by the Minister and the ladies of our party, we went to take a view of the gambling tables, and opened our eyes at the heaps of gold which changed owners every minute. I saw C a millionaire, win and lose 1,000 ounces apparently with equal indifference. A little advocate having won 2,500 ounces, wisely ordered his carriage, and set off for Mexico with the best fee he had ever received in his life. Ladies do not generally look on at the tables, but may if they please, and especially if they be strangers. Each gambling room was well fitted up, and looked like a private apartment. We then returned home, and dressed for the ball, which was given in the evening in the Plaza de Gallos. We first went upstairs to a box, but I afterwards took the advice of M. de , and came down to see the dancers. There were ladies in full dress, and gentlemen in white jackets, rather inconsistent. The company, though perfectly quiet and well behaved, were not very select, and were on that account particularly amusing. Madame de and I walked about, and certainly laughed much more than we should have done in a more distinguished society. About 2 in the morning we returned to Mexico, and as I this moment receive a note from the American Minister, informing me that the packet from Vera Cruz is about to sail, I shall send off my letters now, and should we still be here next year, I shall then give you a more detailed description of the fête, of the ball, both at Calvario and in the cockpit, and also of the high life below stairs, gambling, at which the scenes are impayable. In one respect, the fashions of San Agustin are altered from what they were a few years ago, when the Señoras used to perform 5 elaborate and distinct toilets daily, the first in the morning, the second for the cockpit, the third for the dinner, the fourth for the ball on the hill of Calvary, and the fifth for the ball in the evening. I am told that as they danced in the open air on the hill with all their diamonds and pearls on, in the midst of an immense concourse of people, a great many jewels were constantly lost, which the léperos used afterwards to search for, and pick up from the grass, a rich harvest. Though they still dress a great deal, they are contented with changing their toilette twice, or at the most 3 times in the course of the day. Upon the whole, these 3 days are excessively amusing, and as all ranks and conditions are mingled, one sees much more variety than at a ball in the city. On their way home, C n and Señor discussed the effects likely to be produced on the morals of the people by this fête. Señor , like nearly all the wisest men here, persists in considering gambling an innocent amusement, and declares that at all events this fête ought never to be done away with. In his opinion it conduces to the happiness of the people, gives them an annual pleasure to look forward to, and by the mingling of all ranks, which then takes place, keeps up a good feeling between the higher and lower orders. C n asked him why, if such was the case, the government did not at least endeavour to draw some advantage from it, after the manner of the Count de Revillagigedo; why, as the bank, by the nature of the game, has besides a great capital, which swallows up all the smaller ones, an immense profit amounting to 25 per cent. They do not make the bankers pay 4 or 5 per cent., and charge half a dollar or more to each individual who enters to gamble, with which money they might beautify the village, make a public paseo, a good road, a canal to Mexico, etc. I thought that whatever the government might feel on this subject, neither the bankers nor the gamblers would relish the insinuation. I shall write in a few days by the Baron de , Minister from , who leaves Mexico in a fortnight. End of letter. The 21st. Letter the 22nd of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 22nd. Countess C.A. Gutierrez Estrada. Dinner at General Moran's. Dowager Marquesa. Fête at San Antonio. Approach of the rainy season. Diamonds and plate. Great ball. Night travelling. Severe storm. Chapter of accidents. Corpus Christi. Poblana dress. Book club. Ball. Hummingbird. Franciscan friar. Missions to Old and New California. Zeal and endurance of the missionaries. Present condition. Convent gardener. 17th June. As we dine nearly every Sunday with the Countess de la C.A. at Tacubay, where she keeps open house to all her friends, we have had the pleasure of becoming intimately acquainted with her son-in-law, Señor Gutierrez Estrada, who, with his amiable wife, has lately returned from Europe. Fête at San Antonio. A great dinner was given us the other day by General Moran and his lady, the Marquesa de Vivanco, at San Agustin. We went early that we might have time to walk about the garden, which is beautiful, and to visit an artificial cave there, which we found lighted up with coloured lamps, and where a most fascinating species of cold milk punch, with cakes, was served to the company. The dinner would certainly have been superb in any country. The family have travelled a great deal in Europe, perforce, the General having been exiled for several years, and are amongst the oldest and richest in Mexico. The Dowager Marquesa has a most patriarchal family of daughters and granddaughters, and of the large party assembled at table nearly all were composed of its different members. In the evening we had a pleasant dance under the trees. 20th. Being invited yesterday to a fête at San Antonio, we left Mexico about 8 o'clock by the great causeway leading to San Agustin. The day was peculiarly brilliant, but the rainy season is now announcing its approach by frequent showers toward evening. We found a large party assembled, and about 12 o'clock sat down to a most magnificent breakfast of about 60 persons. Everything was solid silver, even the plates. A vast capital is sunk in diamonds and plate in this country, no good sign of the state of commerce. The ladies in general were dressed in white embroidered muslins over white or coloured satin, and one or two Paris dresses shone conspicuous. There was one specimen of real Mexican beauty, the Señora , a face perhaps more Indian than Spanish, very dark, with fine eyes, beautiful teeth, very long dark hair, and full of expression. The house, which is immensely large, is furnished, or rather unfurnished, in the style of all Mexican haciendas. After breakfast we had music, dancing, walking, and billiard playing. Some boleros were very gracefully danced by a daughter of the Marquesas, and they also showed us some dances of the country. The fête terminated with the most beautiful supper I almost ever saw. A great hall was lighted with coloured lamps, the walls entirely lined with green branches, and hung with fresh garlands of flowers most tastefully arranged. There was a great deal of gaiety and cordiality, of magnificence without ceremony, and riches without pretension. Although warned by various showers that a bad night would probably set in, and although it was too likely that the hospitality within the house would be extended to our coachman, and even though the whole party were strongly pressed by the marquesa to pass the night there, so that it was with difficulty we resisted her entreaties to remain, we did, in the face of all this, set off at 12 o'clock at night, to return to Mexico, about 7 carriages together, with various gentlemen riding. Though very dark, there was no rain, and we flattered ourselves it would keep fair till we reached the city. The Minister of the Interior, who was married to a daughter of the marquesa, C n and I, and La Güera Rodriguez, set off in one carriage. Some carriages had lamps, others had none. Some had 6 horses, we had 6 mules, and an escort of dragoons. We had not gone 2 miles before a thunderstorm came on, and the black clouds which had been gathering above our heads burst forth in torrents of rain. The wind was tremendous, all the lamps were extinguished, the horses waded up to their knees in mud and water. Suddenly there was a crash, followed by loud cries. A carriage was overturned, in which were the Señora L and a party of gentlemen. In the midst of this awful storm, and perhaps still more bewildered by generous liquor, their coachman had lost his way and lodged them all in a ditch. The poor Señora was dreadfully bruised, her head cut, and her wrist dislocated. In the darkness and confusion she was extricated with difficulty and placed in another carriage. Our mules stood still. As far as the noise of the storm would allow us to hear, we made out that our coachman also had lost the road. 2 dragoons rode up to direct him. One fell, horse and all, into a deep ditch, where he remained till the next morning. Another carriage came ploughing its way behind us. Another exclamation in the darkness. A mule had fallen and broken his traces and plunged into the water. The poor animal could not be found. Never was there such a chapter of accidents. We were the only carriage load which escaped entirely, owing chiefly to the sobriety of the coachman. Very slowly, and after sundry detentions, we arrived in Mexico towards morning, very tired, but with neither broken bones nor bruises. 18th. Day of the Corpus Christi, in which the host is carried through the city in great procession, at which the president in full uniform, the archbishop, and all the ministers, etc., assist. In former days this ceremony took place on Holy Thursday, but, finding that on account of the various ceremonies of the Holy Week, it could not be kept with due solemnity, another day was set apart for its celebration. We went to a window in the square to see the procession, which was very brilliant, all the troops out, and the streets crowded. Certainly, a stranger entering Mexico on one of these days would be struck with surprise at its apparent wealth. Everything connected with the church is magnificent. This evening the Señora A came after it was dark in a Poblana dress, which she had just bought to wear at a Jamaica, which they are going to have in the country, a sort of fair, where all the girls disguise themselves in peasants' dresses, and go about selling fruit, lemonade, vegetables, etc., to each other, a very ancient Mexican amusement. This dress cost her some $100. The top of the petticoat is yellow satin. The rest, which is of scarlet cashmere, is embroidered in gold and silver. Her hair was fastened back with a thick silver comb, and her ornaments were very handsome, coral set in gold. Her shoes white satin embroidered in gold. The sleeves and body of the chemise, which is of the finest cambric, trimmed with rich lace, and the petticoat, which comes below the dress, shows 2 flounces of Valenciennes. She looks beautiful in this dress, which will not be objected to in the country, though it might not suit a fancy ball in Mexico. June 27th. I was awakened this morning by hearing that 2 boxes had arrived from New York containing books, letters, etc., all very acceptable. We also received a number of old newspapers by post, for which we had to pay $18. Each sheet costs a real and a half, a mistaken source of profit in a republic, where the general diffusion of knowledge is of so much importance, for this not only applies to the introduction of French and English, but also of Spanish newspapers. Señors Gutierrez Estrada and Canedo used every effort to reduce this duty on newspapers, but in vain. The post office opposes its reduction, fearing to be deprived of an imaginary rent, imaginary because so few persons comparatively think it worth their while to go to this expense. There is but one daily newspaper in Mexico, La Gaceta del Gobierno, the government paper, and it is filled with orders and decrees. An opposition paper, the Cosmopolita, is published twice a week, also a Spanish paper. The Hesperia, both, especially the last, are well written. There is also the Mosquito, so called from its stinging sarcasms. Now and then another with a new title appears, like a shooting star, but, from want of support or from some other motive, is suddenly extinguished. Enlightened individuals like Don Lucas Alaman and Count Cortina have published newspapers, but not for any length of time. Count Cortina especially edited a very witty and brilliant paper called the Zuraigo, the Scourge, and another called the Mono, the Ape, and in many of his articles he was tolerably severe upon the incorrect Spanish of his brother editors, of which no one can be a better judge, he having been a member of the Academia de la Lengua in Spain. The only kind of monthly reviews in Mexico is the Mosaico Mexicano, whose editor has made his fortune by his own activity and exertions. Frequently it contains more translations than original matter, but from time to time it publishes scientific articles said to be written by Don J. M. Bustamante, which are very valuable, and occasionally a brilliant article from the pen of Count Cortina. General Orbegoso, who is of Spanish origin, is also a contributor. Sometimes, though rarely, it publishes documentos inéditos, unedited documents, connected with Mexican antiquities and Mexican natural history and biography, which are very important, and now and then it contains a little poetical gem, I know not whether original or not, but exceedingly beautiful. So far as it goes, this review is one great means of spreading knowledge, at least amongst the better classes, but I understand that the editor, Don Ignacio Compledo, a very courteous, intelligent man, complains that it does not pay. There are no circulating libraries in Mexico. Books are at least double the price that they are in Europe. There is no diffusion of useful knowledge amongst the people, neither cheap pamphlets nor cheap magazines written for their amusement or instruction, but this is less owing to want of attention to their interests on the part of many good and enlightened men, than to the unsettled state of the country, for the blight of civil war prevents the best systems from ripening. Fortunately, there is an English society here, a kind of book club, who, with their minister, have united in a subscription to order from England all the new publications. And as C n is a member of this society, we are not so arrières in regard to the literature of the day as might be supposed. Like all English societies, its basis is a good dinner, which each member gives in turn, once a month, after which there is a sale of the books that have been read, and propositions for new books are given in to the president. It is an excellent plan, and I believe is in part adopted by the other foreigners here. But Germans of a certain class do not seem to be sufficiently numerous for such an undertaking, and the French in Mexico, barring some distinguished exceptions, are apt to be amongst the very worst specimens of that people which "le plaisant pays de France" can furnish forth. We went lately to a ball given by a young Englishman, which was very pretty, and where nearly all the English were collected. Of families there are not more than half a dozen resident here, the members of whom form a striking contrast in complexion to the Mexicanas. With very few exceptions, and these in the case of English women married to foreigners, they keep themselves entirely aloof from the Mexicans, live quietly in their own houses, into which they have transplanted as much English comfort as possible, rarely travel, and naturally find Mexico the dullest of cities. C n has gone to dine with the English Minister, and I am left alone in this large room with nothing but a humming bird to keep me company, the last of my half dozen. It looks like a large blue fly, and is perfectly tame, but will not live many days. I was startled by a solemn voice saying, "Ave María Purissima," and looking up there, stood in the doorway a friar of orders gray, bringing some message to C n from the head of the convent of San Fernando, with which monks C n has formed a great intimacy, chiefly in consequence of the interest which he has taken in the history of their missions to California. In fact, when we hear the universal cry that is raised against these communities for the inutility of their lives, it is but just that exceptions should be made in favour of those orders who, like the monks of San Fernando, have dispersed their missionaries over some of the most miserable parts of the globe, and who, undeterred by danger and by the prospect of death, have carried light to the most benighted savages. These institutions are of a very remote date. A learned Jesuit monk, Eusebio Kun, is said to have been the first who discovered that California was a peninsula. In 1683 the Jesuits had formed establishments in Old California, and for the first time it was made known that the country which had until then been considered an El Dorado, rich in all precious metals and diamonds, was arid, stony, and without water or earth fit for vegetation; that where there is a spring of water it is to be found amongst the bare rocks, and where there is earth there is no water. A few spots were found by these industrious men, uniting these advantages, and there they founded their first missions. But the general hatred with which the Jesuits were regarded excited suspicion against them, and it was generally supposed that their accounts were false, and that they were privately becoming possessed of much treasure. A visitador surveyor was sent to examine into the truth, and though he could discover no traces of gold or silver, he was astonished by the industry and zeal with which they had cultivated the barren and treeless waste. In a few years they had built 16 villages, and when they were expelled in 1767, the Dominican friars of Mexico took their place. Until these missions were established, and in every part of the peninsula which is not included in the territory of the missions, the savages were the most degraded specimens of humanity existing. More degraded than the beasts of the field, they lay all day upon their faces on the arid sand, basking in the heat. They abhorred all species of clothing, and their only religion was a secret horror that caused them to tremble at the idea of 3 divinities, belonging to 3 different tribes, and which divinities were themselves supposed to feel a mortal hatred, and to wage perpetual war against each other. Undeterred by the miserable condition both of human and of vegetable nature, these missionaries cultivated the ground, established colonies, made important astronomical observations, and devoted themselves to science, to agriculture, and to the amelioration of the condition of these wretched savages. In New California the missions were under the charge of 36 Franciscan friars, under whom the most extraordinary progress in civilization took place, since in little more than 30 years upwards of 33,000 Indians were baptized, and 8,000 marriages had taken place. The soil being fertile and the climate more benign than in the other California, in 18 missions established there, they cultivated corn, wheat, maize, etc., and introduced vegetables and fruit trees from Spain, amongst these the vine and the olive, from which excellent wine and oil were made all through that part of the country. Amongst the monks destined to these distant missions were those of San Fernando. There, banished from the world, deprived of all the advantages of civilization, they devoted themselves to the task of taming the wild Indians, introduced marriage amongst them, taught them to cultivate the ground, together with some of the most simple arts, assisted their wants, reproved their sins, and transplanted the beneficent doctrines of Christianity amongst them, using no arms but the influence which religion and kindness, united with extreme patience, had over their stubborn natures, and making what Humboldt, in speaking of the Jesuit missions, calls a pacific conquest of the country. Many were the hardships which these poor men endured, changed from place to place, at one time ordered to some barren shore, where it was necessary to recompense their labours, at another recalled to the capital by orders of the prelate, in conjunction with the wishes of their brethren, among whom there was a species of congress called by them a capitulo. No increase of rank, no reward, no praise, inspired their labours; their only recompense was their intimate conviction of doing good to their fellow creatures. In the archives of the convent there still exist papers, proving the hardships which these men underwent, the zeal with which they applied themselves to the study of the language of the country; and when we are informed that in the space of 180 leagues 19 different languages are spoken, it was no such easy task, and containing their descriptions of its physical and moral state, more or less well written according to their different degrees of instruction or talent. It frequently happened that marketable goods and even provisions had to be sent by sea to those missionaries who lived in the most savage and uncultivated parts of the peninsula, and a curious anecdote on this subject was related to C n by one of these men, who is now a gardener by profession. It happened that some one sent to the monks, amongst other things, a case of fine Malaga raisins, and one of the monks, whose name I forget, sowed a number of the dried seeds. In process of time they sprouted up, became vines, and produced fine grapes, from which the best wine in California was made. When the independence was declared, and that revolutionary fury which makes a merit of destroying every establishment, good or bad, which is the work of the opposite party, broke forth, the Mexicans, to prove their hatred to the mother country, destroyed these beneficent institutions, thus committing an error as fatal in its results as when in 1828 they expelled so many rich proprietors, who were followed into exile by their numerous families and by their old servants, who gave them in these times of trouble proofs of attachment and fidelity belonging to a race now scarcely existing here, except amongst a few of the oldest families. The result has been that the frontiers being now unprotected by the military garrisons or presidios, which were established there, and deserted by the missionaries, the Indians are no longer kept under subjection, either by the force of arms or by the good counsels and persuasive influence of their padres. The Mexican territory is, in consequence, perpetually exposed to their invasions. Whole families are massacred by the savages, who exchange guns for rifles which they already know how to use, and these evil consequences are occasionally and imperfectly averted at a great expense to the republic. Bustamante has indeed been making an investigation lately as to the funds and general condition of these establishments, with the intention of re-establishing some similar institutions, but as yet I believe that nothing decisive has been done in this respect. Near the convent there is a beautiful garden where we sometimes walk in the morning, cultivated by an old monk, who, after spending a laborious life in these distant missions, is now enjoying a contented old age among his plants and flowers. Perhaps you are tired of my prosing, caused by the apparition of the old lay brother, and would prefer some account of him in verse. An aged monk in San Fernando dwells, an innocent and venerable man. His earlier days were spent within its cells, and end obscurely as they first began. Manhood's career in savage climes he ran, on lonely California's Indian shore, dispelling superstition's deadly ban, or teaching (what could patriot do more?) those rudiments of peace, the gardener's humble store. Oft have I marked him, silent and apart, loitering near the sunny convent gate, rewarded by tranquillity of heart, for toil so worthy of the truly great; and in my soul admired, compared his state with that of some rude brawler, whose crude mind some wondrous change on earth would fain create; who after flattering, harassing mankind, gains titles, riches, pomp, with shame and scorn combined. End of letter the 22nd. Letter the 23rd of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 23rd. The President. Iturbide. Visit from the Archbishop. Señor Cañedo. General Almonte. Señor Cuevas. Situation of an archbishop in Mexico. Of Señor Posada. His life. Mexican charity. Wax figures. Anecdote. Valuable present. Education. Comparison. Schools. Opportunities. Natural talent. Annual. Compliments to the Mexican ladies by the editor. Families of the old school. Morals. Indulgence. Manners. Love of country. Colleges. 5th July. Yesterday morning we had a visit from the president with two of his officers. He was riding one of the handsomest black horses I ever saw. On going out we stopped to look at a wax figure of Yturbide on horseback, which he considers a good resemblance, and which was sent me as a present some time ago. He ought to be a good judge, as he was a most devoted friend of the unfortunate Augustine I, who, whatever were his faults, seems to have inspired his friends with the most devoted and enthusiastic attachment. In the prime of life, brave and active, handsome and fond of show, he had all the qualities which render a chief popular with the multitude; but popularity, when not based upon great benefits, is transient; it is founded upon a principle of egotism, because a whole people cannot have personal sympathies. Ambition led him to desert the royal cause which he had served for 9 years, and vanity blinded him to the dangers that surrounded him in the midst of his triumphs, even when proclaimed emperor by the united voice of the garrison and city of Mexico, when his horses were taken from his carriage, and when, amidst the shouts of the multitude, his coach was dragged in triumph to the palace. His great error, according to those who talk of him impartially, was indecision in the most critical emergencies, and his permitting himself to be governed by circumstances instead of directing these circumstances as they occurred. I could not help thinking, as the general stood there looking at the waxen image of his friend, what a stormy life he himself has passed, how little real tranquillity he can ever have enjoyed, and wondering whether he will be permitted to finish his presidential days in peace, which, according to rumour, is doubtful. 8th. I had the honour of a long visit this morning from his Grace the Archbishop. He came about 11 o'clock after mass, and remained till dinner time, sitting out all our Sunday visitors, who are generally numerous, as it is the only day of rest for employés, and especially for the cabinet. Amongst our visitors were Señor Cañedo, who is extremely agreeable in conversation, and as an orator famed for his sarcasm and cutting wit. He has been particularly kind and friendly to us ever since our arrival. General Almonte, Minister of War, a handsome man and pleasant, and an officer of great bravery, very unpopular with one party and especially disliked by the English, but also a great friend of ours. Señor Cuevas, Minister of the Interior, married to a daughter of the Marquesa de Vivanco, an amiable and excellent man, who seems generally liked, and is also most friendly to us. All these gentlemen are praised or abused according to the party of the person who speaks of them, but I, not interfering in Mexican politics, find them amongst the most pleasant of our acquaintances. However, were I to choose a situation here, it would undoubtedly be that of Archbishop of Mexico, the most enviable in the world to those who would enjoy a life of tranquillity, ease, and universal adoration. He is a pope without the trouble, or a tenth part of the responsibility. He is venerated more than the Holy Father is in enlightened Rome, and, like kings in the good old times, can do no wrong. His salary amounts to about $100,000, and a revenue might be made by the sweetmeats alone which are sent to him from all the nuns in the republic. His palace in town, his well-cushioned carriage, well-conditioned horses, and sleek mules, seem the very perfection of comfort. In fact, comfort, which is unknown amongst the profane of Mexico, has taken refuge with the archbishop, and though many drops of it are shed on the shaven heads of all bishops, curates, confessors, and friars, still in his illustrious person it concentrates as in a focus. He himself is a benevolent, good-hearted, good-natured, portly, and jovial personage, with the most laissez-aller air and expression conceivable. He looks like one on whom the good things of this world have fallen in a constant and benighted shower, which shower hath fallen on a rich and fertile soil. He is generally to be seen leaning back in his carriage, dressed in purple with amethyst cross, and giving his benediction to the people as he passes. He seems engaged in a pleasant reverie, and his countenance wears an air of the most placid and insouciant content. He enjoys a good dinner, good wine, and ladies' society, but just sufficiently to make his leisure hours pass pleasantly, without indigestion from the first, headaches from the second, or heartaches from the third. So does his life seem to pass on like a deep, untroubled stream, on whose margin grow sweet flowers, on whose clear waters the bending trees are reflected, but on whose placid face no lasting impression is made. I have no doubt that his charities are in proportion to his large fortune, and when I say that I have no doubt of this, it is because I firmly believe there exists no country in the world where charities, both public and private, are practised on so noble a scale, especially by the women under the direction of the priests. I am inclined to believe that, generally speaking, charity is a distinguishing attribute of a Catholic country. The archbishop is said to be a man of good information, and was at one time a senator. In 1833, being comprehended in the law of banishment, caused by the political disturbances which have never ceased to afflict this country since the independence, he passed some time in the United States, chiefly in New Orleans. But this, I believe, is the only cloud that has darkened his horizon, or disturbed the tranquil current of his life. His consecration, with its attendant fatigues, must have been to him a wearisome overture to a pleasant drama, a hard stepping stone to glory. As to the rest, he is very unostentatious, and his conversation is far from austere. On the contrary, he is one of the best tempered and most cheerful old men in society that it is possible to meet with. I send you, by the Mexican commissioners, who are kind enough to take charge of a box for me, the figure of a Mexican tortillera, by which you may judge a little of the perfection in which the commonest lépero here works in wax. The incredible patience which enabled the ancient Mexicans to work their statues in wood or stone with the rudest instruments has descended to their posterity, as well as their extraordinary and truly Chinese talent for imitation. With a common knife and a piece of hard wood, an uneducated man will produce a fine piece of sculpture. There is no imagination. They do not leave the beaten track, but continue on the models which the Spanish conquerors brought out with them, some of which, however, were very beautiful. In wax especially, their figures have been brought to great perfection. Everything that surrounds them they can imitate, and their wax portraits are sometimes little gems of art, but in this last branch, which belongs to a higher order of art, there are no good workmen at present. Apropos to which, a poor artist brought some tolerable wax portraits here for sale the other day, and, amongst others, that of a celebrated general. C n remarked that it was fairer than the original, as far as he recollected. "Ah!" said the man, "but when his Excellency washes his face, nothing can be more exact. A valuable present was sent lately by a gentleman here, to the Count de in Spain, 12 cases, each case containing 12 wax figures, each figure representing some Mexican trade, or profession or employment. There were men drawing the pulque from the maguey, Indian women selling vegetables, tortilleras, vendors of ducks, fruitmen, lard sellers, the postman of Guachinango, loaded with parrots, monkeys, etc. More of everything than of letters. The Poblana peasant, the rancherita on horseback before her farm servant, the gaily dressed ranchero, in short, a little history of Mexico in wax." You ask me how Mexican women are educated. In answering you, I must put aside a few brilliant exceptions, and speak en masse, the most difficult thing in the world, for these exceptions are always rising up before me like accusing angels, and I begin to think of individuals when I should keep to generalities. Generally speaking, then, the Mexican Señoras and Señoritas write, read, and play a little, sew and take care of their houses and children. When I say they read, I mean they know how to read; when I say they write, I do not mean that they can always spell; and when I say they play, I do not assert that they have generally a knowledge of music. If we compare their education with that of girls in England or in the United States, it is not a comparison, but a contrast. Compare it with that of Spanish women, and we shall be less severe upon their far niente descendants. In the first place, the climate inclines every one to indolence, both physically and morally. One cannot pore over a book when the blue sky is constantly smiling in at the open windows; then, out of doors after 10 o'clock, the sun gives us due warning of our tropical latitude, and even though the breeze is so fresh and pleasant, one has no inclination to walk or ride far. Whatever be the cause, I am convinced that it is impossible to take the same exercise with the mind or with the body in this country, as in Europe or in the northern states. Then as to schools, there are none that can deserve the name, and no governesses. Young girls can have no emulation, for they never meet. They have no public diversion and no private amusement. There are a few good foreign masters, most of whom have come to Mexico for the purpose of making their fortune by teaching or marriage, or both, and whose object naturally is to make the most money in the shortest possible time, that they may return home and enjoy it. The children generally appear to have an extraordinary disposition for music and drawing, yet there are few girls who are proficient in either. When very young, they occasionally attend the schools where boys and girls learn to read in common, or any other accomplishment that the old women can teach them; but at 12 they are already considered too old to attend these promiscuous assemblages, and masters are got for drawing and music to finish their education. I asked a lady the other day if her daughter went to school. "Good heavens!" said she, quite shocked, "she is past 11 years old!" It frequently happens that the least well informed girls are the children of the cleverest men, who, keeping to the customs of their forefathers, are content, if they confess regularly, attend church constantly, and can embroider and sing a little. Where there are more extended ideas, it is chiefly amongst families who have travelled in Europe, and have seen the different education of women in foreign countries. Of these the fathers occasionally devote a short portion of their time to the instruction of their daughters, perhaps during their leisure evening moments, but it may easily be supposed that this desultory system has little real influence on the minds of the children. I do not think there are above half a dozen married women, or as many girls above 14, who, with the exception of the mass book, read any one book through in the whole course of the year. They thus greatly simplify the system of education in the United States, where parties are frequently divided between the advocates for solid learning and those for superficial accomplishments, and according to whom it is difficult to amalgamate the solid beef of science with the sweet sauce of les beaux arts. But if a Mexican girl is ignorant, she rarely shows it. They have generally the greatest possible tact, never by any chance wandering out of their depth, or betraying by word or sign that they are not well informed of the subject under discussion. Though seldom graceful, they are never awkward, and always self-possessed. They have plenty of natural talent, and where it has been thoroughly cultivated, no woman can surpass them. Of what is called literary society, there is of course none. No bustling Botherbys have they to show 'em that charming passage in the last new poem. There is a little annual lying beside me called "Calendario de las Señoritas Mexicanas," of which the preface, by Galvan, the editor, is very amusing. "To none," he says, "better than to Mexican ladies can I dedicate this mark of attention (obsequio). Their graceful attractions well deserve any trouble that may have been taken to please them. Their bodies are graceful as the palms of the desert, their hair black as ebony, or golden as the rays of the sun, gracefully waves over their delicate shoulders, their glances are like the peaceful light of the moon. The Mexican ladies are not so white as the Europeans, but their whiteness is more agreeable to our eyes. Their words are soft, leading our hearts by gentleness in the same manner as in their moments of just indignation they appal and confound us. Who can resist the magic of their song, always sweet, always gentle, and always natural? Let us leave to foreign ladies (las ultramarinas) these affected and scientific manners of singing. Here nature surpasses art, as happens in everything, notwithstanding the cavillings of the learned. And what shall I say of their souls? I shall say that in Europe the minds are more cultivated, but in Mexico the hearts are more amiable. Here they are not only sentimental, but tender; not only soft, but virtuous. The body of a child is not more sensitive. No es más sensible el cuerpo de un niño, nor a rosebud softer. I have seen souls as beautiful as the borders of the rainbow, and purer than the drops of dew. Their passions are seldom tempestuous, and even then they are kindled and extinguished easily, but generally they emit a peaceful light, like the morning star Venus. Modesty is painted in their eyes, and modesty is the greatest and most irresistible fascination of their souls. In short, the Mexican ladies, by their manifold virtues, are destined to serve as our support whilst we travel through the sad desert of life. Well do these attractions merit that we should try to please them, and in effect a new form, new lustre, and new graces have been given to the Almanac of the Mexican ladies, whom the editor submissively entreats to receive with benevolence this small tribute due to their enchantments and their virtues. There are in Mexico a few families of the old school, people of high rank, but who mingle very little in society, who are little known to the generality of foreigners, and who keep their daughters entirely at home, that they may not be contaminated by bad example. These select few, rich, without ostentation, are certainly doing everything that is in their power to remedy the evils occasioned by the want of proper schools, or of competent instructresses for their daughters. Being nearly all allied by birth or connected by marriage, they form a sort of clan, and it is sufficient to belong to one or other of these families to be hospitably received by all. They meet together frequently without ceremony, and whatever elements of good exist in Mexico are to be found amongst them. The fathers are generally men of talent and learning, and the mothers women of the highest respectability, to whose name no suspicion can be attached. But indeed it is long before a stranger even suspects a state of morals in this country, for whatever be the private conduct of individuals, the most perfect decorum prevails in outward behaviour. But indolence is the mother of vice, and not only to little children might Dr. Watts have asserted that "Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do." They are besides extremely leal to each other, and with proper esprit de corps rarely gossip to strangers concerning the errors of their neighbours' ways; indeed, if such a thing is hinted at, deny all knowledge of the fact. So long as outward decency is preserved, habit has rendered them entirely indifferent as to the liaisons subsisting amongst their particular friends, and as long as a woman attends church regularly, is a patroness of charitable institutions, and gives no scandal by her outward behaviour, she may do pretty much as she pleases. As for flirtations in public, they are unknown. I must, however, confess that this indulgence on the part of women of unimpeachable reputation is sometimes carried too far. We went lately to a breakfast, at which was a young and beautiful countess, lately married, and of very low birth. She looked very splendid, with all the diamonds, and a dress of rose-coloured satin. After breakfast we adjourned to another room, where I admired the beauty of a little child, who was playing about on the floor, when this lady said, "Yes, she is very pretty, very like my little girl, who is just the same age." I was rather surprised, but concluded she had been a widow, and made the inquiry of an old French lady who was sitting near me. "Oh no," said she was never married before. She alludes to the children she had before the Count became acquainted with her." And yet the Señora de , the strictest woman in Mexico, was loading her with attentions and caresses. I must say, however, that this was a singular instance. There are no women more affectionate in their manners than those of Mexico. In fact, a foreigner, especially if he be an Englishman, and a shy man, and accustomed to the coolness of his fair countrywomen, need only live a few years here, and understand the language, and become accustomed to the peculiar style of beauty, to find the Mexican Señoritas perfectly irresistible. and that this is so may be judged of by the many instances of Englishmen married to the women of this country, who invariably make them excellent wives. But when an Englishman marries here, he ought to settle here, for it is very rare that a Mexicana can live out of her own country. They miss the climate, they miss the warmth of manner, that universal cordiality by which they are surrounded here. They miss the laissez aller and absence of all etiquette in habits, toilette, etc. They find themselves surrounded by women so differently educated as to be doubly strangers to them, strangers in feeling as well as in country. A very few instances there are of girls married very young, taken to Europe, and introduced into good society, who have acquired European ways of thinking, and even prefer other countries to their own, but this is so rare as scarcely to form an exception. They are true patriots, and the visible horizon bounds their wishes. In England especially, they are completely out of their element. A language nearly impossible for them to acquire, a religion which they consider heretical, outward coldness covering inward warmth, a perpetual war between sun and fog, etiquette carried to excess, an insupportable stiffness and order in the article of the toilette, rebosos unknown, cigaritos considered barbarous, they feel like exiles from paradise, and live but in hopes of a speedy return. As to the colleges for young men, although various projects of reform have been made by enlightened men in regard to them, especially by Don Lucas Alaman, and afterwards by Señor Gutierrez Estrada, and though to a certain extent many of the plans were carried into effect, it is a universal source of complaint among the most distinguished persons in Mexico, that in order to give their sons a thorough education, it is necessary to send them abroad. End of letter the 23rd. Letter the 24th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 24th. Revolution in Mexico. Gómez Farias and General Urrea. The Federalists. The President imprisoned. Firing. Cannon. First news. Escape. Proclamation of the government. Cannonading. Count C.A. Houses deserted. Countess del V.E. Proclamation of the Federalists. Circular of the Federalists. Scarcity of provisions. Bursting of a shell. Refugees. Doctor Plan. Young lady shot. Gómez Farias. Rumors. Address of Gómez Farias. Balls and bullets. Visit from the Minister. Arrival of Monsieur del . Expected attack. Skirmish. Appearance of a street. San Cosme. General , the Count de . More rumors. Suspense. Cannonading. Government bulletin. Plan of the rebels defeated. Proclamation of the President. Of General Valencia. Maternal affection. Fresh reports. Families leaving the city. Letter from Santa Anna. Bustamante's letter when imprisoned. Propositions. Refusal. Tacubaya. Archbishop. Fresh proposals. Refusals. Second letter from Santa Anna. Government bulletin. Proclamations. An awkward mistake. The Archbishop visits the President. Conclusion of the Revolution. Government newspapers. Circulars. July 15th. Revolution in Mexico, or pronunciamiento, as they call it. The storm which has for some time been brewing has burst forth at last. Don Valentin Gómez Farias and the banished General Urrea have pronounced for federalism. At 2 this morning, joined by the 5th Battalion and the regiment of Comercio, they took up arms, set off for the palace, surprised the President in his bed, and took him prisoner. Our first information was a message, arriving on the part of the government, desiring the attendance of our two old soldiers, who put on their old uniforms, and set off quite pleased. Next came our friend Don M. del C o, who advised us to haul out the Spanish colours, that they might be in readiness to fly on the balcony in case of necessity. Little by little more Spaniards arrived with different reports as to the state of things. Some say that it will end in a few hours, others that it will be a long and bloody contest. Some are assured that it will merely terminate in a change of ministry, others that Santa Anna will come on directly and usurp the presidency. At all events, General Valencia, at the head of the government troops, is about to attack the pronunciados, who are in possession of the palace. The firing has begun. People come running up the street. The Indians are hurrying back to their villages in double quick trot. As we are not in the centre of the city, our position for the present is very safe, all the cannon being directed towards the palace. All the streets near the square are planted with cannon, and it is pretended that the revolutionary party are giving arms to the léperos. The cannon are roaring now. All along the street people are standing on the balconies looking anxiously in the direction of the palace, or collected in groups before the doors, and the azoteas, which are out of the line of fire, are covered with men. They are ringing the tocsin. Things seem to be getting serious. 9 o'clock P.M. Continuation of firing without interruption. I have spent the day standing on the balcony, looking at the smoke, and listening to the different rumours. Gomez Farias has been proclaimed president by his party. The streets near the square are said to be strewed with dead and wounded. There was a terrible thunderstorm this afternoon, mingled with the roaring of the cannon. It sounded like a strife between heavenly and earthly artillery. We shall not pass a very easy night, especially without our soldiers. Unfortunately there is a bright moon, so night brings no interruption to the firing and slaughter. 16th. Our first news was brought very early this morning by the wife of one of our soldiers, who came in great despair to tell us that both her husband and his comrade are shot, though not killed, that they were amongst the first who fell, and she came to entreat C n to prevent their being sent to the hospital. It is reported that Bustamante has escaped, and that he fought his way, sword in hand, through the soldiers who guarded him in his apartment. Almonte, at all events, is at the head of his troops. The balls have entered many houses in the square. It must be terribly dangerous for those who live there, and amongst others for our friend Señor Tagle, director of the Monte Pio, and his family. They have just brought the government bulletin, which gives the following statement of the circumstances. Yesterday at midnight, Urrea, with a handful of troops belonging to the garrison and its neighbourhood, took possession of the National Palace, surprising the guard, and committing the incivility of imprisoning His Excellency the President, Don Anastasio Bustamante, the Commander-in-Chief, the Mayor de la Plaza, and other chiefs. Don Gabriel Valencia, Chief of the Plana Mayor, the staff, General Don Antonio Mozo, and the Minister of War, Don Juan Nepomuceno Almonte, reunited in the citadel, prepared to attack the pronunciados, who, arming the lowest populace, took possession of the towers of the cathedral, and of some of the highest edifices in the centre of the city. Although summoned to surrender, at 2 in the afternoon firing began, and continued till midnight, recommencing at 5 in the morning, and only ceasing at intervals. The colonel of the 6th regiment, together with a considerable part of his corps, who were in the barracks of the palace, escaped and joined the government troops, who have taken the greatest part of the positions near the square and the palace. His Excellency the President, with a part of the troops which had pronounced in the palace, made his escape on the morning of the 16th, putting himself at the head of the troops who have remained faithful to their colours, and at night published the following proclamation: The President of the Republic to the Mexican nation. Fellow citizens, the seduction which has spread over a very small part of the people and garrison of this capital, the forgetfulness of honour and duty, have caused the defection of a few soldiers, whose misconduct up to this hour has been thrown into confusion by the valiant behaviour of the greatest part of the chiefs, officers, and soldiers, who have intrepidly followed the example of the valiant General in Chief of the Plana Mayor of the army. The government was not ignorant of the machinations that were carrying on. Their authors were well known to it, and it foresaw that the gentleness and clemency which it had hitherto employed in order to disarm them would be corresponded to with ingratitude. This line of policy has caused the nation to remain headless (acéfala) for some hours, and public tranquillity to be disturbed; but my liberty being restored, the dissidents, convinced of the evils which have been and may be caused by these tumults, depend upon a reconciliation for their security. The government will remember that they are misled men belonging to the great Mexican family, but not for this will it forget how much they have forfeited their rights to respect, nor what is due to the great bulk of the nation. Public tranquillity will be restored in a few hours, the laws will immediately recover their energy, and the government will see them obeyed. Anastasio Bustamante. Mexico, July 16th, 1840. A roar of cannon from the palace, which made the house shake and the windows rattle, and caused me to throw a blot over the president's good name, seems the answer to this proclamation. 17th. The state of things is very bad. Cannon planted all along the streets, and soldiers firing indiscriminately on all who pass. Count C a slightly wounded and carried to his country house at Tacubaya. 2 Spaniards have escaped from their house, into which the balls were pouring, and have taken refuge here. The E family have kept their house, which is in the very centre of the affray, cannons planted before their door, and all their windows already smashed. Indeed, nearly all the houses in that quarter are abandoned. We are living here like prisoners in a fortress. The Countess del V e, whose father was shot in a former revolution, had just risen this morning, when a shell entered the wall close by the side of her bed and burst in the mattress. As there are 2 sides to every story, listen to the proclamation of the chief of the rebels. Señor Valentin Gomez Farias to the Mexican people. Fellow citizens, we present to the civilized world 2 facts, which, while they will cover with eternal glory the Federal army and the heroic inhabitants of this capital, will hand down with execration and infamy to all future generations the name of General Bustamante, this man, without faith, breaking his solemnly pledged word, after being put at liberty by an excess of generosity, for having promised to take immediate steps to bring about a negotiation of peace, upon the honourable basis which was proposed to him. He is now converted into the chief of an army, the enemy of the Federalists, and has beheld, with a serene countenance, this beautiful capital destroyed, a multitude of families drowned in tears, and the death of many citizens, not only of the combatants, but of those who have taken no part in the struggle. Amongst these must be counted an unfortunate woman, enceinte, who was killed as she was passing the palace gates under the belief that a parley having come from his camp, the firing would be suspended, as in fact it was on our side. This government, informed of the misfortune, sent for the husband of the deceased, and ordered $25 to be given him. But the unfortunate man, though plunged in grief, declared that 12 were sufficient to supply his wants. Such was the horror inspired by the atrocious conduct of the ex-government of Bustamante, that this sentiment covered up and suffocated all the others. Another fact of which we shall with difficulty find an example in history is the following. The day that the firing began, being in want of some implements of war, it was necessary to cause an iron case to be opened, belonging to Don Stanislaus Flores, in which he had a considerable sum of money in different coin, besides his most valuable effects. Thus all that the government could do was to make this known to the owner, Señor Flores, in order that he might send a person of confidence to take charge of his interests, making known what was wanting that he might be immediately paid. The pertinacity of the firing prevented Señor Flores from naming a commissioner for 4 days. And then, although the case has been open and no one has taken charge of it, the commissioner has made known officially that nothing is taken from it but the implements of war which were sent for. Glory in yourselves, Mexicans! The most polished nation of the earth, illustrious France, has not presented a similar fact. The Mexicans possess heroic virtues which will raise them above all the nations in the world. This is the only ambition of your fellow citizen, Valentin Gomez Farias. God, Liberty, and Federalism. Mexico, July 17th, 1840. Besides this, a circular has been sent to all the governments and commandants of the different departments from the palace of the Federal Provisional Government to this effect. The citizen José Urrea, with the greater part of the garrison of the capital and the whole population, pronounced early on the morning of this day for the re-establishment of the federal system, adopting in the interim the Constitution of 1824, whilst it is reformed by a Congress which they are about to convoke to that effect, and I having been called, in order that at this juncture I should put myself at the head of the government, communicate it to your Excellency, informing you at the same time that the object of the citizen Urrea, instead of re-establishing the federal system, has been to reunite all the Mexicans by proclaiming toleration of all opinions, and respect for the lives, properties, and interests of all. God, Liberty, and Federalism. Valentin Gomez Farias. National Palace of Mexico, 15th July, 1840. 18th. There is a great scarcity of provisions in the centre of the city, as the Indians who bring in everything from the country are stopped. We have laid in a good stock of comestibles, though it is very unlikely that any difficulties will occur in our direction. While I am writing, the cannon are roaring almost without interruption, and the sound is anything but agreeable, though proving the respect entertained by Farias for the lives, properties, and interests of all. We see the smoke, but are entirely out of the reach of the fire. I had just written these words, when the Señora , who lives opposite, called out to me that a shell has just fallen in her garden, and that her husband had but time to save himself. The cannon directed against the palace kill people in their beds in streets entirely out of that direction, while this ball, intended for the citadel, takes its flight to San Cosme. Both parties seem to be fighting the city instead of each other, and this manner of firing from behind parapets and from the top of houses and steeples is decidedly safer for the soldiers than for the inhabitants. It seems also a novel plan to keep up a continual cannonading by night, and to rest during a great part of the day. One would think that were the guns brought nearer the palace, the affair would be sooner over. Late last night a whole family came here for protection. The Señora with nurse and baby, etc. She had remained very quietly in her own house, in spite of broken windows, till the bullets whizzed past her baby's bed. This morning everything remains as it was the first day, the president in the citadel, the rebels in the palace. The government are trying to hold out until troops arrive from Puebla. In an interval of firing, the secretary contrived to make his way here this morning. The English minister's house is also filled with families, it being a little out of the line of fire. Those who live in the square and in the Calle San Francisco are most exposed, and the poor shopkeepers in the Parian are in a state of great and natural trepidation. I need not say that the shops are all shut. 19th. Dr. Plan, a famous French physician, was shot this morning as he was coming out of the palace, and his body has just been carried past our door into the house opposite. The Señorita , having imprudently stepped out on her balcony, her house being in a very exposed street, a pistol ball entered her side and passed through her body. She is still alive, but it seems impossible that she can recover. The prior of San Joaquin, riding by just now, stopped below the windows to tell us that he fears we shall not remain long here in safety, as the pronunciados have attacked the convent of La Concepción at the end of the street. My writing must be very desultory. Impossible to fix one's attention on anything. We pass our time on the balconies listening to the thunder of the cannon, looking at the different parties of troops riding by, receiving visitors who, in the intervals of the firing, venture out to bring us the last reports, wondering, speculating, fearing, hoping, and excessively tired of the whole affair. Gomez Farias, the prime mover of this revolution, is a distinguished character, one of the notabilities of the country, and has always maintained the same principles, standing up for rapid and radical reform. He is a native of Guadalajara, and his literary career is said to have been brilliant. He is also said to be a man of an ardent imagination and great energy. His name has appeared in every public event. He first aided in the cause of independence, then, when deputy for Zacatecas, showed much zeal in favour of Yturbide, was afterwards a warm partisan of the federal cause, contributed to the election of General Victoria, afterwards to that of Pedraza, took an active part in the political changes of '33 and '34. Detests the Spaniards, and during his presidency endeavoured to abolish the privileges of the clergy and troops, suppressed monastic institutions, granted absolute liberty of opinion, abolished the laws against the liberty of the press, created many literary institutions, and whatever were his political errors, and the ruthlessness with which, in the name of liberty and reform, he marched to the attainment of his object, without respect for the most sacred things, he is generally allowed to be a man of integrity, and even by his enemies, an enthusiast who deceives himself as much as others. Now, in the hopes of obtaining some uncertain and visionary good, and even while declaring his horror of civil war and bloodshed, he has risen in rebellion against the actual government, and is the cause of the cruel war now raging, not in the open fields, or even in the scattered suburbs, but in the very heart of a populous city. This morning all manner of opinions are afloat. Some believe that Santa Anna has started from his retreat at Manga de Clavo, and will arrive today, will himself swallow the disputed oyster, the presidential chair, and give each of the combatants a shell apiece; some that a fresh supply of troops for the government will arrive today, and others that the rebels must eventually triumph. Among the reports which I trust may be classed as doubtful is, that General Urrea has issued a proclamation promising 3 hours' pillage to all who join him. Then will be the time for testing the virtues of all the diplomatic drapeaux. In the midst of all, here comes another. Address of His Excellency Señor Don Valentin Gomez Farias, charged provisionally with the Government of Mexico, and of the General in Chief of the Federal Army, to the troops under his command. Companions in arms, no one has ever resisted a people who fight for their liberty and who defend their sacred rights. Your heroic endeavours have already reduced our unjust aggressors almost to complete nullity. Without infantry to cover their parapets, without artillery to fire their pieces, without money, without credit, and without support, they already make their last useless efforts. On our side, on the contrary, all is in abundance, sobra. Men, arms, ammunition, and money, and above all, the invincible support of opinion. While the parties which adhere to our pronunciamiento in all the cities out of the capital, and the assistance which within this very city is given by every class of society to those who are fighting for the rights of the people, offer guarantees which they will strictly fulfill to all the inhabitants of the country, natives as well as foreigners. Our enemies, in the delirium of their impotence, have had recourse to their favourite weapon, calumny. In a communication directed to us, they have had the audacity to accuse you of having attacked some property. Miserable wretches! No, the soldiers of the people are not robbers. The cause of liberty is very noble, and its defence will not be stained by a degrading action. This is the answer given to your calumniators by your chiefs, who are as much interested in your reputation as in their own. Soldiers of the people, let valour as well as all other civic virtues shine in your conduct, that you may never dim the renown of valiant soldiers and of good citizens. Valentin Gomez Farias, José Urrea. We hear that 2 shells have fallen into the house of Señor , who has a pretty wife and a number of children, and that his azotea is occupied by the federalist troops. Fortunately these grenades burst in the patio of his house, and no one was injured. The chief danger to those who are not actually engaged in this affair is from these bullets and shells which come rattling into all the houses. We have messages from various people, whom we invited to come here for safety, that they would gladly accept our offer, but are unwilling to leave their houses exposed to pillage, and do not dare to pass through the streets. So our numbers have not increased as yet. You may suppose that although this is Sunday, there is no mass in the churches. The Prior of San Fernando, who has just sent us round some colossal cauliflowers and other fine vegetables from his garden, permits us to come to his convent for safety should anything occur here. I am afraid he would lodge the womenkind in some outhouse. I had written thus far when we received a visit from the Baron de , Minister, who, living in a very exposed situation near the palace, requests us to receive his secretary of legation, M. de , who is dangerously ill of typhus fever, as the doctors, no doubt warned by the fate of poor Dr. Plan, fear to pass into that street which is blocked up by troops and cannon. Some people fear a universal sacking of the city, especially in the event of the triumph of the federalist party. The Ministers seem to have great confidence in their flags, but I cannot help thinking that a party of armed léperos would be no respecters of persons or privileges. As yet our position continues very safe. We have the Alameda between us and the troops, the palace, the square, and the principal streets being on the other side of the Alameda, and this street a branch of the great Calle de Tacuba, stretching out beyond it. I write more to occupy my thoughts than in hopes of interesting you, for I am afraid that you will almost be tired of this revolutionary letter. As a clever Mexican, the Marquis of says, some years ago we gave forth cries (gritos) that was in the infancy of our independence; now we begin to pronounce (pronuncianos). Heaven knows when we shall be old enough to speak plain, so that people may know what we mean. Sunday evening. Monsieur de has arrived and is not worse. We have unexpectedly had 12 persons to dinner today. The news to night is, that the government troops have arrived, and that a great attack will be made by them to morrow on the rebels in the palace, which will probably bring matters to a conclusion. Some of our guests are sitting up, and others lying down on the sofa without undressing. I prefer being comfortable, so good night. 20th. We were astonished this morning at the general tranquillity, and concluded that, instead of having attacked the rebels, the government was holding a parley with them; but a note from the English Minister informs us that a skirmish has taken place between the two parties at one of the gates of the city, in which the government party has triumphed. So far the news is good. Our street has a most picturesque and lively appearance this morning. It is crowded with Indians from the country, bringing in their fruit and vegetables for sale, and establishing a temporary market in front of the church of San Fernando. Innumerable carriages drawn by mules are passing along packed inside and out, full of families hurrying to the country with their children and movables. Those who are poorer are making their way on foot, men and women carrying mattresses, and little children following with baskets and bird cages. Carts are passing, loaded with chairs and tables and beds, and all manner of old furniture, uprooted for the first time, no doubt, since many years. All are taking advantage of this temporary cessation of firing to make their escape. Our stables are full of mules and horses sent us by our friends in the centre of the city, where all supplies of water are cut off. Another physician, a Spaniard, has just been shot. Every room at San Cosme and in all the suburbs is taken. In some rooms are numbers of people, obliged to sleep upon mats, too glad to have escaped the danger to care for any inconvenience. A quantity of plate and money and diamonds were sent here this morning, which we have been hiding in different parts of the house; but they say that in case of pillage, the plunderers always search the most impossible places, pulling up the boards, brick floors, etc., ripping up the mattresses, and so on; so I believe there is no use in concealing anything. Near us lives a celebrated general, on whose political opinions there seems much doubt, as he has joined neither party and has become invisible ever since this affair commenced. He is a showy, handsome man, with a good deal of superficial instruction, and exceedingly vain of his personal advantages. I am quite sure that, having allowed him to be a fine looking man, he would forgive me for saying that his character is frivolous, and that his principles, both moral and political, are governed entirely by that which best suits his own advantage. The Count de B, secretary to the French legation, mounted his horse last evening, and, like a true young Frenchman, set off to pay a visit to a pretty girl of his acquaintance, passing through the most dangerous streets, and particularly conspicuous by his singular dress, good looks, and moustaches. He had not gone far before he was surrounded by some dozen of léperos with knives, who would no doubt have robbed and dispatched him, but that, in tearing off his sarape, they discovered his uniform, and not being very skilled in military accoutrements, concluded him to be an officer on the part of the government. They being on the federalist side, hurried with their prize to the palace, where he was thrown into prison, and obliged to remain until some of the officers came to see the prisoner, and recognized him, much to their astonishment. We are now going to dine with what appetite we may, which is generally pretty good. 10 o'clock, P.M. We ventured out after dinner to take a turn in the direction opposite the city, and met various parties of ladies, who, as they cannot use their carriages at present, were thankful to escape from their temporary and crowded dwellings, and were actually taking exercise on foot, when we were encountered by people full of the intelligence that the great attack on the palace is to be made this evening, and were advised to hurry home. We were also assured that a party of léperos, headed by their long bearded captain, an old robber of the name of Castro, had passed the night before our door. Before we could reach home the firing began, and we have passed several hours in a state of great suspense, amidst the roaring of the cannon, the shouting of the troops, the occasional cries of those who are wounded, and, to make everything appear more lugubrious, the most awful storm of thunder and rain I almost ever heard. The Señora de 's brother is a captain in the government services, and he and his regiment have distinguished themselves very much during these last few days, consequently she is dreadfully uneasy to night. The gentlemen seem inclined to pass the night in talking. We think of lying down and sleeping if we can. I hope nothing will happen in the night, for everything seems worse in the darkness and consequent confusion. 21st. After passing a sleepless night listening to the roaring of cannon, and figuring to ourselves the devastation that must have taken place, we find to our amusement that nothing decisive has occurred. The noise last night was mere skirmishing, and half the cannons were fired in the air. In the darkness there was no mark. But though the loss on either side is so much less than might have been expected, the rebels in the palace cannot be very comfortable, for they say that the air is infected by the number of unburied dead bodies lying there. Indeed, there are many lying unburied on the streets, which is enough to raise a fever, to add to the calamitous state of things. The government bulletin of today expresses the regret of the supreme magistrate at seeing his hopes of restoring peace frustrated, and publishes the assurances of fidelity which they have received from all the departments, especially from Puebla, Querétaro, and Vera Cruz, in spite of the extraordinary dispatches which had there been received from Farias, desiring them to recognize Urrea as Minister of War, and Don Manuel Crescencio Rejon as Minister of the Interior, which communications, says the commandant of Querétaro, produced in my soul only indignation and contempt towards their miserable authors. The account of the yesterday's affair is as follows. The pronunciados in the palace, knowing that the infantry which was to come from Puebla to the assistance of the government was expected to arrive yesterday, endeavoured to surprise it near the gate of Saint Lazarus with a column of infantry of 200 in number, and some cavalry. But the brave Colonel Torrejon with 80 dragoons beat them completely, killing, wounding, and taking many prisoners, and pursuing them as far as the archbishop's palace. The supreme government, appreciating the distinguished services and brilliant conduct of the aforesaid colonel, have given him the rank of general of brigade. The president in today's proclamation, after declaring that the beautiful capital of the republic is the theatre of war, says that nothing but consideration for the lives and properties of the inhabitants has been able to restrain the enthusiasm of the soldiers of the nation, and to prevent them from putting forth their whole force to dislodge the rebels from the different points of which they have possessed themselves. The president adds that this revolt is the more inexcusable as his administration has always been gentle and moderate, that he has economized the public treasure, respected the laws, and that citizens of whatever opinion had always enjoyed perfect tranquillity under his rule. That constitutional reforms were about being realized, as well as the hopes of forming by them a bond of union between all Mexicans. He concludes by reproaching those revolutionary men who thus cause the shedding of so much innocent blood. The commander in chief, General Valencia, writing perhaps under some inspiring influence, is more figurative in his discourse. "Soldiers of liberty," he exclaims, "anarchy put out its head, and your arms drowned it in a moment." This would have been a finer figure in the days of the Great Lakes. And again he exclaims, "Mexicans, my heart feels itself wounded by the deepest grief, and all humanity shudders in contemplating the unsoundable chaos of evils in which the authors of this rebellion have sunk the incautious men whom they have seduced, in order to form with their dead bodies the bloody ladder which was to raise them to their aggrandizement. Already the Mexican people begin to gather the bitter fruits with which these men who blazon forth their humanity and philanthropy have always allured them, feeding themselves on the blood of their brothers, and striking up songs to the sad measure of sobs and weeping." These tropes are very striking. All is brought before us as in a picture. We see anarchy raising his rascally head above the water, most likely adorned with a liberty cap, and the brave soldiers instantly driving it down again. We behold Gomez Farias and Urrea rushing up a ladder of dead bodies, and then the Lucrezia Borgia kind of scene that follows, alluring their victims with bitter fruit, perhaps with sour grapes, drinking blood and singing horridly out of tune to a running bass of sobs. The teeth of humanity are set on edge only by reading it. Well may His Excellency add, "I present them to the nations of the world as an inimitable model of ferocity and barbarity." This morning General sent a few lines from the citadel, where he and the president are, in which he speaks with confidence of speedily putting down the rebels. C n returned many affectionate messages, accompanied by a supply of cigars. They say that the greatest possible bravery is shown by the boys of the military college, who are very fine little fellows and all up in arms on the side of the government. A strong instance of maternal affection and courage was shown by the Señora G this morning. Having received various reports concerning her son, who belongs to this college, first that he was wounded, then that the wound was severe, then that it was slight, and being naturally extremely uneasy about him, she set off alone and on foot at 5 o'clock in the morning, without mentioning her intention to any one, carrying with her a basket of provisions, passed across the square and through all the streets planted with cannon, made her way through all the troops into the citadel, had the satisfaction of finding her son in perfect health, and returned home, just as her husband and family had become aware of her absence. General Valencia is said to have a large party amongst the soldiers, who are in favour of his being named president. It is said that he was seen riding up and down in the lines in a most spirited manner, and rather unsteady in his saddle. Some rumours there are that Santa Anna has arrived at Perote, but as he travels in a litter he cannot be here for some days, even should this be true. There seems no particular reason to believe that this will end soon, and we must remain shut up here as patiently as we can. In the intervals of firing the gentlemen go out, but they will not hear of our doing so, except sometimes for a few minutes in the evening, and then either firing or thunder sends us back. Various people, and especially the Countess C a, have invited us to their country places, but, besides that we are in the safest part of the city, and have several guests, C n does not think it right for him to leave Mexico. They say that house rents will rise hereabouts on account of the advantages of the locale in cases of this sort. Amongst other announcements, the government have published that the rebels have demanded that the jewels, together with the service of gold and silver belonging to the Holy Cathedral Church, shall be given up to them, and threaten to seize the whole by force should their demand not be acceded to within 2 hours. It is very probable that they will do so, adds the bulletin, thus adding a new crime to all they have committed. It is now evening, and again they announce an attack upon the palace, but I do not believe them, and listen to the cannon with tolerable tranquillity. All day families continue to pass by, leaving Mexico. The poor shopkeepers are to be pitied. Besides a total cessation of trade, one at least has been shot and others plundered. A truce of 2 hours was granted this afternoon to bury the dead who were carried out of the palace. 2 of our colleagues ventured here this morning. 22nd. The government bulletin of this morning contains a letter from Santa Anna, dated Mango de Clavo, 19th of July, informing the president, with every expression of loyalty and attachment to the government, that according to his desire he will set off this morning in the direction of Perote at the head of a respectable division. Various other assurances of fidelity from Victoria, from Galindo, etc., are inserted, with the remark that the Mexican public will thus see the uniformity and decision of the whole republic in favor of order, and especially will receive in the communication of His Excellency General Santa Anna an equivocal proof of this unity of sentiment, notwithstanding the assurances given by the rebels to the people that Santa Anna would either assist them or would take no part at all in the affair. It must be confessed, however, that His Excellency is rather a dangerous umpire. The Governor Vieira published a proclamation today, declaring Mexico in a state of siege. It seems to me that we knew that already. Upon the whole, things are going on well for the government. Parties of pronunciados have been put down in various places. The wounded on both sides have been carried to the hospital of San Andrés. A battery is now planted against the palace in the Calle de Plateros, where they are at least near enough to do more execution than before. One circumstance worthy of notice has been published today. The rebels, as you may recollect, declared that they had permitted the president to leave the palace on condition of his taking conciliatory measures, and that he had agreed to favour their pretensions. Now here is Bustamante's own letter, written in the palace when surrounded by his enemies, a proof, if any were wanting, of his exceeding personal bravery and perfect coolness in the midst of danger. There is something rather Roman in these few lines. Ministers, I protest that I find myself without liberty and without defense, the guards of the palace having abandoned me. Under these circumstances, let no order of mine which is contrary to the duties of the post I occupy be obeyed. Since, although I am resolved to die before failing in my obligations, it will not be difficult to falsify my signature. Let this be made known by you to the Congress, and to those generals and chiefs who preserve sentiments of honour and fidelity. National Palace, July 15th, 1840. Anastasio Bustamante. The following propositions are made to the government by the rebels. Article 1st. It not having been the intention of the citizen José Urrea and of the troops under his command to attack in any way the person of the President of the Republic, General Anastasio Bustamante, he is replaced in the exercise of his functions. Second. Using his faculties as President of the Republic, he will cause the firing to cease on the part of the troops opposed to the citizen Urrea, who on his side will do the same. Third. The The president shall organize a ministry deserving of public confidence, and shall promise to re establish the observance of the Constitution of 1824, convoking a congress immediately for the express purpose of reform. 4th. Upon these foundations peace and order shall be re established, and no one shall be molested for the opinions which he has manifested, or for the principles he may have supported, all who are in prison for political opinions being set at liberty. Almonte, in the name of the president, rejected these conditions, but offered to spare the lives of the pronunciados in case they should surrender within 24 hours. The chiefs of the opposite party hereupon declared the door shut to all reconcilement, but requested a suspension of hostilities, which was granted. A is going to drive me out during the suspension in an open cab to call on the C a family. The Blanks have left their house, their position having become too dangerous. Another letter from General Almonte this morning. Nothing decisive. The streets continue blocked up with cannon, the roofs of the houses and churches are covered with troops, the shops remain closed, and the streets deserted. People are paying ounces for the least morsel of room in the suburbs on the San Cosme side of the city. 23rd. Yesterday the archbishop invited the chiefs of the pronunciados to a conference in his archiepiscopal palace, in order that he might endeavour, in his apostolical character, to check the effusion of blood. The conference took place and the rebels requested a suspension of hostilities whilst the prelate should communicate its results to the president, which was granted by the general in chief. But the pronunciados broke the truce and endeavoured to surprise the president and Almonte in the citadel, passing over the parapets in the Calle de Monteria. They were repulsed with slaughter, and a fierce cannonading was kept up all night. They have now requested a parley, which is granted them. In the midst of all, there is a communication from the governor of Morelia, giving an account of the routing of a band of robbers who had attacked an hacienda. We went to Tacubaya and met with no other danger but that of being drenched wet, as a daily watering of the earth, short but severe, now takes place regularly. The new propositions of the pronunciados are these. First, the forces of both armies shall retire to occupy places out of the capital. Second, both the belligerent parties shall agree that the constitutional laws of 1836 shall remain without force. Third, a convention shall be convoked establishing the new constitution upon the basis fixed in the Constitutive Act, which will begin to be enforced directly. Fourth, the elections of the members of the convention will be verified according to the laws by which the deputies of the Constituent Congress were directed. Fifth, His Actual Excellency the President will form a provisional government, he being the chief until the foregoing articles begin to take effect. Sixth, no one shall be molested for political opinions manifested since the year 21 until now. Consequently, the persons, employments, and properties of all who have taken part in this or in the past revolutions shall be respected. Seventh, that the first article may take effect, the government will facilitate all that is necessary to both parties. The government have refused these second propositions, and at the same time made known to the Mexican world that various deserters from the opposite party assure them that the pronunciados, including the principal chiefs, are occupied in destroying everything within the palace, that the general archives and those of the ministers are torn in pieces, and that the dispatches are taken to make cartouches, and so on. They end by accusing them of being all united with the most noted robbers and public highwaymen, such as Ricardo T., a José Polvoria, a Roman Chavez, a Juan Vega, a Rosas, a Garcilaso, and others. I put down the names of these Mexican Dick Turpins and Paul Cliffords in case we should meet them some beau jour. More forces have arrived from Puebla and Toluca. Santa Anna is expected to reach Puebla tonight, and again General Valencia holds out an invitation to repentance to the deceived men in the palace. 25th. A letter is published today from Santa Anna to General Victoria, assuring him that whatever personal considerations might have detained him in his country seat, he accepts with pleasure, the command of the division going to Perote, and will in this, as in all things, obey the orders of the supreme government. Firing with short intervals continued all yesterday, during the night, and this morning. 2 mortars are placed in front of the old Acordada, in the direction of the palace, but as yet they have not been used. There are a crowd of people examining them. Things remain nearly in the same position as before, except that there are more deserters from the revolted party. A proclamation was issued from Urrea, accusing the government of all the evils that afflict the city, and of all the bloodshed caused by this civil war. Amongst other things, they complain of the death of Doctor Plan, who was shot in the Calle de Seminario, and, according to them, by the government troops. General Valencia answers this time without figures, and with good reason, that the responsibility of these misfortunes must be with those who have provoked the war. In the bulletin of today, the government praised their own moderation in having taken off the duties from all provisions entering the capital, in order that the price might not become too high, an advantage in which the pronunciados themselves participate, mentioned their exertions to supply the city with water, and their permission given to the pronunciados to send their wounded to the hospital of San Andrés. They deny that the government has any share in the evils that afflict the whole population, their endeavour having ever been to preserve tranquillity and order. But when a handful of factious men have taken possession of part of the city, no choice is left them but to besiege and combat them until they surrender, and not to abandon the peaceful citizens to pillage and vengeance. They declare that they might already have subdued them, and are only held back by the fear of involving in their ruin the number of innocent persons who occupy their circumjacent houses. The policy of this moderation seems doubtful, but the sincerity of the president is unimpeachable. They continue to observe upon the absurdity of this handful of men pretending to impose laws upon the whole republic, when already the body of the nation have given unequivocal proofs that they have no desire that the questions relative to their political institutions should be decided by the force of arms. While the pronunciados declare on their side that information of pronunciamientos everywhere has been received by them, the government remarks that 11 days have now elapsed, which has given full time for all the departments to declare themselves in favour of those who call themselves their representatives, but on the contrary nothing has been received but assurances of fidelity, and of support to the government cause. I believe that the English packet will be detained till the conclusion of this affair, but should it not be so, you need not feel any uneasiness in regard to us. Our house is full of people, money, jewels, and plate; our stables of horses and mules. Amongst the diamonds are those of the Señora L., which are very fine, and there are gold rouleaux enough to set up a bank at San Agustin. Santa Anna seems in no hurry to arrive. People expect him to morrow, but perhaps he thinks the hour has not come for him. 26th. The proclamation of the governor of the department of Jalisco is published today, in which he observes, "The nation cannot forget that this Urrea, who has brought so many evils upon his country, this faithful friend of Mr. Carlos Baudin, and of the French squadron which invaded our territory, for whom he procured all the fresh provisions which they required, is the same man who now escapes from prison to figure at the head of a tumultuous crowd, whose first steps were marked by the capture of His Excellency the President." Firing continues, but without any decided result. It is a sound that one does not learn to hear with indifference. There seems little doubt that ultimately the government will gain the day, but the country will no doubt remain for some time in a melancholy state of disorder. Bills are fastened today on the corners of the streets, forbidding all ingress or egress through the military lines, from 6 in the evening till 8 in the morning. Gentlemen who live near us now venture in towards evening, to talk politics or play at whist, but generally, in the middle of a game, some report is brought in which drives them back to their houses and families with all possible haste. Señor , a young Spaniard who is living with us, returning here late last night, was challenged by the sentinels at the corner of the street, with the usual "Quien viva?" to which, being in a brown study, he mechanically replied, "Spain." Fortunately, the officer on duty was a man of common sense and humanity, and instead of firing, warned him to take better care for the future. Last night the archbishop paid a visit to the president in the convent of San Agustin to intercede in favour of the pronunciados. The mortars have not yet played against the palace owing, it is said, to the desire of the general in chief to avoid the further effusion of blood. The tranquillity of the sovereign people during all this period is astonishing. In what other city in the world would they not have taken part with one or other side? Shops shut, workmen out of employment, thousands of idle people subsisting heaven only knows how, yet no riot, no confusion, apparently no impatience. Groups of people collect on the streets or stand talking before their doors and speculate upon probabilities, but await the decision of their military chiefs, as if it were a judgment from heaven, from which it were both useless and impious to appeal. 27th. Long live the Mexican Republic! Long live the Supreme Government! Thus begins the government bulletin of today, to which I say Amen with all my heart, since it ushers in the news of the termination of the Revolution. And what particularly attracts my attention is, that instead of the usual stamp, the eagle, serpent, and nopal, we have today a shaggy pony, flying as never did mortal horse before, his tail and mane in a most violent state of excitement, his four short legs all in the air at once, and on his back a man in a jockey cap furiously blowing a trumpet, from which issues a white flag on which is printed "News" in English, and apparently in the act of springing over a milestone, on which is inscribed also in English, 100 to New York. We have, says the government, the grateful satisfaction of announcing that the revolution of this capital has terminated happily. The rebellious troops having offered in the night to lay down arms upon certain conditions, His Excellency the Commander in Chief has accepted their proposals with convenient modifications, which will be verified today. The empire of laws, order, tranquillity, and all other social guarantees being thus re-established, etc., Cuevas, Minister of the Interior, publishes a circular addressed to the governors of the departments to the same effect, adding that in consideration of the inhabitants and properties which required the prompt termination of this disastrous revolution, the guarantees of personal safety solicited by the rebels have been granted, but none of their pretensions have been acceded to. The conspiracy of the 15th having thus had no other effect but to make manifest the general wish and opinion in favour of the government, laws, and legitimate authorities. A similar circular is published by General Almonte. Having arrived at this satisfactory conclusion, which must be as agreeable to you as it is to us, I shall close this long letter, merely observing in apology, that, as Madame de Stael said, in answer to the remark that women have nothing to do with politics, that may be, but when a woman's head is about to be cut off, it is natural she should ask, "Why?" So it appears to me that when bullets are whizzing about our ears, and shells falling within a few yards of us, it ought to be considered extremely natural, and quite feminine, to inquire into the cause of such phenomena. End of letter the 24th. Letter the 25th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 25th. Plan of the Federalists. Letter from Farias. Signing of articles. Dispersion of the pronunciados. Conditions. Orders of General Valencia. Of the Governor. Address of General Valencia. Departure of our guests. The Cosmopolite. State of the palace and the streets. Bulletin of the firing. Interior of houses. Escape of families. Conduct of the troops. Countess del V.E. Santa Anna. Congress. Anecdote. Discussion in Congress. Leprosy. 28th July. Today is published the plan which was formed by the Federalists for the political regeneration of the Republic. They observe that it is 6 years since the federal plan, adopted freely by the nation in 1824, was replaced by a system which monopolizes all advantages in favor of a few; that evils had now arrived at that height in which the endeavors of a few men, however illustrious, could have no effect in remedying them, rendering it necessary for all Mexicans to unite in one combined and energetic force to better their situation; that salvation can only be hoped for from the nation itself, etc. They then proceed to lay their plan, consisting of 10 articles, before the public. The first restores the Constitution of '24, the national interests to be reformed by a Congress, composed of 4 deputies from each state. By the second, the reformed Constitution is to be submitted to the legislatures of the states for approbation. By the third, they engage to respect the Catholic religion, the form of popular government, representative and federal, the division of powers, political liberty of the press, the organization of a military and naval force, and the equality of rights between all the inhabitants of the nation. By the fourth article, a provisional government is to be established in the capital, whose functions are to be limited exclusively to the direction of the external relations of the republic. By the fifth, this provisional government is to be vested in a Mexican, reuniting the requisites for this employment as established in the Constitution of '24. By the sixth, the republic promises to give back the 10% added to the duties of consumption to those who have paid it until now. By the seventh, in 8 months after the triumph of the present revolution, all interior custom houses are to be suppressed, and henceforth no contributions shall be imposed upon the internal circulation of goods, whether foreign or domestic. By the eighth, they promise to confirm all the civil and military employments of those who do not oppose this political regeneration. By the ninth, the army is to be paid with great punctuality. By the 10th, a general amnesty is promised to all who have committed political errors since the independence, and the names of Farias and Urrea are followed by a goodly list of major generals, colonels, etc. There is also published a letter from Farias, indignantly denying the report of the federal parties having threatened to seize the cathedral, jewels, and plate, accompanied by one from the archbishop himself, not only denying the circumstances, but expressing his satisfaction with the conduct of the federalist party in regard to all the convents which they had occupied, and the respect which they had shown towards all things pertaining to the church. On the night of the 26th, the articles of capitulation were signed on both sides, a letter from General Andrade having been received by General Valencia, to the effect that as General Urrea had abandoned the command of the troops and left it in his hands, he, in the name of the other chiefs and officers, was ready to ratify the conditions stipulated for by them on the preceding night. This was at 3 in the morning, and about 8 o'clock the capitulation was announced to the pronunciados in the different positions occupied by them, and they began to disperse in different directions in groups of about 100, crying "Vive la Federación." At a quarter before 2 o'clock, General Manuel Andrade marched out with all the honours of war to Tlanapantla, followed by the pronunciados of the palace. This morning at 11, Te Deum was sung in the cathedral, there being present the archbishop, the president, and all the authorities. The bells, which have preserved an ominous silence during these events, are now ringing forth in a confusion of tongues. The palace being crippled with balls, and in a state of utter confusion, the president and his ministers occupy cells in the convent of San Agustin. The federalists have marched out upon the following conditions: first, their lives, persons, and employments, and properties are to be inviolably preserved. Second, General Valencia engages to interpose his influence with the government by all legal means, that they may request the Chambers to proceed to reform the Constitution. Third, all political events which have occurred since the 15th up to this date are to be totally forgotten, the forces who adhered to the plan of the 15th being included in this agreement. 4th, a passport out of the republic is to be given to whatever individual, comprehended in this agreement, may solicit it. 5th, the troops of the pronunciados are to proceed to wherever General Valencia orders them, commanded by one of their own captains, whom he shall point out, and who must answer for any disorders they may commit. 6th, General Valencia and all the other generals of his army must promise on their honour, before the whole world, to keep this treaty, and see to its exact accomplishment. 7th, it only applies to Mexicans. 8th, whenever it is ratified by the chiefs of both parties, it is to be punctually fulfilled, hostilities being suspended until 6 in the morning of the 27th, which gives time to ratify the conditions. The president may exclaim, "One such victory more, and I am undone." Orders are issued by General Valencia to the effect that until the federalist troops have marched out of the city, no group passing 5 in number will be permitted in the streets; that until then there is to be no trading through the streets; that at 3 o'clock the eating houses may be thrown open, but not the taverns till the next day; and that the police and alcaldes of the different wards are held responsible for the accomplishment of these orders, and may make use of armed force to preserve order. The governor enforces these orders with additions. People must turn in at 9 o'clock, or give an account of themselves; must give up all their guns, carbines, etc., to the alcalde, under a heavy penalty; and none, excepting military men, may go on horseback from 5 in the evening until 6 in the morning, during 5 days. General Valencia makes a pathetic address to his soldiers, and foretells that henceforth all mothers, wives, and old men will point them out as they pass, saying, "There go our deliverers," and adds, "I grow proud in speaking to you, inhabitants of this beautiful capital." He says again, "The aurora of the 15th of July was very different from that of the 27th. That prognosticated destruction, this rises announcing happiness. Never again will you hear the crash of cannon but to celebrate the triumphs of your country, or to solemnize your civic functions. May your words be prophetic, and especially may you yourself assist in their accomplishment." 29th. Our guests have left us, all but Monsieur , who, although recovered, cannot yet be moved. All money, plate, and jewels in our charge are restored to their rightful owners, and the Spanish colours, which have never been hoisted, return to their former obscurity. I reopen the piano, uncover and tune the harp, and as we have been most entirely shut up during 13 days of heavenly weather, feel rejoiced at the prospect of getting out again. As yet I have not seen the state of things in the city, but the Cosmopolite of to day says, I should wish to have the pen of Jeremiah to describe the desolation and calamities of this city, which has been the mistress of the New World. In the days of mourning that have passed, we have not been able to fix our eyes on any part of it where we have not encountered desolation, weeping, and death. The palace has become a sieve, and the southern bulwark is destroyed. That part of the portal which looks toward the Monteria is ruined. The finest buildings in the centre have suffered a great deal. Innumerable houses at great distances from it have been also much injured by stray balls. Persons of all ages, classes, and conditions, who interfered in nothing, have been killed, not only in the streets, but even in their own apartments. The balls crossed each other in every direction, and the risk has been universal. The city has been in the dark during these days, without patrol or watch, and many malefactors have taken advantage of this opportunity to use the murderer's poignard without risk, and with the utmost perfidy. At the break of day horrible spectacles were seen, of groups of dogs disputing the remains of a man, a woman, and a child. The Cosmopolite goes on to insist upon the necessity of forming a new ministry and of a reform in the two houses. August 1st. Have just come in from a drive through the city. The palace and houses near it are certainly in a melancholy condition. The palace, with its innumerable smashed windows and battered walls, looks as if it had become stone blind in consequence of having the smallpox. Broken windows and walls full of holes characterize all the streets in that direction, yet there is less real damage done than might have been expected after such a furious firing and cannonading. To read the accounts published, and of the truth of which we had auricular demonstration, one would have expected to find half the city in ruins. Here is the sum total of the firing as published. On the 15th, firing from 2 o'clock till the next day. On the 16th, continual firing till 1 o'clock. Suspension till 4 o'clock. Firing from that hour without intermission till the following day. 17th, firing from morning till night. 18th, firing from before daybreak till the evening. 19th, continual firing. Constant emigration of families these last 4 days. 20th, continual firing all day. Skirmish at the gate of San Lázaro. 21st, firing continued, though less hotly, but in the night with more vigor than ever. 22nd, day of the Junta in the Archbishop's Palace. Firing began at 11 at night, and lasted till morning. 23rd, firing till midday. Parley. 24th, formidable firing, terrible attack, and firing till morning. 25th, firing till the evening. 26th, firing from 6 in the morning till 2 o'clock. Capitulation that night. As every bullet has its billet, they must all have lodged somewhere. Of course, nothing else is talked of as yet, and every one has his own personal experiences to recount. Some houses have become nearly uninhabitable. Glass, pictures, clocks, plaster, all lying in morsels about the floor, and air holes in the roofs and walls, through which these winged messengers of destruction have passed. Ladies and children escaped in many instances by the azoteas, going along the street from one roof to another, not being able to pass where the cannon was planted. The Señor with her 6 beautiful boys escaped in that way to her brother's house in the evening and in the very thick of the firing. I was in her drawing room to day, which has a most forlorn appearance, the floor covered with heaps of plaster, broken pictures, bullets, broken glass, etc., the windows out, and holes in the wall that looked as if they were made for the pipe of a stove to fit into. The soldiers of both parties who have occupied the roofs of the houses behaved with great civility, their officers on many occasions sending to the family with a request that they would complain of any insolence that might be shown by their men. But no civility could ensure the safety of the dwellers in these houses. The poor nuns have been terribly frightened, and have passed these stormy nights in prayers and hymns, which those who live near their convents say were frequently heard at midnight in the intervals of firing. I went to see the Countess de V e, and she showed me the great hole in the wall by her bedside, through which the shell made its entrée. The fragments are still lying there, so heavy that I could not lift them. All the windows at the head of that street are broken in pieces. The shops are reopened, however, and people are going about their usual avocations, pretty much as if nothing had happened, and probably the whole result of all this confusion and destruction will be a change of ministry. Santa Anna, finding that he was not wanted, has modestly retired to Manga de Clavo, and has addressed the following letter to the Minister of War. The triumph which the national arms have just obtained over the horrible attempts at anarchy, communicated to me by your Excellency in your note of the 27th, is very worthy of being celebrated by every citizen who desires the welfare of his country, always supposing that public vengeance, la vindicta publica, has been satisfied, and in this case I offer you 1,000 congratulations. This division, although filled with regret at not having participated on this occasion in the risks of our companions in arms, are rejoiced at so fortunate an event, and hope that energy and a wholesome severity will now strengthen order for ever, and will begin an era of felicity for the country. The happy event has been celebrated here in the fortress, and in Tepeyahualco, where the first brigade had already arrived, and whom I have ordered to countermarch with every demonstration of joy. I anxiously desire to receive the details which your Excellency offers to communicate to me, so that, if the danger has entirely ceased, I may return to my hacienda, and may lay down the command of those troops which your Excellency orders me to preserve here. With sentiments of the most lively joy for the cessation of the misfortunes of the capital, I reiterate to your Excellency those of my particular esteem. God and liberty. Antonio Lopez de Santana. Perote, July 29, 1840. The Houses of Congress are again opened. The Ministers presented themselves in the Chamber of Deputies, and a short account of the late revolution was given by General Almonte, who, by the way, was never taken prisoner, as was at first reported. He had gone out to ride early in the morning, when General Urrea, with some soldiers, rode up to him and demanded his sword, telling him that the president was arrested. For all answer, Almonte drew his sword, and fighting his way through them, galloped to the citadel. Urrea, riding back, passed by Almonte's house, and politely taking off his hat, saluted the ladies of the family, hoped they were well, and remarked on the fineness of the weather. They were not a little astonished when, a short time after, they heard what had happened. Madame de C and her daughter were out riding when the firing began on the morning of the Revolution, and galloped home in consternation. 7th. A long discussion today in Congress on the propriety of granting extraordinary powers to the president. Also a publication of the dispatches written by Gomez Farias during the Revolution. He speaks with the utmost confidence of the success of his enterprise. In his first letter he observes that General Urrea, with the greater part of the garrison and people of the capital, have pronounced for the re-establishment of the federal system, and have, by the most fortunate combination of circumstances, got possession of the palace and arrested the president. That troops have been passing over to them all day, and that the triumph of the federalists is so sure, he has little doubt that the following morning will see tranquillity and federalism re-established. The different accounts of the two parties are rather amusing. It is said that Gomez Farias is concealed in Mexico. 8th. Paid a visit today, where the lady of the house is a leper, though it is supposed that all who are afflicted with this scourge are sent to the hospital of San Lázaro. We rode before breakfast this morning to the old church of La Piedad, and on our return found a packet containing letters from London, Paris, New York, and Madrid. The arrival of the English packet, which brings all these nouveautés, is about the most interesting event that occurs here. End of letter the 25th. Letter the 26th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 26th. Visitors, Virgen de los Remedios, Encarnación, Fears of the Nuns, Santa Teresa, Rainy Season, Amusing Scene, Esta a la disposición de vi, Mexican Sincerity, Texian Vessels, Fine Hair, Schoolmistress, Climate, Its Effects, Nerves, Tour de force, Anniversary, Speech, Paseo, San Angelo, Tacubaya, Army of the Three Guarantees, Plan of Iguala, A Murder, Indian Politeness, Drunkenness, Señor Cañedo, Revolutions in Mexico, The Penon, The Baths, General, Situation and View, Indian Family, Of the Boiling Springs, Capabilities, Solitude, Capultepec, The Desagravios, Penitence at San Francisco, Discipline of the Men, Discourse of the Monk, Darkness and Horrors, Salmagundi. August 30th. In the political world nothing very interesting has occurred, and as yet there is no change of ministry. Yesterday morning C n set off in a coach and six for the valley of Toluca, about 18 leagues from Mexico, with a rich Spaniard, Señor M. R. E. T. N., who has a large hacienda there. Last Sunday morning, being the first Sunday since the Revolution, we had 40 visitors, ladies and gentlemen, English, French, Spanish, and Mexican. Such varieties of dresses and languages I have seldom seen united in one room, and so many anecdotes connected with the pronunciamiento as were related, some grave, some ludicrous, that would form a volume. The Baron de having just left this for your part of the world, you will learn by him the last intelligence of it and of us. As there is a want of rain, the Virgen de los Remedios was brought into Mexico, but as there is still a slight ripple on the face of the lately troubled waters, she was carried in privately, for all reunions of people are dreaded at this juncture. I had just prepared pieces of velvet and silk to hang on the balconies, when I found that the procession had gone by a back street after sunset. I went lately to visit the nuns of the Encarnación, to inquire how they stood their alarms, for their convent had been filled with soldiers, and they had been in the very heart of the firing. I was welcomed by a figure covered from head to foot with a double black crape veil, who expressed great joy at seeing me again, and told me she was one of the madres who received us before. She spoke with horror of the late revolution, and of the state of fear and trembling in which they had passed their time, soldiers within their very walls, and their prayers interrupted by volleys of cannon. Thanks to the intercession of the Virgin, no accident had occurred, but she added, that had the Virgin of los Remedios been brought in sooner, these disorders might never have taken place. I went from thence to the convent of Santa Teresa, where I saw no one, but discoursed with a number of voices, from the shrill treble of the old Madre Priora to the full cheerful tones of my friend the Madre A. There is something rather awful in sending one's voice in this way into an unknown region, and then listening for a response from the unseen dwellers there. I have not yet been inside this convent, but now that affairs are settled for the present, I trust that the archbishop will kindly grant his permission to that effect. The rainy season is now at its height, that is, it rains severely every evening, but in the morning it is lovely. The disagreeable part of it is, that the roads are so bad it is difficult to continue our rides in the environs. Horse and rider, after one of these expeditions, appear to have been taking a mud bath. It is very amusing to stand at the window about 4 o'clock, and see every one suddenly caught in the most tremendous shower. In 5 minutes the streets become rivers, and canoes would be rather more useful than carriages. Strong porters, cargadores, are in readiness to carry well-dressed gentlemen or women who are caught in the deluge across the streets. Coachmen and footmen have their great coats prepared to draw on, and all horsemen have their sarapes strapped behind their saddles, in which, with their shining leather hats, they can brave the storm. Trusting to an occasional cessation of rain, which sometimes takes place, people continue to go out in the evening, but it is downright cruelty to coachmen and animals, unless the visit is to a house with a porte cochere, which many of the houses have, this amongst others. September 1st. Had a dispute this morning with an Englishman who complains bitterly of Mexican insincerity. I believe the chief cause of this complaint amongst foreigners consists in their attaching the slightest value to the common phrase, "Está a la disposición de vi." Everything is placed at your disposal, house, carriage, servants, horses, mules, etc., the lady's earrings, the gentleman's diamond pin, the child's frock. You admire a ring, it is perfectly at your service; a horse, ditto. Letters are dated from your house, de la casa de V. Some from ignorance of the custom, and others from knavery, take advantage of these offers, which are mere expressions of civility, much to the confusion and astonishment of the polite offerer, who has no more intention of being credited than you have when, from common etiquette, you sign yourself the very humble servant of the very greatest bore. It is a mere habit, and to call people who indulge in it insincere, reminds me of the Italian mentioned somewhere by Lady Blessington, who thought he had made a conquest of a fair Englishwoman, though somewhat shocked by her forwardness, because in an indifferent note to him she signed herself truly yours. Shall I ever forget the crestfallen countenance of a Mexican gentleman who had just purchased a very handsome set of London harness, when hearing it admired by a Frenchman, he gave the customary answer, "It is quite at your disposal," and was answered by a profusion of bows, and a ready acceptance of the offer? The only difficulty with the Frenchman being as to whether or not he could carry it home under his cloak, which he did. If all these offers of service, in which it is Mexican etiquette to indulge, be believed in, remember that I am here but to serve you. My house and everything in it is quite at your disposal. Command me in all things. We shall of course be disappointed by finding that, notwithstanding these reiterated assurances, we must hire a house for ourselves, and even servants to wait on us; but take these expressions at what they are worth, and I believe we shall find that people here are about as sincere as their neighbours. 8th. A good deal of surmise, because 4 Texan vessels are cruising in the Bay of Vera Cruz. There is also a good deal of political talk, but I have no longer Madame de Stael's excuse for interfering in politics, which, by the way, is a subject on which almost all Mexican women are well informed, possessing practical knowledge, the best of all, like a lesson in geography given by travelling. I fear we live in a paradise lost, which will not be regained in our day. My attention is attracted, while I write, by the apparition of a beautiful girl in the opposite balcony, with hair of a golden brown hanging in masses down to her feet. This is an uncommon colour here, but the hair of the women is generally very long and fine. It rarely or never curls. We were amused the other day in passing by a school of little boys and girls kept in a room on the first floor of Señor 's house, to see the schoolmistress, certainly not in a very elegant dishabille, marching up and down with a spelling book in her hand, her long hair hanging down and trailing on the floor a good half yard behind her, while every time she turned she switched it around like a court train. You ask me about this climate for . For one who, like her, is in perfect health, I should think it excellent, and even an invalid has only to travel a few hours, and he arrives at tierra caliente. This climate is that of the tropics, raised some 1,000 feet above the level of the sea; consequently there is an extreme purity and thinness of the atmosphere, which generally affects the breathing at first. In some it causes an oppression on the chest. On me it had little effect, if any, and at all events the feeling goes off after the first month or so. There is a general tendency to nervous irritation and to inflammatory complaints, and during September and October, on account of the heavy rains, and the drained lakes on which part of the city is built, there is said to be a good deal of ague. Since the time of the cholera in 1833, which committed terrible ravages here, there has been no other epidemic. The smallpox, indeed, has been very common lately, but it is owing to the carelessness of the common people, or rather to their prejudice against having their children vaccinated. The nervous complaints of the ladies are an unfailing source of profit to the sons of Galen, for they seem to be incurable. Having no personal experience in these evils, I speak only from what I see in others. It appears to me that the only fault of the climate consists in its being monotonously perfect, which is a great drawback to easy and polite conversation. The evening deluge is but a periodical watering of the earth, from which it rises like Venus from the sea, more lovely and refreshed than ever. C n has returned from Toluca after an absence of 8 days. Every one is hurrying to the theatre just now, in spite of the rain, to see some Spaniards who are performing tour de force there. 16. Celebration of the Day of Independence. Anniversary of the Glorioso Grito de Dolores of September the 16th, 1810, of the revolution begun 30 years ago by the curate of the village of Dolores, in the province of Gunanajuato. "It is very easy," says Zavala, it is about the most sensible remark, "to put a country into combustion when it possesses the elements of discord, but the difficulties of its reorganization are infinite." A speech was made by General Tornel in the Alameda. All the troops were out, plenty of officers, monks, priests, and ladies in full dress. We did not go to hear the speech, but went to the East House to see the procession, which was very magnificent. The line of carriages was so deep that I thought we should never arrive. After all was over, we walked in the Alameda, where temporary booths were erected, and the trees were hung with garlands and flowers. The paseo in the evening was extremely gay, but I cannot say that there appeared to be much enthusiasm or public spirit. They say that the great difficulty experienced by the Junta, named on these occasions for the preparation of these festivities, is to collect sufficient funds. 19th. We went yesterday to San Angelo, one of the prettiest villages in the environs of Mexico, and spent the day at the hacienda of Señor T e, which is in the neighbourhood. The rain has rendered the roads almost impassable, and the country round Mexico must be more like Cortes's description of it at this season than at any other period. One part of the road near the hacienda, which is entirely destroyed, the owner of the house wished to repair, but the Indians who claim that part of the land will not permit the innovation, though he offered to throw a bridge over a small stream which passes there, at his own expense. 24th. We passed a pleasant day at Tacubaya, and dined with Monsieur S., who gave a fête in consequence of its being his wife's saint's day. 27th. Great fête, being the anniversary of the day on which the army called the Trijarante (the Three Guarantees) entered Mexico with Yturbide at their head. The famous plan of Iguala, so called from having been first published in that city, was also called the plan of the Three Guarantees, freedom, union, and religion, which were offered as a security to the Spaniards against whom so many cruelties had been exercised. We have had ringing of bells and firing all the morning, and in the evening there is to be a bullfight, followed by the exhibition of the tour de force of these Spaniards commonly called here Los Hercules, who have just come to offer us a box in the plaza. This plan of the Iguala was certainly the only means by which Spain could have continued to preserve these vast and distant possessions. The treaty of Cordova, which confirmed it, was signed in that city between the Spanish General O'Donoju and Don Agustin Yturbide in August 1821, and consisted of 17 articles. By the first, Mexico was to be acknowledged as a free and independent nation under the title of the Mexican Empire. By the second, its government was to be a constitutional monarchy. By the third, Ferdinand VII, Catholic King of Spain, was called to the throne of Mexico, and should he renounce or refuse the throne, it was offered to his brother the Infant Don Carlos, and under the same circumstances to each brother in succession. By the fourth, the emperor was to fix his court in Mexico, which was to be considered the capital of the empire. By the fifth, two commissioners named by O'Donoju were to pass over to the Spanish court, to place the copy of the treaty and of the accompanying exposition in his Majesty's hands, to serve him as an antecedent until the Cortes should offer him the crown with all formality, requesting him to inform the Infantes of the order in which they were named, interposing his influence in order that the Emperor of Mexico should be one of his august house for the interest of both nations, and that the Mexicans might add this link to the chain of friendship which united them with the Spaniards. By the sixth, a junta of the first men in Mexico, first by their virtues, position, fortune, etc., was to be named, sufficient in number to ensure success in their resolutions by the union of so much talent and information. By the seventh, This junta takes the name of the administrative provincial junta. By the 8th, O'Donoju was named number of this junta. By the 9th, this junta was to name a president. By the 10th, it was to inform the public of its installation and of the motives which had caused it to meet. By the 11th, this assembly was to name a regency composed of 3 persons, to compose the executive power and to govern in the name of the monarch until his arrival. By the 12th, the Junta was then to govern conformably to the laws in everything which did not oppose the plan of Iguala, until the Cortes had formed the constitution of the state. By the 13th, the regency, as soon as they were named, were to proceed to the convocation of the Cortes, according to the method decreed by the provisional Junta. By the 14th, the executive power was to reside in the regency, the legislative in the Cortes, but until the reunion of the Cortes, the legislative power was to be exercised by the Junta. By the 15th, all persons belonging to the community, the system of government being changed, or the country passing into the power of another prince, were perfectly at liberty to transport themselves and their fortunes wherever they chose, etc., etc. By the 16th, this does not hold good in regard to the military or public employees disaffected to the Mexican independence. They will leave the empire within the term prescribed by the regency, etc., etc. By the 17th and last, as the occupation of the capital by the Peninsula troops is an obstacle to the realization of the treaty, this difficulty must be vanquished. But as the chief of the imperial army desires to bring this about, not by force, but by gentler means, General O'Donoju offers to employ his authority with the troops, that they may leave the capital without any effusion of blood, and by an honourable treaty. This treaty was signed by Iturbide and O'Donoju. Had this plan of Iguala taken effect, what would have been the result in Mexico? What its present condition? This being Sunday and a fête day, a man was murdered close by our door in a quarrel brought about probably through the influence of pulque, or rather of chinguirite. If they did not so often end in deadly quarrel, there would be nothing so amusing as to watch the Indians gradually becoming a little intoxicated. They are at first so polite, handing the pulque jar to their fair companions. Fair being taken in the general or Pickwickian sense of the word. Always taking off their hats to each other, and if they meet a woman, kissing her hand with an humble bow as if she were a duchess; but these same women are sure to be the cause of a quarrel, and then out come those horrible knives, and then adios! It is impossible to conceive anything more humble and polite than the common country people. Men and women stop and wish you a good day, the men holding their hats in their hands, and all showing their white teeth and faces lighted up by careless good nature. I regret to state, however, that to-day there are a great many women quite as tipsy as the men, returning home after the fête and increasing the distance to their village by taking a zigzag direction through the streets. Señor Cañedo, Secretary of State, has formally announced his intention of resigning. Certainly the situation of Premier in Mexico at this moment is far from enviable, and the more distinguished and clear-headed the individual, the more plainly he perceives the impossibility of remedying the thickly gathering evils which crowd the political horizon. Revolution, says Señor de , has followed revolution since the independence. No stable government has yet been established. Had it been so, Mexico would have offered to our eyes a phenomenon unknown until now in the world, that of a people without previous preparation, passing at once to govern themselves by democratical institutions. 28th. We drove out to the Peñon, a natural boiling fountain, where there are baths, which are considered a universal remedy, a pool of Bethesda, but an especial one for the rheumatic complaints. The baths are a square of low stone buildings, with a church, each building containing 5 or 6 empty rooms, in one of which is a square bath. The idea seems to have been to form a sort of dwelling house for different families, as each bath has a small kitchen attached to it. Like most great ideas of Spanish days, it is now in a state of perfect desolation, though people still flock there for various complaints. When one goes there to bathe, it is necessary to carry a mattress to lie down on when you leave the bath, linen, a bottle of cold water, of which there is not a drop in the place, and which is particularly necessary for an invalid in case of faintness; in short, everything that you may require. A poor family live there to take charge of the baths, and there is a small tavern where they sell spirits and pulque, and occasionally a padre comes on Sunday to say mass in the old church. We were amused by meeting there with General and his family, who had brought with them a whole coachload of provisions, besides mattresses, sheets, etc. The road to the Peñon crosses the most dreary plain imaginable. Behind the baths are 2 volcanic hills, and the view of Mexico and of the great volcanoes from this is magnificent. It is the most solitary of buildings, not a tree to be seen in its environs, these volcanic rocks behind, Mexico fronting it, the great lakes near it, to the right Guadalupe, to the left San Angel, San Agustin, and the mountains which bound the valley. The Indian family who live there are handsome savages, and the girl who attended me at the bath spoke an extraordinary jargon, half Spanish, half Indian, but was a fine specimen of savage good looks. The water is extremely warm, and my curiosity to try its temperature was very soon satisfied. These boiling springs are said to contain sulphate of lime, carbonic acid, and muriate of soda, and the Indians make salt in their neighbourhood, precisely as they did in the time of Montezuma, with the difference, as Humboldt informs us, that then they used vessels of clay, and now they use copper cauldrons. The solitary looking baths are ornamented with odd looking heads of cats or monkeys, which grin down upon you with a mixture of the sinister and facetious, rather appalling. The Señora de insisted on my partaking of her excellent luncheon after the bath. We could not help thinking, were these baths in the hands of some enterprising and speculative Yankee, what a fortune he would make, how he would build an hotel a la Saratoga, would paper the rooms, and otherwise beautify this uncouth temple of boiling water. There is an indescribable feeling of solitude in all houses in the environs of Mexico, a vastness, a desolation, such as I never before experienced in the most lonely dwellings in other countries. It is not sad; the sky is too bright, and nature too smiling, and the air we inhale too pure for that. It is a sensation of being entirely out of the world and alone with a giant nature, surrounded by faint traditions of a bygone race, and the feeling is not diminished when the silence is broken by the footsteps of the passing Indian, the poor and debased descendant of that extraordinary and mysterious people, who came we know not whence, and whose posterity are now hewers of wood and drawers of water, on the soil where they once were monarchs. In Chapultepec especially, near as it is to a large and populous city, the traditions of the past come so strongly upon the mind, that one would rather look for the apparition of a whole band of these inky-haired, adder-anointed priests of Montezuma, than expect to meet with the benevolent-looking archbishop, who, in purple robes, occasionally walks under the shade of the majestic cypresses. All Mexicans at present, men and women, are engaged in what are called the desagravios, a public penance performed at this season in the churches, during 35 days. The women attend church in the morning, no men being permitted to enter, and the men in the evening, when women are not admitted. Both rules are occasionally broken. The penitence of the men is most severe, their sins being no doubt proportionally greater than those of the women, though it is one of the few countries where they suffer for this, or seem to act upon the principle, that if all men had their deserts, who should escape whipping? Today we attended the morning penitence at 6 o'clock in the church of San Francisco, the hardest part of which was their having to kneel for about 10 minutes, with their arms extended in the form of a cross, uttering groans, a most painful position for any length of time. It is a profane thought, but I dare say so many hundreds of beautifully formed arms and hands were seldom seen extended at the same moment before. Gloves not being worn in church, and many of the women having short sleeves, they were very much seen. But the other night I was present at a much stranger scene, at the discipline performed by the men. Admission having been procured for us by certain means, private but powerful. Accordingly, when it was dark, enveloped from head to foot in large cloaks, and without the slightest idea of what it was, we went on foot through the streets to the church of San Agustin. When we arrived, a small side door apparently opened of itself, and we entered, passing through long vaulted passages, and up steep winding stairs, till we found ourselves in a small railed gallery, looking down directly upon the church. The scene was curious. About 150 men, enveloped in cloaks and sarapes, their faces entirely concealed, were assembled in the body of the church. A monk had just mounted the pulpit, and the church was dimly lighted, except where he stood in bold relief, with his gray robes and cowl thrown back, giving a full view of his high bold forehead and expressive face. His discourse was a rude, but very forcible and eloquent description of the torments prepared in hell for impenitent sinners. The effect of the whole was very solemn. It appeared like a preparation for the execution of a multitude of condemned criminals. When the discourse was finished, they all joined in prayer with much fervour and enthusiasm, beating their breasts and falling upon their faces. Then the monk stood up, and in a very distinct voice read several passages of Scripture, descriptive of the sufferings of Christ. The organ then struck up the Miserere, and all of a sudden the church was plunged in profound darkness, all but a sculptured representation of the crucifixion, which seemed to hang in the air illuminated. I felt rather frightened, and would have been very glad to leave the church, but it would have been impossible in the darkness. Suddenly a terrible voice in the dark cried, "My brothers, when Christ was fastened to the pillar by the Jews, he was scourged." At these words the bright figure disappeared, and the darkness became total. Suddenly we heard the sound of hundreds of scourges descending upon the bare flesh. I cannot conceive anything more horrible. Before 10 minutes had passed, the sound became splashing from the blood that was flowing. I've heard of these penitences in Italian churches, and also that half of those who go there do not really scourge themselves, but here, where there is such perfect concealment, there seems no motive for deception. Incredible as it may seem, this awful penance continued without intermission for half an hour. If they scourged each other, their energy might be less astonishing. We could not leave the church, but it was perfectly sickening, and had I not been able to take hold of the Señora 's hand, and feel something human beside me, I could have fancied myself transported into a congregation of evil spirits. Now and then, but very seldom, a suppressed groan was heard, and occasionally the voice of the monk encouraging them by ejaculations, or by short passages from Scripture. Sometimes the organ struck up, and the poor wretches in a faint voice tried to join in the Miserere. The sound of the scourging is indescribable. At the end of half an hour a little bell was rung, and the voice of the monk was heard, calling upon them to desist, but such was their enthusiasm that the horrible lashing continued louder and fiercer than ever. In vain he entreated them not to kill themselves, and assured them that heaven would be satisfied, and that human nature could not endure beyond a certain point. No answer, but the loud sound of the scourges, which are, many of them, of iron, with sharp points that enter the flesh. At length, as if they were perfectly exhausted, the sound grew fainter, and little by little ceased altogether. We then got up in the dark, and with great difficulty groped our way in the pitch darkness through the galleries and down the stairs, till we reached the door, and had the pleasure of feeling the fresh air again. They say that the church floor is frequently covered with blood after one of these penances, and that a man died the other day in consequence of his wounds. I then went to the house of the Minister, where there was a reunion, and where I found the company comfortably engaged in eating a very famous kind of German salad, composed of herrings, smoked salmon, cold potatoes, and apples (salmagundi), and drinking hot punch. After the cold, darkness, and horrors of the church, this formed rather a contrast, and it was some time before I could shake off the disagreeable impression left by the desagravios, and join in the conversation. Along with this you will receive some Mexican airs, which I have written by ear from hearing them played, and some of which I gave you the words in a former letter. End of letter the 26th. Letter the 27th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 27th. Fête day. Friendly hint. Precautions. General tranquillity. President in San Agustin. Revisit museum. Ancient manuscripts. Sculpture. Bronze bust, etc. Freshness after rain. Ball at the French Minister's. Pamphlet. Gutierrez Estrada. His character. Concealment. Mexicalcingo. Minister of the Treasury. Archbishop's permission. Paintings. Mexican painters. Santa Teresa. Description of the interior. The penitences. The tortures, disciplines, etc. Supper. Profane ballads. Monasteries. San Francisco. Padre Prior. Soldiers and friars. October 3rd. Yesterday, being C.N.'s fête day, we had a dinner and small soirée, and according to custom, visits the whole day. A very agreeable guest from Havana, Don J. A., arrived to spend a few weeks with us. We had rather a pleasant party and some good singing, but just as dancing had begun, C.N. took me aside and showed me a little friendly note which he had received while at dinner from General , in which he informs him that the robbers would in all probability attack our respective houses that night, that he had taken his precautions, and advises C.N. to do the same, in the understanding that, if necessary, they should mutually assist each other. A pleasant piece of intelligence! The thing got whispered about, and some of the ladies looked a little blank at the information, but there could be no risk while so many persons were collected. About 1 they went away, and C.N. sent for some soldiers to keep watch all night. Nothing happened, as no doubt the robbers found out what precautions had been taken. The intended attack had been discovered by a servant of the general's, who heard them discussing the matter in the back room of a pulque shop. We have been obliged to procure 2 old soldiers as porters, in lieu of the 2 who were shot in the Revolution, for though not killed, they are entirely disabled for the present. Mexico appears particularly quiet just now, and whatever storms may be preparing, no symptoms are visible to the uninitiated eye. The palace has got in its glass eyes again, and externally is almost entirely repaired, but it is not yet fit for the residence of the president, who still holds his court in the convent of San Agustin. I have been driving about with our Havana friend, like an old resident showing the beauties of Mexico to a stranger. We have been in the Mineria, Museum, Botanical Garden, Biscay College, etc., all of which can bear revision. The museum especially, which, owing to the want of arrangement and classification in the antiquities, and the manner in which they are crowded together in the different rooms of the university, appears at first undeserving of much attention, improves upon acquaintance. It is only since the year '25 that it was established by the government, and various plans have been since made for enriching and arranging it, and also for transporting it to the old building of the Inquisition. But as yet nothing essential has been carried into effect. It contains upwards of 200 historical manuscripts, some in hieroglyphical characters anterior to the Conquest, and many in the different ancient languages of the country. Of the ancient sculpture it possesses two colossal statues and many smaller ones, besides a variety of busts, heads, figures of animals, masks, and instruments of music or of war, curiously engraved, and indicating the different degrees of civilization of the different nations to whom they belonged. A great many of the vases of tecal, and of the candlesticks in clay, curiously worked, were drawn from excavations in the Isle of Sacrifices near Vera Cruz, from Oajaca, etc., and from the suburbs of Mexico. There is also a collection of very ancient medals to the number of 600, a bronze bust of Philip V, and about 200 Mexican paintings, comprehending two collections of the portraits of the Spanish viceroys, many of the celebrated Cabreras, and various dresses, arms, and utensils from both the Californias. In the cabinet of natural history there is a good collection of minerals, and some very fine specimens of gold and silver. But in the animal or vegetable branch of natural history there is a great deficiency, and altogether the museum is not worthy of a country which seems destined by nature to be the great emporium of all natural science. Of course we have revisited old Chapultepec and Our Lady of Guadalupe, with her legend and holy well. In the morning we have rode Tacubaya and the environs, and the weather at that early hour has the most indescribable freshness caused by the evening rains. Everything looks bright and sparkling. The Peruvian trees, with their bending green branches and bunches of scarlet berries, glitter with the heavy raindrops, and even the hoary cypresses of Chapultepec sparkle with water in all their gigantic branches. Little pools have become ponds, and ditches rivulets, and frequently it is rather wading than riding, which is not so pleasant. 24th. Last evening we had a very pretty ball in the house of the French Minister, where all the Paris furniture was very effective. There were, as usual, plenty of diamonds, and some handsome dresses. Mine, white satin with flowers. 25th. The whole world is talking of a pamphlet written by Señor Gutierrez Estrada, which has just appeared, and seems likely to cause a greater sensation in Mexico than the discovery of the gunpowder plot in England. Its sum and substance is the proposal of a constitutional monarchy in Mexico, with a foreign prince, not named, as its head, as the only remedy for the evils by which it is afflicted. The pamphlet is written merely in a speculative form, inculcating no sanguinary measures or sudden revolution, but the consequences are likely to be most disastrous to the fearless and public-spirited author. Even those who most question his prudence in taking this step agree that in this, as well as in every other political action of his life, he has acted from thorough conviction and from motives of the purest patriotism, unalloyed by one personal feeling. Indeed, entirely throwing behind him every consideration of personal or family interest, which even the best men allowed to have some weight with them on such occasions. In a political review of Mexico, written some years ago by a Mexican who deals fearlessly, and it would seem impartially, with the characters of all the leading men of that period, I find some remarks on Señor Gutierrez Estrada which you will place more faith in, as coming from a less partial source than from persons so attached as we are to him and his family. In speaking of the conduct of the administration, he says, "Señor Gutierrez Estrada was one of the few who remained firm in his ideas, and above all, true to his political engagements. This citizen is a native of the state of Yucatan, where his family, who are distinguished in every point of view, reside. It is unnecessary to say that Gutierrez received a thorough and brilliant education, as it is sufficient to have conversed with him to discover this fact, nor that he knew how to turn it to account in the career of public service to which he devoted himself, and in which he has remained pure and unblemished in the midst of a corrupt class. From the first he was destined to the European legations on account of his fluency in speaking and writing both English and French, and he is one of the few who have employed their time usefully in the capitals of the Old World. Flexible by nature, honourable by education, and expeditious in business, his services have been perfect, and above all, loyal and conscientious. He goes on to say that, notwithstanding the gentleness of his temper, his political conscience is so firm and pure that he will never yield in what he considers his obligation, even when it interferes with the most intimate friendships or most weighty considerations. One would think that the writer had foreseen the present emergency. I have not yet read the pamphlet which the friends of the author consider an equal proof of his noble independence, bold patriotism, and vast information, being, to say the truth, much more interested in its domestic effects than in its public results, or even its intrinsic merits. 26th. Soldiers were sent to the house of the Countess de la C a to arrest her son-in-law, but in compliance with the entreaties of his family, he had gone into concealment. I found them in great affliction, but they are so accustomed to political persecution from one party or another, particularly the Countess, that her courage has never deserted her for a moment. He is accused in Congress, in the Senate House, a proclamation is made by the President, anathematizing his principles, even the printer of the pamphlet is thrown into prison. Nothing else is spoken of, and the general irritation is so terrible that it is to be hoped his place of concealment is secure, otherwise the consequences may be fatal. On pretend that many distinguished men here hold the same opinions, but their voices, even were they to venture to raise them, could not stem the tide of public indignation. The most offended are naturally the military men. In short, Señor Gutierrez, who has been passing 4 years abroad, in countries where hundreds of obscure scribblers daily advocate republicanism or any wild theory that strikes their fancy with the most perfect security, was probably hardly aware of the extraordinary ferment which such a pamphlet was likely to produce at the present juncture. 27th. A few days before Señor A left us, we went up to the canal in a canoe as far as Santa Anita, to show him all that remains of the Chinampas. It is as pleasant a way of passing an evening as any that I know of here. We drove lately to Mexicalcingo, where there is a cave in which there is a figure of our Saviour, which they pretend has lately appeared there. The excitement concerning the pamphlet seems rather to increase than diminish, but Señor Gutierrez has many devoted friends, and the place of his retreat is secure. There is little doubt that he will be forced to fly the country. 29th. Señor Don Xavier Hechavarria, Minister of the Treasury, has sent in his resignation. Being a man of large private fortune, extremely simple in his habits, and the most amiable of men in domestic life, I believe that no minister has ever thrown off with more unaffected satisfaction the burden of state affairs, or will enjoy his retreat from public life with more true philosophy. I have been so much interested in the affairs of the C a family, that I have forgotten to tell you of my having obtained permission from the archbishop to visit the Santa Teresa, accompanied by one young married lady who has a sister there. The archbishop desired that our visit should be kept a secret, but it has oozed out by some means or other, probably through the nuns themselves, and exposed him to so much inconvenience, and such a torrent of solicitations from those ladies who, having daughters or sisters amongst the nuns, are naturally most desirous to see them, that I fear, notwithstanding his good nature, he will put a veto on all my future applications. You will think I pass my time in convents, but I find no other places half so interesting, and you know I always had a fancy that way. In some of these convents there still exist, buried alive like the inmates, various fine old paintings, amongst others some of the Flemish school, brought to Mexico by the monks at the time when the Low Countries were under Spanish dominion. Many masters also of the Mexican school, such as Enriquez, Cabrera, etc., have enriched the cloisters with their productions, and employed their talent on holy subjects, such as the lives of the saints, the martyrs, and other Christian subjects. Everywhere, especially, there are Cabreras, an artist somewhat in the Luca Giordano style, the same monotony, facility, and fa presto Luca. All his pictures are agreeable, and some strikingly beautiful. Occasionally he copies from the old masters, but rarely. Jimenez and Enriquez are not so common, and some of their productions are very good, and deserve to be better known than I imagine they are in Europe. They are a branch of the Spanish school, and afford striking proofs of the extraordinary talent of the Mexicans for the fine arts, as well as of the facilities which the mother country afforded them. But it is in the convent of the Profesa that the finest paintings are, and there I cannot enter. The galleries are full of paintings, the most part by Cabrera, and C n speaks with enthusiasm of one exceedingly beautiful painting in the sacristy of the chapel, said to be an original Guido, being a representation of Christ tied to the pillar and scourged, in which the expression of pure divinity and suffering humanity is finely blended, and well contrasted with savage cruelty in the countenances of his executioners. But most of these paintings are neglected, and so falling to decay, that it is pitiable to look at them. The Santa Teresa, however, has few ornaments. It is not nearly so large as the Encarnación, and admits but 21 nuns. At present there are, besides these, but 3 novices. Its very atmosphere seems holy, and its scrupulous and excessive cleanness makes all profane dwellings appear dirty by comparison. We were accompanied by a bishop, Señor Madrid, the same who assisted at the archbishop's consecration, a good-looking man, young and tall, and very splendidly dressed. His robes were of purple satin covered with fine point lace, with a large cross of diamonds and amethysts. He also wore a cloak of very fine purple cloth, lined with crimson velvet, crimson stockings, and an immense amethyst ring. When he came in, we found that the nuns had permission to put up their veils, rarely allowed in this order in the presence of strangers. They have a small garden and fountain, plenty of flowers and some fruit, but all is on a smaller scale, and sadder than in the convent of the Encarnación. The refectory is a large room, with a long narrow table running all around it, a plain deal table with wooden benches, before the place of each nun, an earthen bowl, an earthen cup with an apple in it, and a wooden plate and a wooden spoon. At the top of the plate a grinning skull, to remind them that even these indulgences they shall not long enjoy. In one corner of the room is a reading desk, a sort of elevated pulpit, where one reads aloud from some holy book, whilst the others discuss their simple fare. They showed us a crown of thorns, which on certain days is worn by one of their number, by way of penance. It is made of iron, so that the nails entering inwards run into the head and make it bleed. While she wears this on her head, a sort of wooden bit is put into her mouth, and she lies prostrate on her face till dinner is ended, and while in this condition her food is given her, of which she eats as much as she can, which probably is none. We visited the different cells, and were horror-struck at the self-inflicted torture. Each bed consists of a wooden plank raised in the middle, and on days of penitence crossed by wooden bars. The pillow is wooden, with a cross lying in it, which they hold in their hands when they lie down. The nuns lie on this penitential couch, embracing the cross, and her feet hanging out, as the bed is made too short for her upon principle. Around her waist she occasionally wears a band with iron points turning inwards. On her breast a cross with nails, of which the points enter the flesh, of the truth of which I had melancholy ocular demonstration. Then, after having scourged herself with a whip covered with iron nails, she lies down for a few hours on the wooden bars, and rises at 4 o'clock. All these instruments of discipline, which each nun keeps in a little box beside her bed, looks as if their fitting place would be in the dungeons of the Inquisition. They made me try their bed and board, which I told them would give me a very decided taste for early rising. Yet they all seem as cheerful as possible, though it must be confessed that many of them look pale and unhealthy. It is said that when they are strong enough to stand this mode of life they live very long, but it frequently happens that girls who come into this convent are obliged to leave it from sickness long before the expiration of their novitiate. I met with a girl whom I had seen take the veil, and cannot say that she looked either well or cheerful, though she assured me that, of course, in doing the will of God she was both. There was not much beauty amongst them generally, though one or two had remains of great loveliness. My friend, the Madre A, is handsomer on a closer view than I had supposed her, and seems an especial favourite with old and young. But there was one whose face must have been strikingly beautiful. She was as pale as marble, and though still young, seemed in very delicate health. But her eyes and eyebrows as black as jet, the eyes so large and soft, the eyebrows two pencilled arches, and her smile so resigned and sweet, would have made her the loveliest model imaginable for a Madonna. Again, as in the Encarnación, they had taken the trouble to prepare an elegant supper for us. The bishop took his place in an antique velvet chair. The Señora and I were placed on each side of him. The room was very well lighted, and there was as great a profusion of custards, jellies, and ices as if we had been supping at the most profane café. The nuns did not sit down, but walked about pressing us to eat, the bishop now and then giving them cakes, with permission to eat them, which they received laughing. They have the most humble and caressing manners, and really appear to be the most amiable and excellent women in the world. They seem to make no ostentation of virtue, but to be seriously impressed with the conviction that they have chosen the true road to salvation, nor are there in them any visible symptoms of that spiritual pride from which few devotees are exempt. After supper a small harp was brought in, which had been sent for by the bishop's permission. It was terribly out of tune, with half the strings broke, but we were determined to grudge no trouble in putting it in order, and giving these poor recluses what they considered so great a gratification. We got it into some sort of condition at last, and when they heard it played, they were vehement in their expressions of delight. The Señora , who has a charming voice, afterwards sang to them, the bishop being very indulgent and permitting us to select whatever songs we chose, so that when rather a profane canticle, the Virgin of the Pillar, La Virgen del Pilar, was sung, he very kindly turned a deaf ear to it, and seemed busily engaged in conversation with an old madre, till it was all over. We were really sorry to leave them, particularly as it is next to impossible that we shall ever see them again, and it seemed as if in a few hours a friendship had been formed between us and these recluses, whose sensations are so few, they must be the more lasting. The thoughts of these poor women cost me a sad and sleepless night. They have sent me some wax figures dressed in the costumes of the different orders, beginning with their own. They wear the coarsest and hardest stuff next to their skin, in itself a perpetual penance. In these robes they are buried, and one would think that if any human being can ever leave this world without a feeling of regret, it must be a nun of the Santa Teresa. When, her privations in this world ended, she lays down her blameless life, and joins the pious sisterhood who have gone before her, dying where she has lived, surrounded by her companions, her last hours soothed by their prayers and tears, sure of their vigils for the repose of her soul, and above all sure that neither pleasure nor vanity will ever obliterate her remembrance from their hearts. At matins, at vespers, at the simple board, at the nightly hymn, she will be missed from their train. Her empty cell will recall her to their eyes, her dust will be profaned by no stranger's footstep, and though taken away, she still seems to remain amongst them. As for the monasteries, not only no woman can enter, but it is said, with what truth I know not, that a vice queen having insisted on the privilege of her viceroyalty to enter, the gallery had every place which her footsteps desecrated were unpaved. This was very Saint Senanus like, and peu galant, to say the least. The finest convent of monks in Mexico is that of San Francisco, which, from alms alone, has an immense annual rent. According to Humboldt, it was to have been built upon the ruins of the temple of Huitzilopochtli, the god of war; but these ruins having been destined for the foundation of the cathedral, this immense convent was erected where it now stands, in 1531. The founder was an extraordinary man, a great benefactor of the Indians, and to whom they owed many useful mechanical arts, which he brought them from Europe. His name was Fray Pedro de Gante, his calling that of a lay friar, and his father was the Emperor Charles V. Of the interior of this convent I am enabled to give you a partial description, but whether from hearsay, in a vision, or by the use of my natural eyes, I shall not disclose. It is built in the form of a square, and has 5 churches attached to it. You enter a gate, pass through the great, silent, and grass-grown court of the broad staircase, and enter the long arched cloisters, lighted by one dim lamp, where everything seems to breathe a religious repose. The padre prior, seated alone in his cell, with a thick and richly clasped volume before him, a single lamp on his table, on the wall a crucifix, plain but decent furniture, with his bald head and pale impressive face, would have been a fine study for a painter. By such men the embers of learning and of science were nursed into a faint but steady flame, burning through the long gloomy night of the dark ages, unseen by profane eyes, like the vestal fire in pagan temples. A small room opening into his little parlour contains his bed, on which is a mattress, for the padres do not perform such acts of self-denial and penitence as the cloistered nuns, and I am assured that his cigars are genuine Havana. Beggars lounging in the courtyard, a group of monks talking together within the walled enclosure. Change the scene to the monastery of San Agustin, and you might fancy yourself in the days of one of Walter Scott's romances, in the melange of soldiers and friars, for here his Excellency, the President, has his temporary abode, and the torchlight gleams brightly on the swarthy faces of the soldiers, some lying on the ground enveloped in their cloaks, others keeping guard before the convent gate. This convent is also very large, but not so immense as that of San Francisco. The padre prior is a good little old man, but has not the impressive ascetic visage of the guardian of the other convent. His room is as simple, though not in such perfect order, and his bed is also furnished with a comfortable mattress. An air half military, half monkish, pervades the convent, aides de camp of the president passing along the galleries, their uniforms contrasting with the dark robe of a passing monk, returning, at nightfall, to his cell. The president had an alarm the night preceding, the prisoners in the jail having broken out. A serious affray had been expected, and everything was prepared for putting the person of the president in safety. The back stairs and secret passages in these old convents lead to excellent hiding places, and have been put to frequent use during the revolutions. In the old Monte Pio there is a communication with a convent of nuns, and in cases of pillage, the jewels used to be carried by a private staircase out of Monte Pio, and placed under the care of the nuns of Santa Brigida. The convent of La Profesa is also a fine and spacious building, but excepting that it has a greater number of good paintings than the others, when you have seen one, you have seen all, and I believe none are as large as that founded by the illegitimate scion of the imperial Charles, who himself ended his days in a similar retreat. End of letter the 27th. Letter the 28th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 28th. Dia de Muertos. Leave Mexico. Heraderos. San Cristobal. Tunas. Plaza de Toros. Throwing the lasso. Accidents. Rustic breakfast. Country fair. Baked meat. Indian market. Buried bull. Mountain. Solitary hacienda. Reyes. Mules marked. Return. Queen of Spain's birthday. Diplomatic dinner. Santiago, November 3rd. Yesterday, the 2nd of November, a day which for 8 centuries has been set apart in the Catholic Church for commemorating the dead, the day emphatically known as the Dia de Muertos. The churches throughout all the Republic of Mexico present a gloomy spectacle, darkened and hung with black cloth, while in the middle aisle is a coffin, covered also with black, and painted with skulls and other emblems of mortality. Every one attends church in mourning, and considering the common lot of humanity, there is perhaps not one heart over the whole Catholic world which is not wrung that day in calling up the memory of the departed. After early mass we set off for Santiago, where we intend to spend a week, to be present at the herraderos, the marking of the bulls with a hot iron, with the initials of the proprietor's name, stamping them with the badge of slavery, which is said to be an extraordinary scene, to which all rancheros and Indians look forward with the greatest delight. We had a very pleasant journey here, leaving Mexico at 6 in the morning, and travelling at the usual rate, with 7 horses and plenty of mozos. Indeed, no one attempts a journey of any length into the country without at least 6 horses or mules. Near Sopayuca, while they were changing horses, we went to mass, in the picturesque church of San Cristobal. The magnificence of these places of worship is extraordinary. Here was this country church crowded with léperos, the officiating priests, Indians with bare feet, yet the building large and rich, hung with black cloth, and lighted with great tapers, which threw their gloomy rays on as much of the rich gilding that encrusted the walls as the dark pall left visible. We got into the carriage a basket of that most refreshing of fruits, the tuna, which grow wild in abundance all over the country. The first time I unwarily pulled them off the trees, I got my fingers full of the innumerable little prickles which cover the skin, and which it is very difficult to get rid of. The Indians have great dexterity in gathering and peeling them. There is the green and the red tuna, the last the prettiest to look at, but not nearly so agreeable a fruit as the other. When we arrived at Santiago, we sat down to a dinner, to the number of about 50 persons, and in the room next to us was a party still larger, of lower degree, for all the world has come to be present at this annual festivity. 6th. The next morning we set off early to the Plaza de Toros. The day was fresh and exhilarating. All the country people from several leagues around were assembled, and the trees, up to their very topmost branches, presented a collection of bronze faces and black eyes belonging to the Indians, who had taken their places there as comfortably as spectators in a 1-shilling gallery. A platform opposite ours was filled with the wives and daughters of agents and small farmers, little rancheras with short white gowns and rebosos. There was a very tolerable band of music perched upon a natural orchestra. Bernardo and his men were walking and riding about and preparing for action. Nothing could be more picturesque than the whole scene. Several hundred bulls were driven in from the plains, bellowing loudly, so that the air was filled with their fierce music. The universal love which the Mexicans have for these sports amounts to a passion. All their money is reserved to buy new dresses for this occasion, silver rolls or gold linings for their hats, or new deerskin pantaloons and embroidered jackets with silver buttons. The accidents that happen are innumerable, but nothing damps their ardor. It beats fox hunting. The most striking part of the scene is the extraordinary facility which these men show in throwing the lasso. The bulls being all driven into an enclosure, one after another, and sometimes 2 or 3 at a time, were chosen from amongst them and driven into the plaza, where they were received with shouts of applause if they appeared fierce and likely to afford good sport, or of irony if they turned to fly, which happened more than once. 3 or 4 bulls were driven in. They stand for a moment proudly reconnoitring their opponents. The horsemen gallop up, armed only with the lasso, and with loud insulting cries of "Ah, toro!" challenge them to the contest. The bulls paw the ground, then plunge furiously at the horses, frequently wounding them at their first onset. Round they go in fierce gallop, bulls and horsemen, amidst the cries and shouts of the spectators. The horseman throws the lasso. The bull shakes his head free of the cord, tosses his horns proudly, and gallops on. But his fate is inevitable. Down comes the whirling rope and encircles his thick neck. He is thrown down struggling furiously, and repeatedly dashes his head against the ground in rage and despair. Then, his legs being also tied, the man with the hissing red-hot iron in the form of a letter brands him on the side with the token of his dependence on the lord of the soil. Some of the bulls stand this martyrdom with Spartan heroism, and do not utter a cry; but others, when the iron enters their flesh, burst out into long bellowing roars, that seem to echo through the whole country. They are then loosened, get upon their legs again, and like so many branded canes, are driven out into the country, to make way for others. Such roaring, such shouting, such an odour of singed hair and biftek au naturel, such playing of music, and such wanton risks as were run by the men! I saw a toreador, who was always foremost in everything, attempting to drag a bull by the horns, when the animal tossed his head, and with the jerk of one horn tore all the flesh off his finger to the very bone. The man coolly tore a piece off a handkerchief, shook the blood off his finger with a slight grimace, bound it up in a moment, and dashed away upon a new venture. One Mexican, extraordinarily handsome, with eyes like an eagle, and very thin and pale, is, they say, so covered from head to foot with wounds received in different bullfights, that he cannot live long; yet this man was the most enthusiastic of them all. His master tried to dissuade him from joining in the sport this year, but he broke forth into such pathetic entreaties, conjuring him by the life of the Señorita, etc., that he could not withhold his consent. After an enormous number of bulls had been caught and labelled, we went to breakfast. We found a tent prepared for us, formed of boughs of trees intertwined with garlands of white moss, like that with which covers the cypresses of Chapultepec, and beautifully ornamented with red blossoms and scarlet berries. We sat down upon heaps of white moss, softer than any cushion. The Indians had cooked meat under the stones for us, which I found horrible, smelling and tasting of smoke. But we had also boiled fowls and quantities of burning chile, hot tortillas, atole or atoli, as the Indians call it, a species of cake made of very fine maize and water, and sweetened with sugar or honey; embarrado, a favourite composition of meat and chile, very like mud, as the name imports, which I have not yet made up my mind to endure; quantities of fresh tunas, granaditas, bananas, aguacates, and other fruits, besides pulque at discretion. The other people were assembled in circles under the trees, cooking fowls and boiling eggs in a gipsy fashion, in caldrons at little fires made with dry branches, and the band, in its intervals of tortilla and pulque, favoured us with occasional airs. After breakfast we walked out amongst the Indians, who had formed a sort of temporary market, and were selling pulque, chia, roasted chestnuts, yards of baked meat, and every kind of fruit. We then returned to see a great bullfight, which was followed by more herraderos; in short, spent the whole day amongst the toros, and returned to dinner at 6 o'clock, some in coaches, some on horseback. In the evening all the people danced in a large hall, but at 11 o'clock I could look on no longer, for one of these days in the hot sun is very fatiguing. Nevertheless, at 2 in the morning, these men, who had gone through such violent exercise, were still dancing jarabes. 8th. For several days we lived amongst bulls and Indians, the herraderos continuing, with variation of collier, riding the bulls, etc. Not the slightest slackening in the eagerness of the men. Even a little boy of 10 years old mounted a young bull one day, and with great difficulty and at a great risk, succeeded in forcing him to gallop round the circle. His father looked on, evidently frightened to death for the boy, yet too proud of his youthful prowess to attempt to stop him. At night, when I shut my eyes, I see before me visions of bulls' heads. Even when asleep, I hear them roaring, or seem to listen to the shouts of "Ah, toro!" The last day of the herraderos, by way of winding up, a bull was killed in honour of C n, and a great flag was sent streaming from a tree, on which flag was inscribed in large letters, "Gloria al Señor Ministro de la Augusta Cristina," a piece of gallantry, which I rewarded with a piece of gold. The animal, when dead, was given as a present to the torcadores, and this bull, cut in pieces, they bury with his skin on, in a hole in the ground previously prepared with fire in it, which is then covered over with earth and branches. During a certain time it remains baking in this natural oven, and the common people consider it a great delicacy, in which I differ from them. Yesterday we climbed to the top of a steep mountain, which cost us as much labour as if it had been that steep path which leads to fame. Fortunately it has a good deal of wood, and we had an occasional rest in the shade. We mounted the hill on horseback as far as horses could go, but the principal part could only be performed on foot. Most of the party remained halfway. We reached the top, swinging ourselves up by the branches in places where it was nearly perpendicular. We were rewarded first by the satisfaction one always has in making good one's intentions, and next by a wonderfully fine and extensive view. Our return was more agreeable, as the weather, except in the heat of the noonday sun, is very cold in this part of the country. The hills are covered chiefly with tunas, low firs, and numbers of shrubs, with flowers and berries. Met on our return a horseman who came to announce the arrival of a guest, Señor H. from Puebla, who proved a pleasant addition to our society. 15th. We went out early this morning on horseback, and breakfasted at an hacienda 5 leagues distant from Santiago, belonging to the widow of 's agents, a good-looking, respectable woman, who, alone in this solitary place, brings up her 8 children as she best can. This may really be called solitude. From one year to another she never sees a human being except an occasional Indian. She is well off, and everything in her house is clean and comfortable. She herself manages the farm, and educates her children to the best of her abilities, so that she never finds time to be dull. She expected us, and gave us breakfast, we being about 20 in number, consisting of everything which that part of the country can afford, and the party certainly did justice to her excellent fare. She gave us pulque, fermented with the juice of the pineapple, which is very good. When the sun had gone down a little, we rode to the fine hacienda of Reyes, belonging to Señor A., where he is making and projecting alterations and improvements. When we left Reyes it began to rain, and we were glad to accept the covering of sarapes as we galloped over the plains. We had a delightful ride. Towards evening the rain ceased, and the moon rose brightly and without a cloud, but we were certainly tired enough when we got home, having rode in all 10 leagues. 17th. These 2 days have been passed in seeing the mules marked. They are even more dangerous than the bulls, as they bite most ferociously while in their wild state. When thrown down by the lasso, they snore in the most extraordinary manner, like so many aldermen in an apoplectic nap. This is perhaps the most useful and profitable of all Mexican animals. As beasts of burden and for draught, they are in use over the whole republic, and are excellent for long journeys, being capable of immense fatigue, particularly in those arid, hilly parts of the country where there are no roads. Those which go in droves can carry about 500 pounds weight, going at the rate of 12 or 14 miles a day, and in this way they can perform journeys of more than 1,000 miles. For constant use they are preferable to horses, being so much less delicate, requiring less care, and enduring more fatigue. A good pair of carriage mules will cost from $500 to $1,000. After dinner we saw some of these wild creatures that had just been caught put into a carriage, each wild mule harnessed with a civilized one, and such kicking and flinging up of heels I never witnessed. However, the mozos can manage anything, and in about half an hour, after much alternate soothing and lashing, they trotted along with the heavy coach after them, only rearing and plunging at decent intervals. Mexico, 12th. We have passed 10 days in the country, taking constant exercise, and have been obliged to return home rather sooner than we should have wished, in order to mark Queen Isabel's day with a diplomatic dinner. Though less is now said on the subject of the pamphlet than when we left this, the irritation seems to continue as before. Señor Gutierrez remains concealed, communicating only with his family and a few devoted friends, a most disagreeable position, and one which it is impossible for him to endure long. 20th. Our dinner has gone off as well as could be expected. The party were 26 in number, consisting of His Grace the Archbishop, their Excellencies of the Cabinet and Corps Diplomatique, together with Count Cortina, the Valencias, and Gorostizas. The gentlemen were in full uniform, the ladies en grande toilette, the archbishop in his robes. We had a band of music in the gallery, and walked in to the sound of Norma, precedence being given to the archbishop, who took me, or rather whom I took, as I found some difficulty in getting my arm into his robes. I believe no blunders in etiquette were committed. The dinner lasted 3½ mortal hours. The archbishop proposed the health of Her Majesty the Queen, which was drank standing, the band performing God Save the Queen. I was dreadfully tired. though in a very agreeable position, and have no doubt every one else was the same, it being 11 when we returned to the drawing room. The archbishop's familiars, two priests, who always accompany him, respectable blackguards, were already in waiting. As for him, he was as kind and agreeable as usual, and after coffee, took his departure to the sound of music. End of letter the 28th. Letter the 29th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 29th. Virgin of Gavadonga, Santo Domingo. Decorations and music. Daguerreotype. Weekly soirees. An arrival. An earthquake. Honorable Mr. Blank. Broken furniture. Dias. Day of the Virgin of Guadalupe. Party of the Desierto. Itzcuen Tepotzotli. Inn of Guajimaclo. Ruined convent. Its origin. Déjeuner à la fourchette. Splendid scenery. Vow to the Virgin. Musical mass. Tacuba. Ride with the prior. 21st. We received a few days since an invitation to attend the sumptuous mass, annually given by the Asturian Brotherhood in honor of the Virgin of Gavadonga, in the church of Santo Domingo. The invitation, being printed on blue satin with gold lace and tassels, seems worthy of a place in a box of wax figures, which will be sent by the next packet. The church was superbly decorated, and only well-dressed people were admitted. C n was carried off to a post of honor near the altar, and a padre gave me a velvet chair. The music was beautiful, but too gay for a church. There were violins and wind instruments and several amateur players. Some pieces from the Cheval de Bronze were very well played. The sermon, preached by Guerrero, a Chanoine who has some reputation as an orator, contained a prudent degree of praise of the Spaniards, and even of a king, could that king be a Pelayo. In the evening we dined at the Prussian minister's, a pleasant party. Yesterday we went to Chapultepec, C n and I, M.D.G.T. and M.D.N., to take views with a daguerreotype which C n had the pleasure of receiving some time ago from Boston, from our friend Mr. Prescott. While they were working in the sun, I, finding that the excessive heat had the effect of cooling my enthusiasm, established myself with a book under Montezuma's cypress, which felt very romantic. The poetry of the scene, however, was greatly weakened by the arrival of a party of forçats in chains who were working in the castle, which I believe there is some intention of having transformed into a military college. They are so insolent that forgetting they are guarded and chained in couples, I felt glad to see that the servants were within call. Our weekly soirées have begun, and so far are very successful. There are now 3 tertulias in the week at the houses of the diplomates. We have generally music, cards, and plenty of dancing, and every one seems pleased, the best proof of which they give by generally staying till 2 or 3 in the morning. 28th. You may imagine my joy at the arrival of K and A in health and safety at 3 o'clock today. They have had a good journey from Vera Cruz, suffering from nothing but the cold, which they felt especially at Perote. As they arrived on the day of a soirée, they did not make their appearance, being tired. I have now an excuse for revisiting all my old haunts, and the first week or 2 must pass in sight-seeing. 30th. We dined yesterday at Tacubaya, where the C a family, particularly the ladies of the family, are in a state of the greatest uneasiness. I had just written these words, when I began, to my great astonishment, to rock up and down, chair, table, and myself. Suddenly, the room, the walls, all began to move, and the floor to heave like the waves of the sea. At first, I imagined that I was giddy, but almost immediately saw that it was an earthquake. We all ran, or rather staggered as well as we could, into the gallery, where the servants were already arranged on their knees, praying and crossing themselves with all their might. The shock lasted above a minute and a half, and I believe has done no injury, except in frightening the whole population and cracking a few old walls. All Mexico was on its knees while it lasted, even the poor madmen in San Hipólito, which A had gone to visit in company with Señor . I have had a feeling of seasickness ever since. They expect a return of the shock in 24 hours. How dreadful a severe earthquake must be! How terrible it is to feel this heaving of the solid earth, to lose our confidence in its security, and to be reminded that the elements of destruction which lurk beneath our feet are yet swifter and more powerful to destroy than those which are above us. I cannot help laughing yet at the recollection of the face of a poor little clerk who had just entered the house with a packet of letters for C n. He did not kneel, but sat down upon the steps as pale as death, looking as cream-faced as the messenger to Macbeth, and when the shock was over he was so sick that he ran out of the house without making any remarks. The scarlet hucamaya, with a loud shriek, flew from its perch and performed a zigzag flight through the air down to the troubled fountain in the court. Your friend, the Honourable Mr. arrived the other day looking very ill, having had the yellow fever at Havana very severely, a peculiar piece of bad fortune at this season. All the furniture we ordered from the United States arrived some time ago, a mass of legs and arms. Tables, wardrobes, etc., were, I believe, all sold for the mahogany at Vera Cruz. The mirrors also arrived in powder. This must be owing to bad packing, since our most delicate things from London, such as crystal, porcelain, etc., have arrived in excellent condition. December 3rd. Have had many visits today, this being my dia de fiesta. Amongst others, the president was here. This custom of keeping people's dias gives one a great deal of trouble, but the omission is considered rather a breach of politeness. 12th. This being the anniversary of the day of the miraculous apparition of Our Lady of Guadalupe, the cathedral and village will be crowded with Indians from all parts of the country. A and Mr. B have driven over there, but from all accounts the crowd will be so great that we are not tempted to accompany them. We have a soirée this evening, and have had 2 pleasant parties this week at the other houses. To-morrow we intend going with a large party to the Desierto, where some gentlemen are to give a breakfast. I understand that there are to be 23 people on horseback, and 18 in carriages, and our trysting place is by the great fountain with the gilt statue, in the Paseo de Bucareli. The hour 7:30. They say the Desierto is a beautiful place, but being 7 leagues from Mexico, we shall probably all return as tired as possible. 15th. The morning of our party to the Desierto was beautiful. Here one need not fear those contremptes in regard to the weather, which in England so often render a party of pleasure painful, unless indeed one chooses to select an evening in the rainy season for an expedition. We met by the fountain at the hour appointed, some in carriages and some on horseback. Of the latter I formed part. The road leads along the aqueduct by Chapultepec and through Tacubaya, and is the high road that goes to Toluca. The first part, after passing Tacubaya, is steep, bleak, and uninteresting. Plantations of maguey and occasional clumps of Peruvian trees are the only vegetation, and Indian huts the only traces of human life. But after a tedious ascent, the view looking back upon Mexico, with all her churches, lakes, and mountains, is truly magnificent. The road also begins to wind through a fertile and wooded country. About noon we reached an inn, where travellers stop who are going to Toluca, and where we halted to collect our scattered forces. Hanging up by a hook in the entry, along with various other dead animals, polecats, weasels, etc., was the ugliest creature I ever beheld. It seemed a species of dog with a hunchback, a head like a wolf, and no neck, a perfect monster. As far as I can make out, it must be the Itzcuintepotzotli, mentioned by some old Mexican writers. The people had brought it up in the house and killed it on account of its fierceness. This inn stands in the valley of Guajimalco, and is about a league from the Desierto. There is no longer any road there, but a steep and winding path through the beautiful woods. Therefore, those who had come in coaches were now obliged to proceed on donkeys with Indian guides. The beauty of the scenery is indescribable. The path winds ascending through a wilderness of trees and flowering shrubs, bathed by a clear and rapid rivulet, and every now and then, through the arched forest trees, are glimpses of the snowy volcanoes, and of the distant domes and lakes of Mexico. The ruins of the old Carmelite convent, standing on the slope of a hill, are surrounded by noble forests of pine and oak and cedar, long and lofty forest aisles, where the monks of former days wandered in peaceful meditation. But they removed from this beautiful site to another, said to be equally beautiful and wilder, also called the Desierto, but much farther from Mexico. And this fertile region, which the knowing eye of a Yankee would instantly discover to be full of capabilities in the way of machinery, belongs to no one, and lies here deserted in solitary beauty. Some poor Indians live amongst the ruins of the old cloisters, and the wild deer possess the undisputed sovereignty of the woods. It is said that a benighted traveller, who had lost his way in these solitudes, and was miraculously saved from dying of cold, founded this rich convent of Carmelite monks, in gratitude to Heaven for his deliverance, bequeathing his desire that all travellers who passed that way should receive hospitality from the convent. Certainly no place more fitted for devotion could have been selected than this mountain retreat, and when the convent bell tolled at evening, calling the monks to prayer and wakening the echoes of the silent hills, its deep notes must have been all in unison with the solemn scene. But the sight of a very magnificent déjeuner à la fourchette, spread under the pine trees, the uncorking of champagne bottles and Scotch ale, the savoury odour of soups and fricandeaus, the bustling attendance of English waiters, put to flight all romantic fancies. We remembered that we were hungry, that we had ridden 7 miles and had not breakfasted, and no order of friars could have done more justice to the repast than we did. But the component parts of a party of pleasure must be very curiously selected, the mosaic of the society very nicely fitted, or it will inevitably terminate unpleasantly, and the elements of discord are more dangerous, their effects more lasting than even the coughs and colds and rheumatisms, produced by these watery elements, sworn foes to all picnics and gipsy parties in our foggy island. About 4 o'clock we remounted our horses and retraced our path through the woods. And who could ruminate on petty disputes, or complain of trifling accidents, or not forget any disagreeable individuals who might have been found among our numerous party, when the splendid panorama of Mexico burst upon us, with all its mountains, lakes, and plains, its churches and towers and gardens bathed in a flood of golden light, the rich crimson clouds of sunset resting upon the snow of the volcanoes, while the woods through which our horses picked their steps, over stones and streamlets, were fragrant with blossoming shrubs and wild roses. When we reached the inn where the carriages had been left, we remounted our horses, and as it was growing dusk, and the whole party had not yet collected together, we thought it advisable for the equestrian part of the expedition to ride forward. So, leaving the carriages with their escort, we set off for Mexico. C n, I, A, and a servant at full gallop, and hardly drew our bridles till we reached the city, tired, as you may suppose, after our 14 leagues' ride. 20th. Our yesterday evening's tertulia was very crowded, and there was a great deal of music and dancing. These weekly soirées are decidedly successful, and the best families in Mexico unite there without etiquette, which we were told it was impossible to bring about. Perhaps it is that I am getting accustomed to the Mexican style of face, but it appeared to me that there was a great deal of beauty assembled, and as for fine voices, they are as common in Mexico as they are rare in England. A rich senator, Don B g, made a vow to the Virgin some years ago, that he would cause a splendid mass to be performed annually in the cathedral, at his own expense, in honour of our Saviour's birth, on the morning of Christmas Eve. This mass is performed entirely by amateurs, most of the young ladies in Mexico who have fine voices taking part in it. I was drawn in, very unwillingly, to promise to take a trifling part on the harp, the accompaniment to the Incarnatus. Preparations have long been going on for this solemnization, and various rehearsals have taken place amongst the amateur singers, in the evening, before large audiences in the Mineria. The whole thing promises well. 24th. C n has gone with Señor Zurutuza, a Spanish gentleman, to Cuernavaca, in Tierra Caliente, to spend a few days at his estate in the neighbourhood, which at this season will be delightful. This morning we rode to San Joaquin, where we met the prior on horseback on his way to Mexico, to confess the old prioress of the convent of Santa Teresa. He turned back and accompanied us during the rest of our ride. He rode with us to Tacuba, round the traces of the ruins, and to the fine old church and dismantled convent, where we dismounted, and having taken off our riding hats, accompanied the prior through the deserted cloisters into the old church, and I imagine we must have looked very picturesque, I in my riding habit, and the sandalled friar in his white robes kneeling side by side on the broken steps of the altar. He is so pleasant and well informed, that he is a particularly agreeable companion. End of letter the 29th. Letter the 30th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 30th. Christmas Day. Calends and Mass. Amateur performances. Solo. Posadas. Wandering of the Holy Family. Nacimiento. Crowded party. French cooks. Mexican cook. State of household. New Year's Day. Mass. Dirtiness of the churches, etc. Comparisons. Private chapels. English club. Preparations for journey. 25th. Christmas Day. 1 year this evening since we made our entry into Mexico. What a different aspect everything has assumed to us in 1 year! Then every object was new, every face that of a stranger. Now we are surrounded by familiar sights and sounds, and above all by friendly faces. But though novelty, which has its charms and its disagréments, has gone, nothing in Mexico even appears commonplace. Everything is on so large a scale, and everything so picturesque. Then there is so much interest attached to its old buildings, so much to see, even though there are no sights and no show places, unless we are to put in that class the Minera, Museum, Cathedral, University, and Botanic Garden, usually visited by travellers, that at whatever period we may leave it, I feel convinced we shall regret some point of interest that we have left unvisited. Some days ago coloured cards printed in gilt letters were sent round, inviting all the senator's friends to the mass in this form: J.E.B.O.G. requests that you will honour him with your presence and that of your family in the solemn function of Calends and Mass, with which he annually makes an humble remembrance of the birth of the Saviour, which festivity will take place on the morning of the 24th of this month, at 9 o'clock in the parish church of the Sagrario of the Holy Cathedral. Mexico, December 1840. By 9 we were all assembled in the choir, Don B.O. in his uniform dark blue and gold, we in mantillas. The church looked very splendid, and, as usual on these occasions, no léperos were admitted, therefore the crowd was very elegant and select. The affair went off brilliantly. 4 or 5 of the girls and several of the married women have superb voices, and not one of all those who sang in chorus had a bad voice. The finest I almost ever heard is that of the Señorita C. Were she to study in Italy, I venture to predict that she might rival Grisi. Such depth, power, extension, and sweetness, with such richness of tone in the upper notes, are very rarely united. She sang a solo in such tones that I thought the people below must have been inclined to applaud. There are others whose voices are much more cultivated, and who have infinitely more science. I speak only of the raw material. The orchestra was really good, and led by a first-rate musician. I was thankful when my part of the entertainment was over, and I could give an individual attention to the others. The celebration lasted 4 hours, but there was rather a long sermon. You will shortly receive a detailed account of the whole, which is to be published in the Mexican Annual called "The Ladies' Guide." In the evening we went to the house of the Marquesa de V o to spend the Christmas Eve. On this night all the relations and intimate friends of such family assemble in the house of the head of the clan, a real gathering, and in the present case to the number of 50 or 60 persons. This is the last night of what are called the posadas, a curious mixture of religion and amusement, but extremely pretty. The meaning is this: at the time when the decree went forth from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed, the Virgin and Joseph, having come out of Galilee to Judea to be inscribed for the taxation, found Bethlehem so full of people who had arrived from all parts of the world, that they wandered about for 9 days without finding admittance in any house or tavern, and on the 9th day took shelter in a manger where the Saviour was born. For 8 days this wandering of the Holy Family to the different posadas is represented, and seems more intended for an amusement to the children than anything serious. We went to the Marquesa's at 8 o'clock, and about 9 the ceremony commenced. A lighted taper is put into the hand of each lady, and a procession was formed, 2 by 2, which marched all through the house, the corridors and walls of which were all decorated with evergreens and lamps, the whole party singing the litanies. K walked with the Dowager Marquesa, and a group of little children dressed as angels joined the procession. They wore little robes of silver or gold llama, plumes of white feathers, and a profusion of fine diamonds and pearls in bandeaux, brooches and necklaces, white gauze wings, and white satin shoes embroidered in gold. At last the procession drew up before a door, and a shower of fireworks was sent flying over our heads, I suppose to represent the descent of the angels, for a group of ladies appeared, dressed to represent the shepherds who watched their flocks by night upon the plains of Bethlehem. Then voices, supposed to be those of Mary and Joseph, struck up a hymn, in which they begged for admittance, saying that the night was cold and dark, that the wind blew hard, and that they prayed for a night's shelter. A chorus of voices from within refused admittance. Again those without entreated shelter, and at length declared that she at the door, who thus wandered in the night, and had not where to lay her head, was the Queen of Heaven. At this name the doors were thrown wide open, and the Holy Family entered singing. The scene within was very pretty, a nacimiento. Platforms going all around the room were covered with moss, on which were disposed groups of wax figures, generally representing passages from different parts of the New Testament, though sometimes they began with Adam and Eve in Paradise. There was the Annunciation, the salutation of Mary to Elizabeth, the wise men of the East, the shepherds, the flight into Egypt. There were green trees and fruit trees, and little fountains that cast up fairy columns of water, and flocks of sheep, and a little cradle in which to lay the infant Christ. One of the angels held a waxen baby in her arms. The whole was lighted very brilliantly, and ornamented with flowers and garlands. A padre took the baby from the angel and placed it in the cradle, and the posada was completed. We then returned to the drawing room, angels, shepherds, and all, and danced till supper time. The supper was a show for sweetmeats and cakes. Today, with the exception of there being no service in all the churches, Christmas is not kept in any remarkable way. We are spending this evening alone and very quietly. To-morrow we have a soirée. I have letters from C n from Cuernavaca, delighted with the beauties of Tierra Caliente, and living amongst roses and orange trees. I hope that in January we shall be able to go there, in case anything should occur to induce us to leave Mexico before next winter. 27th. We had a very crowded party last evening, I think the best we have had yet, a fact which I mention, because I triumph in my opinion that these weekly parties would succeed in Mexico having proved correct. I have lately been engaged in search of a cook, with as much pertinacity as Japheth in search of his father, and with as little success as he had in his preliminary inquiries. One, a Frenchman, I found out, had been tried for murder, another was said to be deranged, a third, who announced himself as the greatest artiste who had yet condescended to visit Mexico, demanded a salary which he considered suitable to his abilities. I tried a female Mexican in spite of her flowing hair. She seemed a decent woman and tolerable cook, and although our French housekeeper and Prime Minister had deserted us at our utmost need, we ventured to leave the house and to spend the day at Tacubaya. On our return found the whole establishment unable to stand. Cook tipsy, soldiers ditto, Galopin slightly intoxicated, in short the house taking care of itself, no standing force but the coachman and footman who have been with us some time and appear to be excellent servants. I am, however, promised a good Mexican housekeeper, and trust that some order will be established under her government. Also a Chinese cook with a celestial character. Letters from Spain announcing the speedy arrival of a secretary of legation and another attaché. 1st January, 1841. A happy new year to all. We began it by attending early mass in San Francisco, about the cleanest church in Mexico, and most frequented by the better classes. There you may have the good fortune to place yourself between two well-dressed women, but you are equally likely to find your neighbour a beggar with a blanket; besides, the floor is nearly as dirty as that of the cathedral. This dirtiness is certainly one of the greatest drawbacks to human felicity in this beautiful country, degrading the noble edifices dedicated to the worship of God, destroying the beautiful works destined for the benefit of his creatures. The streets, the churches, the theatres, the market-place, the people, all are contaminated by this evil. The market-place is indeed full of flowers and green branches and garlands, but those who sell the flowers and weave the wreaths are so dirty, that the effect of what would otherwise be the prettiest possible picture is completely destroyed. In the theatre there is a series of suffocating odours, especially in the dimly lighted corridors, which is anything but agreeable. The custom of kneeling on the floor in church seems fitting and devout, but there surely can be no reason why the floor of a sacred building should not be kept scrupulously clean, or why the lower classes should not be obliged to dress themselves with common decency. Those who are unable to do so, though probably there are not half a dozen people in Mexico who do not wear rags merely from indolence, should certainly have a place set apart for them, in which case this air of squalid poverty would no doubt disappear. On occasion of any peculiar fête, the church is washed and beggars are excluded, and then indeed these noble edifices seem fitting temples wherein to worship the Most High. On other days, in addition to the léperos, especially in the cathedral, the Indian women are in the habit of bringing their babies and baskets of vegetables to church, and the babies on their part are in the habit of screaming, as babies will when they consider themselves neglected. This may be difficult to amend, the poor woman having come in from her village, and perforce brought her progeny with her, but the strong stout man in rags, who prefers begging to working, the half-naked woman who would consider herself degraded by doing anything to better her condition, except asking for alms, the dogs which wander up and down during divine service, all these might be brought to order by proper regulations. Notwithstanding all these drawbacks, I have sometimes compared in my own mind the appearance of a fashionable London chapel with that of a Mexican church on the occasion of a solemn fête, and the comparison is certainly in favour of the latter. The one light, airy, and gay, with its velvet-lined pews, its fashionable preacher; the ladies a little sleepy after the last night's opera, but dressed in the most elegant morning toilette, and casting furtive glances at Lady 's bonnet and feathers, and at Mrs 's cashmere shawl or lovely ermine pelisse, and exchanging a few fashionable nothings at the door, as the footmen let down the steps of their gay equipages; the other solemn, stately, and gloomy, and showing no distinction of rank. the floor covered with kneeling figures, some enveloped in the reboso, others in the mantilla, and all alike devout, at least in outward seeming. No showy dress or gay bonnet or fashionable mantle to cause the eye of the poor to wander with envy or admiration. Apparently considering themselves alike in the sight of heaven, the peasant and the marquesa kneel side by side with little distinction of dress, and all appear occupied with their own devotions, without observing either their neighbour's dress or degree of devoutness. Religious feeling may be equally strong in the frequenters of both places of worship, but as long as we possess senses which can be affected by external objects, the probabilities of the most undivided devotional feeling are in favour of the latter. The eye will wander, the thoughts will follow where it leads. In the one case it rests on elegant forms and fashionable toilettes, in the other it sees nothing but a mass of dark and kneeling figures, or a representation of holy and scriptural subjects. However, one consequence of the exceeding dirtiness of the Mexican churches, and the number of léperos who haunt them, as much in the way of their calling as from devotion, is that a great part of the principal families here, having oratorios in their houses, have engaged the services of a padre, and have mass at home. There is a small chapel in the house of General B a, the handsomest house in Mexico, where there is a Virgin carved in wood, one of the most exquisite pieces of sculpture that can be seen. The face is more than angelic, it is divine, but a divine nature suffering mortal anguish. 27th. On the 1st of February we hope to set off on an expedition to Tierra Caliente, from which C n returned some time ago. We have, by good fortune, procured an excellent Mexican housekeeper, under whose auspices everything has assumed a very different aspect, and to whose care we can entrust the house when we go. Nothing remarkable has occurred here lately; the usual routine of riding on horseback, visiting in carriage, walking very rarely in the Alameda, driving in the Paseo, dining at Tacubaya, 3 weekly soirées, varied by a diplomatic dinner in the house of the Minister, and by the dinner of the English Club, who met here yesterday, by a sale of books after dinner, in which the president of the society fined me $5 for keeping a stupid old poem past the time, upon which I moved that the poem should be presented to me, which was carried nem con. We have been strongly advised not to attempt this journey, and the stories of robbers and robberies related by credible persons are not encouraging. Robbers, bad roads, horrible heat, poisonous animals, many are the difficulties prognosticated to us. The season is already rather advanced, but it has been impossible for us to set off sooner. Our next letters will be written either during our journey, should we find the opportunity, or after our return. End of letter the 30th. Letter the 31st of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 31st. Leave Mexico. Cuernavaca. Tierra Caliente. Atlacamulco. Orange groves. Sugar cane. Annual produce. Will of Cortes. Description. Coffee plantation. Scorpions. List of venomous reptiles. Acapasingo. Doubts and difficulties. A decision. Atlacamulco, February the 2nd. A quiet day in a hospitable country house. Too sunny to go out, and nothing else to do, are temptations sufficient to induce me to sit down and give you an account of our proceedings during these last 2 days. Yesterday, the 1st of February, at 4 in the morning, very sleepy, we set off in the diligence which we had taken for ourselves, our sole luggage, 2 portmanteaus and a carpet bag, our dresses, dark strong calico gowns, large Panama hats, rebosos tied on like scarves, and thick green barège veils. A government escort of 4 soldiers with a corporal, renewed 4 times, accompanied us as far as Cuernavaca, which is about 18 leagues from Mexico, and the entrance, as it were, to tierra caliente. These are supposed sufficient to frighten away 3 times the number of robbers, whose daring, however, has got to such a height, that no diligence now arrives from Puebla without being robbed. 6 robberies have happened there in the last fortnight, and the road to Cuernavaca is said to be still more dangerous. We took chocolate before starting, and carried with us a basket of cold meat and wine, as there is nothing on the road that can be called an inn. When we set off it was cool, almost cold. The astral lamps were out, and the great solar lamp was not yet lighted. But soon, like lobster boiled, the morn from black to red began to turn. By the time we had reached San Agustin, where we changed horses, the sun had risen, enabling us to see all the horrors of the road which, after leaving that beautiful village with its trees and gardens, winds over the mountains, amongst great volcanic rocks, a toilsome ascent, and passes by the village of Ajusco, a miserable robber's nest. Yet the view as we looked back from this barren tract, while the sun was breaking over the summits of the mountains, was very grand in its mixture of fertility and wildness, in its vast extent of plains and villages, with their groves and gardens, and in its fine view of Mexico itself, white and glittering in the distance. The mountains of Ajusco, clothed with dark forests of pine, frowned on our right, and looked worthy of its brigand-haunted reputation. At La Guardia, a collection of miserable huts, we changed horses and declined some suspicious-looking frijoles in dirty saucers, which were offered to us, a proof both that we were young travellers in this country, and that we had not exhausted our basket of civilized provender. The road wound round through a succession of rocks and woods till we reached Cruz del Marques, the Marquis being of course Cortes, while the cross, it is said, was planted there by him to mark the limits of his territory, or rather of that which the Indian Emperor had assigned him. About 2 o'clock the heat became intense, and we began to see and to feel symptoms of our approach to tierra caliente. We arrived at the Indian village of Huilchilaque, which is rather pretty, with cane cottages and a good many flowering trees, and from the eminence on which it is situated, the hot land is visible. The diligence now began galloping down the rocky and stony descent. The country looked even more arid than before, the vegetation more dried up. Not a tree, but here and there at long intervals a feathery cocoa or a palm, and occasionally some beautiful unknown wild flowers. But the heat, the dust, the jolting! When at length we rattled through Cuernavaca, and stopped before the quiet-looking inn, it was with joy that we bade adieu, for some time at least, to all diligences, coaches, and carriages, having to trust for the future to 4-legged conveyances which we can guide as we please. Cuernavaca, Cow's Horn, the ancient Cuanahuac, was one of the 30 cities which Charles V gave to Cortes, and afterwards formed part of the estates of the Duke of Monteleone, representative of the family of Cortes as Marquis of the Valley of Oaxaca. It was celebrated by the ancient writers for its beauty, its delightful climate, and the strength of its situation, defended on one side by steep mountains, and on the other by a precipitous ravine, through which ran a stream, which the Spaniards crossed by means of 2 great trees that had thrown their branches across the barranca, and formed a natural bridge. It was the capital of the Tlahuaca nation, and after the conquest, Cortes built here a splendid palace, a church, and a convent of Franciscans, believing that he had laid the foundation of a great city. And in fact, its delicious climate, the abundance of the water, the minerals said to exist in the neighbourhood, its fine trees, delicious fruits, and vicinity to the capital, all combined to render it a flourishing city. It is, however, a place of little importance, though so favoured by nature, and the conqueror's palace is a half-ruined barrack, though a most picturesque object, standing on a hill behind which starts up the great white volcano. There are some good houses, and the remains of the church which Cortes built, celebrated for its bold arch; but we were too tired to walk about much, and waited most anxiously for the arrival of horses and men from the sugar estate of Don Anselmo Zurutuza at Atlacamulco, where we were to pass the night. The house where the diligence stopped was formerly remarkable for the fine garden attached to it, and belonged to a wealthy proprietor. We sat down amongst the fruit trees, by the side of a clear tank, and waited there till the arrival of our horses and guides. It was nearly dusk when they came; the sun had gone down, the evening was cool and agreeable, and after much kicking and spurring, and loading of mules and barking of dogs, we set off over hill and dale, through pretty wild scenery, as far as we could distinguish by the faint light, climbing hills and crossing streams for 2 leagues, till at length the fierce fires pouring from the sugar oven chimneys of Atlacamulco gave us notice that we were near our haven for the night. We galloped into the courtyard amongst dogs and negroes and Indians, and were hospitably received by the administrador, the agent. Greatly were we divided between sleep and hunger, but hunger gained the victory, and an immense smoking supper received our most distinguished attention. This morning, after a refreshing sleep, we rose and dressed at 8 o'clock, late hours for tierra caliente, and then went out into the coffee plantation and orange walk. Anything so lovely! The orange trees were covered with their golden fruit and fragrant blossom. The lemon trees, bending over, formed a natural arch, which the sun could not pierce. We laid ourselves down on the soft grass, contrasting this day with the preceding. The air was soft and balmy, and actually heavy with the fragrance of the orange blossoms and starry jasmine. All around the orchard ran streams of the most delicious clear water, trickling with sweet music, and now and then a little cardinal, like a bright red ruby, would perch on the trees. We pulled bouquets of orange blossom, jasmine, lilies, double red roses, and lemon leaves, and wished we could have transported them to you, to those lands where winter is now wrapping the world in his white winding sheet. The gardener, or coffee planter, such a gardener! Don Juan by name, with an immense black beard, Mexican hat, and military sash of crimson silk, came to offer us some orangeade, and having sent to the house for sugar and tumblers, pulled the oranges from the trees, and drew the water from a clear tank overshadowed by blossoming branches, and cold as though it had been iced. There certainly is no tree more beautiful than the orange, with its golden fruit, shining green leaves, and lovely white blossoms, with so delicious a fragrance. We felt this morning as if Atlacamulco was an earthly paradise. It belongs, in fact, to the Duke of Monteleone, and is let by his agent, Don Luis Alaman, to Señor Zurutuza. Its average annual produce of silver is about 30,000 arrobas, an arroba containing 25 pounds. The sugar cane was unknown to the ancient Mexicans, who made syrup of honey and also from the maguey, and sugar from the stalk of maize. The sugar cane was introduced by the Spaniards from the Canary Islands to Santo Domingo, from whence it passed to Cuba and Mexico. The first sugar canes were planted in 1520 by Don Pedro de Atienza. The first cylinders were constructed by Gonzalo de Velosa, and the first sugar mills, built by the Spaniards at that time, were worked by hydraulic wheels and not by horses. M.D. Humboldt, who examined the will of Cortes, informs us that the conqueror had left sugar plantations near Cuyoacan, in the valley of Mexico, where now, owing, it is supposed, to the cutting down of the trees, the cold is too great for sugar cane, or any other tropical production, to thrive. There are few negroes on these sugar plantations. Their numbers have not increased since their introduction. We observed but one old negro, said to be upwards of 100, who was working in the courtyard as we passed. The generality of the workmen are Indians. As for the interior of these haciendas, they are all pretty much alike, so far as we have seen. A great stone building, which is neither farm nor country house, according to our notions, but has a character peculiar to itself. Solid enough to stand a siege, with floors of painted brick, large deal tables, wooden benches, painted chairs, and whitewashed walls, one of two painted or iron bedsteads, only put up when wanted, numberless empty rooms, kitchen and outhouses, the courtyard a great square, round which stand the house for boiling the sugar, whose furnaces blaze day and night, the house with machinery for extracting the juice from the cane, the refining rooms, the places where it is dried, etc., all on a large scale. If the hacienda is, as here, a coffee plantation also, then there is the great mill for separating the beans from the chaff, and sometimes also there are buildings where they make brandy. Here there are 400 men employed, exclusive of boys, 100 horses, and a number of mules. The property is generally very extensive, containing the fields of sugarcane, plains for cattle, and the pretty plantations of coffee, so green and spring-like, this one containing upwards of 50,000 young plants, all fresh and vigorous, besides a great deal of uncultivated ground abandoned to the deer and hares and quails, of which there are great abundance. For 4 months in the year, tierra caliente must be a paradise, and it has the advantage over the coasts in being quite free from yellow fever. But the heat in summer and the number of poisonous insects are great drawbacks. Of these, the alacrans, or scorpions, which haunt all the houses, are amongst the worst. Their bite is poisonous, and to a child deadly, which is one of the many reasons why these estates are left entirely to the charge of an agent, and though visited occasionally by the proprietor, rarely lived in by the family. The effects are more or less violent in different constitutions. Some persons will remain for 8 days in convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and the stomach swelled as if by dropsy; others, by immediate remedies, do not suffer much. The chief cures are brandy, taken in sufficient quantities to stupefy the patient, guiacum, and boiled silk, which last is considered most efficacious. In Durango they are particularly numerous and venomous, so that a reward is given for so many heads of scorpions to the boys there, to encourage them to destroy them. The Señora who lives there feels no inconvenience from their bite, but the scorpion who bites her immediately dies. It is pretended that they prefer dark people to fair, which is to suppose them very discriminating. Though as yet there have been few seen in the houses, I must confess that we feel rather uneasy at night, and scrupulously examine our beds and their environs before venturing to go to sleep. The walls being purposely whitewashed, it is not difficult to detect them, but where the roofs are formed of beams, they are very apt to drop through. There are other venomous reptiles for whose sting there is no remedy, and if you would like to have a list of these interesting creatures, according to the names by which they are known in these parts, I can furnish you with one from the best authority. These, however, are generally to be found about outhouses, and only occasionally visit our apartments. There is the chicaclina, a striped viper, of beautiful colours; the coraldillo, a viper of a coral colour with a black head; the vinagrillo, an animal like a large cricket; you can discover it when in the room by its strong smell of vinegar. It is orange coloured, and taps upon the person whom it crawls over without giving any pain, but leaving a long train of deadly poison. I have fancied that I smelt vinegar in every room since hearing this. The salamanquesa, whose bite is fatal, it is shaped like a lizard. The eslaboncillo, which throws itself upon you, and if prevented from biting you, dies of spite. The quenquatl, which has 5 feet, and shines in the dark, so that fortunately a warning is given of the vicinity of these animals in different ways. In some by the odour they exhale, in some by the light they emit, and in others, like the rattlesnake, by the sound they give out. Then there is a beautiful black and red spider called the chinclaquili, whose sting sends a pain through all your bones, the only cure for which is to be shut up for several days in a room thick with smoke. There are also the tarantula and casampuga spiders. Of the first, which is a shocking looking soft fat creature, covered with dark hair, it is said that the horse which treads on it instantly loses its hoof, but this wants confirmation. Of the scorpions, the small yellowish coloured ones are the most dangerous, and it is pretended that their bite is most to be apprehended at midday. The workmen occasionally eat them after pulling out the sting. The flesh of the viper is also eaten roasted as a remedy against eruptions of the skin. Methinks the remedy is worse than the disease. But to banish this creeping subject, which seems not at all in unison with the lovely scenes that surround us, an Eden where no serpent should enter, we have been riding this evening to a beautiful little Indian village called Acampansingo, than which I never beheld anything prettier in its way. Some few houses there are of stone, but the generality are of cane, and each cottage is surrounded by its fruit trees, and by others covered with lilac or white blossoms, and twined with creepers. The lanes or streets of the lilies are cleanly swept, and shaded by the blossoming branches that overhang them, while every now and then they are crossed by little streams of the purest water. I think I never knew what really delicious water was till I came here. The Indians, both men and women, looked clean, and altogether this is the prettiest Indian village we have yet seen. As we are very anxious to visit the celebrated cave of Cacauamilpa, near the city of Cuatlamilpa, and also to see as much of Tierra Caliente as possible, we have determined, though with regret, to leave our present quarters at Atlacamulto tomorrow morning at 2 o'clock A.M. As there are no inns, we are furnished with letters of recommendation to the proprietors of the chief haciendas in these parts. Formerly there was so much hospitality here, that an annual sum $3,000, it is said, was assigned by the proprietors to their agents for the reception of travellers, whether rich or poor, and whether recommended or not. Our plan of visiting the cave has been nearly frustrated by the arrival of General C s, a neighbouring proprietor, who assured us that we were going to undertake an impossibility, that the barrancas by which we must pass to arrive at the cave were impassable for women, the mountain paths being so steep and perpendicular that men and horses had frequently fallen backwards in the ascent, or been plunged forward over the precipices, in attempting to descend. We were in despair when it was suggested that there was another, though much longer road to the cave, by which we might ride. And though our time is at present very precious, we were too glad to agree to this compromise. C n and A have returned from a shooting expedition, in which they have not been very successful, and though I have only recounted to you the beginning of our adventures, I must stop here and take a few hours' rest before we set off on our matinal expedition. End of letter the 31st. Letter the 32nd of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 32nd. Leave Atlacamulco. Assemble by starlight. Balmy atmosphere. Flowers and trees of the tropics. The formidable barrancas. Breakfast under the trees. Force of the sun. Miacatlan. Hospitality. Profitable estate. Leave Miacatlan. Beautiful village. Musical bells. Ride by moonlight. Sugar fires. Cocoyotla. Old gentleman. Supper. Orange trees and cocoas. Delicious water. Sugar estates. A scorpion. Set off for the cave. Morning ride. Dangerous path. Cocoyotla, 5th. On the morning of the 3rd of February we rose about 2:30, and a little after 3, by the light of the stars and the blaze of the sugar fires, our whole party were assembled on horseback in the courtyard. We were about 12 in number. Don Juan, the coffee planter, and Don Pedro, a friend of his, were deputed by the agent to act as our guides. 4 or 5 well-armed mozos, farm servants, were our escort, together with our Mexican boy, and we had mules to carry our luggage, which was compressed into the smallest possible compass. The morning was perfectly enchanting, and the air like balm, when we set off by this uncertain light, not on roads, much to our satisfaction, but through fields and over streams, by hills and down into valleys, climbing among stones, the horses picking their way like goats. I certainly never felt or imagined such an atmosphere. The mere inhaling it was sufficient pleasure. When the light gradually began to dawn, so that we could discern each other's faces, and made sure that we were not a party of shadows, for besides the obscurity, a mixture of sleepiness and placid delight had hitherto kept us all silent, we looked round on the landscape as little by little it assumed form and consistency. The fires from the hacienda were still visible, but growing pale in the beams of morning, vanishing like false visions from before the holy light of truth. As we rode along, we found that the scenery on the hilly parts was generally bleak and sterile, the grass dried up, and very little vegetation; but wherever we arrived at a valley sheltered from the sun's rays, there we found a little rivulet trickling through it, with water like liquid diamonds, bathing the trees and the flowers, the loveliest blossoming trees mingled with bananas, oranges, and lemons, and interspersed with bright flowers, forming a natural garden and orchard. One tree, with no leaves on it, is covered with white starry flowers, and looks at a distance as if it had been covered with snow, which had melted off the branches, leaving only occasional white tufts. Another is bending with lilac blossoms, which hang in graceful clusters, another with flowers like yellow balls. Then there are scarlet wild flowers that seem as if they were made of wax or shining coral, and quantities of white jasmine, trailing on the grass and throwing itself over the branches of the trees. There is one beautiful tree with flowers like immense white lilies, and buds that look like shut lily blossoms in white wax. Leaving these beautiful and fertile lands that adorn the slopes and bases of the hills, you mount again up the steep paths, and again you find the grass dried up, and no vegetation but stunted nopals or miserable-looking blue-green magueys. Yet sometimes in the most desert spot, a little sheltered by a projecting hill, you come upon the most beautiful tree bending with rich blossoms, standing all alone, as if through ambition it had deserted its lowly sisters in the valley, and stood in its exalted station, solitary and companionless. As for the names of these tropical trees, they are almost all Indian, and it is only botanically that they can be properly distinguished. There is the floripundio, with white odoriferous flowers hanging like bells from its branches, with large pointed pale green leaves. The yohohoquetel, signifying flower of the heart, like white stars with yellow hearts, which when shut have the form of one, and the fragrance of which is delicious. The ihuhoquetel, whose flowers look like small white musk roses; another with a long Indian name, and which means the flower of the raven, and is white, red, and yellow. The Indians use it to adorn their altars, and it is very fragrant as well as beautiful. After 6 hours' good riding, our guides pointed out to us the formidable barrancas at some distance, and expressed their opinion that with great caution, our horses being very sure-footed, we might venture to pass them, by which means we should save 3 leagues, and be enabled to reach an hacienda within 6 leagues of the cave that night; and after some deliberation it was agreed that the attempt should be made. These barrancas, the word literally means a ravine or mountain gully, are 2 mountains, one behind the other, which it is necessary to cross by a narrow path that looks like a road for goats. We began the ascent in silence and some fear, one by one, till the horses were nearly perpendicular. It lasted about 20 minutes, and we then began to descend slowly, certainly not without some danger of being thrown over our horses' heads. However, we arrived in safety at the end of the first mountain, and this being accomplished, drew up to rest our horses and mules beside a beautiful clear stream, bordered by flowering trees. Here some clear-headed individual of the party proposed that we should open our hamper, containing cold chicken, hand eggs, sherry, etc., observing that it was time to be hungry. His suggestion was agreed to without a dissenting voice, and a napkin being spread under a shady tree, no time was lost in proving the truth of his observation. A very ingenious contrivance for making a wine glass by washing an eggshell in the stream is worthy of record. When we had demolished the cold chicken, the mozos surrounded the cold meat, and after gathering branches covered with beautiful flowers, with which we ornamented our horses' heads and our own hats, we prepared to ascend the second mountain. This is as steep, or nearly as steep as the first, but we were already confident in the surefootedness of our horses, and even able to admire the view as we ascended single file. After much rain this path must of course be completely impassable. The day had now become oppressively warm, though it was not later than 11 o'clock, and having passed the hills, we came to a dusty high road, which, about 12, brought us to the hacienda of Miacatlan, belonging to the family of Perez Palacio. We were overtaken on the road by the eldest son of the proprietor, who cordially invited us in, and introduced us to the ladies of his family, and to his father, a fine noble-looking old gentleman. As we were excessively tired, hot, and dusty, we were very glad to spend a few hours here during the heat of the sun, and after joining the family at breakfast, consisting of the most extraordinary variety of excellent dishes, with a profusion of fine fruits and curious sweetmeats, amongst which was the ethereal-looking production called angel's hair, cabella de angel, we were glad to lie down and rest till 4 o'clock. This hacienda is very productive and valuable, and has a silver mine on it. There is also every variety of fine fruit, especially the largest cedrats I ever saw, which, although they have not a great deal of flavour, are very refreshing. With all their beauty and fertility, there is something very lonely in a residence on these estates, which are so entirely shut out of the world. Not so much for the proprietors themselves, who are occupied in the care of their interests, but for the female part of the family. We left this hospitable mansion about 4 o'clock, rested and refreshed, the proprietor giving K a horse of his instead of her own, which was tired. The sun was still powerful when we and our train remounted, but the evening had become delightfully cool by the time we had reached the beautiful village of San Francisco de Tecala, lying amongst wooded hills, its white houses gleaming out from amidst the orange trees, with a small river crossed by bridges running through it. Many of the houses were tolerably large and well built. It was a fête day, and the musical bells ringing merrily. The people were clean and well dressed, and were assembled in crowds in an enclosure, looking at a bullfight, which must be hot work in this climate, both for man and beast. But when the moon rose serenely and without a cloud, and a soft breeze, fragrant with orange blossom, blew gently over the trees, I felt as if we might have rode on for ever, without fatigue, and in a state of the most perfect enjoyment. It were hard to say whether the first soft breath of morning, or the languishing and yet more fragrant airs of evening, were most enchanting. Sometimes we passed through a village of scattered Indian huts, with little fires of sticks lighted in their courts, glowing on the bronze faces of the women and children. And at the sound of our horses' hoofs, a chorus of dogs, yelping with most discordant fury, would give us loud notice of their total disapprobation of all night travellers. Sometimes a decided smell of boiled sugar was mingled with the fragrance of the orange blossom and jasmine, reminding us of those happy days of yore, when the housekeeper in all her glory was engaged in making her annual stock of jellies and jams. Once we were obliged to dismount, that our horses might make an ugly leap over a great ditch guarded by thorny bushes, and amongst trees where the moon gave us no light. About 10 o'clock symptoms of weariness began to break out amongst us, spite of moonbeams and orange buds, when down in a valley we saw the sugar fires of Cocoyotla, the hacienda to which we trusted for our next place of shelter, darting out their fierce red tongues amongst the trees. We knocked for admittance at the great gate, and it was some time before the people within would undo the fastenings, which they did with great caution, and after carefully reconnoitring us, afterwards giving for excuse that a party of 30 robbers had passed by the night before, and that they thought we might have been some of these knight errants. We sent in our credentials to the proprietor, an old gentleman married to a young wife, who, living on the road to the cave, is by no means pleased at his house being turned into a posada for all and sundry, and complained bitterly of a party of Englishmen who had passed by some time before, and the only Spanish word they could say was "vater," by which they meant agua, caramba. However, he was very hospitable to us, and pressed us to remain there the following day, and rest ourselves and our horses after our 14 leagues' march, previous to going on to the cave. A very good supper and a very sound sleep were refreshing, and the whole of the next day we spent in wandering about or sitting lazily amongst the magnificent orange trees and cocoas of this fine hacienda. Here the orange trees are the loftiest we had yet seen, long ranges of noble trees loaded with fruit and flowers. At the back of the house is a small grove of cocoas, and a clear running stream passing through beautiful flowers, and refreshing everything in its course. Indeed, all through tierra caliente, except on the barren hills, there is a profusion of the most delicious water, here at once a necessity and a luxury. These sugar estates are under high cultivation, the crops abundant, the water always more than sufficient both for the purposes of irrigation and for machinery, which A considers equal to anything he has seen in Jamaica. They produce annually from 30 to 50,000 arrobas of sugar. The labourers are free Indians, and are paid from 2½ to 6½ reals per day. I believe that about 150 are sufficient for working on a large estate. Bountiful nature, walking on the traces of civil war, fills up the ravages caused by sanguinary revolutions, and these estates in the valley of Cuernavaca, which have so frequently been theatres of bloodshed, and have so often changed proprietors, remain in themselves as fertile and productive as ever. In the evening we visited the trapiche, as they call the sugar works, the sugar boilers, warehouses, storerooms, and engines. The heat is so intense among these great boilers, that we could not endure it for more than a few minutes, and pitied the men who have to spend their lives in this work. They make panoja on this estate, cakes of coarse sugar, which the common people prefer to the refined sugar. Just as we were preparing to retire for the night, an animal on the wall attracted our attention close by K's bed, and, gentle reader, it was a scorpion! We gave a simultaneous cry, which brought Señor into the room, who laughed at our fears and killed our foe, when lo! just as our fright had passed away, another, a yellowish coloured venomous looking creature, appeared stealing along the wall. The lady of the house came this time, and ordered the room and the beds to be searched. No more could be discovered, but it was difficult to sleep in peace after such an apparition. At 3 the next morning we rose, and set off by moon and starlight for the cave. The morning was lovely as usual, and quite cool. We passed a great deal of barren and hilly road till we reached some plains, where we had a delightful gallop, and arrived early at a small rancho, or farmhouse, where we were to procure guides for the cave. Here we added 4 Indians and the master of the house, Benito, to our party, which was afterwards increased by numbers of men and boys, till we formed a perfect regiment. This little rancho, with its small garden, was very clean and neat. The woman of the house told us she had seen no lady since an English ministra had slept there 2 nights. We concluded that this must have been Mrs. Ashburnham, who spent 2 days in exploring the cave. We continued our ride over loose stones and dry rocky hills, where, were the horses not sure-footed and used to climb, the riders' necks would no doubt suffer. Within about a quarter of a mile of the cave, after leaving on our right the pretty village of Cuatlamilpas, we found ourselves in a place which I consider much more dangerous than even the barrancas near Miacatlan. A narrow path overhanging a steep precipice and bordering a perpendicular hill, with just room for the horses' feet, affording the comfortable assurance that one false step would precipitate you to the bottom. I confess to having held my breath, as one by one, and step by step, no one looking to the right or the left, our gowns occasionally catching on a bush, with our whole train we wound slowly down this narrow descent. Arrived near the mouth of the cave, we dismounted, and climbed our way among stones and gravel to the great mountain opening. But an account of the cave itself must be reserved till our return to Atlacamulco. End of letter the 32nd. Letter the 33rd of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 33rd. Cave of Cacahuamilpa. Superstition. Long-bearded goat. Portal. Vestibule. Fantastic forms. Breakfast. Pine torches. Noble hall. Stalactites and stalagmites. Egyptian pyramids. Double gallery. Wonderful formations. Corridor. Frozen landscape. Amphitheater. World in chaos. Skeleton. Wax lights. Hall of angels. Return. Distant light. Indian alcalde. Cuatlamilpas. Rancho. Return to Cocoyotla. Chapel. Miacatlan. Eclipse of the moon. Benighted travelers. Indian village. El Puente. Return to Atlacamulco. Atlacamulco, 7th. The cave of Cacahuamilpa, whose actual wonders equal the fabled descriptions of the palaces of Genii, was until lately known to the Indians alone, or if the Spaniards formerly knew anything about it, its existence was forgotten amongst them. But although in former days it may have been used as a place of worship, a superstitious fear prevented the more modern Indians from exploring its shining recesses, for here it was firmly believed the evil spirit had his dwelling, and in the form of a goat, with long beard and horns, guarded the entrance of the cave. The few who ventured there and beheld this apparition brought back strange tales to their credulous companions, and even the neighbourhood of the enchanted cave was avoided, especially at nightfall. The chain of mountains into whose bosom it leads is bleak and bare, but the ravine below is refreshed by a rapid stream that forms small waterfalls as it tumbles over the rocks, and is bordered by green and flowering trees. Amongst these is one with a smooth satin-like bark of a pale golden colour, whose roots have something snakish and witch-like in their appearance, intertwining with each other, grappling as it were with the hard rock, and stretching out to the most extraordinary distance. We arrived at the entrance of the cave, a superb portal, upwards of 70 feet high, and 150 wide, according to the computation of a learned traveller, the rocks which support the great arch so symmetrically disposed as to resemble a work of art. The sun was already high in the heavens, shining with intense brightness on the wild scenery that surrounded us, the rocks and trees and rushing waters, A sensation of awe came over us as we stood at the mouth of the cave, and turning from day to night, strained our eyes to look down a deep descent into a gigantic vaulted hall, faintly lighted by the red embers of a fire which the Indians had kindled near the entrance. We made our way down a declivity of, it may be, 150 feet, surrounded by blocks of stone and rock, and remained lost in astonishment at finding ourselves in this gloomy subterranean palace, surrounded by the most extraordinary, gigantic, and mysterious forms, which it is scarcely possible to believe are the fantastic productions of the water which constantly trickles from the roof. I was shocked, to confess it. I would prefer passing it over, but we had tasted nothing that morning, and we had rode for 8 hours, and were dying of hunger. Moreover, we travelled with a cook, a very tolerable native artist, but without sentiment, his heart in his stew pan, and he, without the least compunction, had begun his frying and broiling operations in what seemed the very vestibule of Pharaoh's palace. Our own mozos and our Indian guides were assisting in its operations with the utmost zeal, and in a few minutes, some sitting round the fire, and others upon broken pyramids, we refreshed ourselves with fried chicken, bread, and hard eggs, before proceeding farther on our exploring expedition. Unromantic as this proceeding was, we looked, Indians and all, rather awful, with no other light than the ruddy glare of the fire flickering upon the strange gigantic forms in that vast labyrinth; and as to what we felt, our valour and strength of mind were increased sevenfold. 24 huge pine torches were then lighted, each man carrying one. To K and me were given lighted wax candles, in case by accident any one should go astray from his companions, and lose his way, as would too certainly happen, in the different windings and galleries and compartments of the cave, and be alone in the darkness. We walked on in awe and wonder, the guides lighting up the sides of the cavern with their torches. Unfortunately, it is indescribable, as in the fantastic forms of the clouds every one sees some different creation of his fancy in these stupendous masses. It is said that the first sala, for travellers have pretended to divide it into halls, and a very little imagination may do so, is about 200 feet long, 170 wide, and 150 in height, a noble apartment. The walls are shaded with different colours of green and orange; great sheets of stalactites hang from the roof, and white phantoms, palm trees, lofty pillars, pyramids, porches, and 1,000 other illusions surround us on all sides. One figure, concerning which all agree, is a long-haired goat, the evil one in that form. But some one has broken the head, perhaps to show the powerlessness of the enchanted guardian of the cave. Some say that there are no living animals here, but there is no doubt that there are bats. And an exploring party who passed the night here, not only heard the hissing of the rattlesnake, but were startled by the apparition of a fierce leopard, whose loud roarings were echoed amongst the vaults, and who, after gazing at them by the light of the torches, stalked majestically back into the darkness. We passed on to the second sala, collecting as we went fragments of the shining stones, our awe and astonishment increasing at every step. Sometimes we seemed to be in a subterranean Egyptian temple. The architecture was decidedly Egyptian, and the strange forms of the animals resembled those of the uncouth Egyptian idols, which, together with the pyramids and obelisks, made me think that perhaps that ancient people took the idea of their architecture and many of their strange shapes from some natural cave of this description, just as nature herself suggested the idea of the beautiful Corinthian pillar. Again we seemed to enter a tract of country which had been petrified. Fountains of congealed water, trees hung with frozen moss, pillars covered with gigantic acanthus leaves, pyramids of 90 feet high, losing their lofty heads in the darkness of the vault, and looking like works of the pre-Adamites, yet no being but he who inhabits eternity could have created them. This second hall, as lofty as the other, may be nearly 400 feet in length. We then passed into a sort of double gallery, separated by enormous pyramidal formations, stalagmites, those which are formed by water dropping on the earth. The ground was damp, and occasional great drops trickled on our heads from the vaults above. Here Gothic shrines, odd figures, some that look like mummies, others like old men with long beards, appall us like figures that we see in some wild dream. These are intermingled with pyramids, obelisks, baths that seem made of the purest alabaster, etc. A number of small round balls, petrifications of a dead white, lie about here, forming little hollows in the ground. Here the cave is very wide, about 200 feet, it is said. When we left this double gallery, we came to another vast corridor, supported by lofty pillars covered with creeping plants, but especially with a row of the most gigantic cauliflowers, each leaf delicately chiselled, and looking like a fitting food for the colossal dwellers of the cavern. But to attempt anything like a regular description is out of the question. We gave ourselves up to admiration as our torches flashed upon the masses of rock, the hills crowned with pyramids, the congealed torrents that seem to belong to winter at the North Pole, and the lofty Doric columns that bring us back to the pure skies of Greece. But amongst all these curious accidents produced by water, none is more curiously exquisite than an amphitheatre with regular benches, surmounted by a great organ whose pipes, when struck, give forth a deep sound. It is really difficult not to believe that some gigantic race once amused themselves in these petrified solitudes, or that we have not invaded the sanctuary of some mysterious and superhuman beings. It is said that this cavern has been explored for 4 leagues, and yet that no exit has been discovered. As for us, I do not know how far we went. Our guide said a league. It seemed impossible to think of time when we looked at these great masses, formed drop by drop, slowly and rarely and at distant intervals falling, and looked back upon the ages that must have elapsed since these gigantic formations began. At length, on account of the loose stones, the water, and the masses of crystal rock that we had to climb over, our guide strongly recommended us to return. It was difficult to turn away our eyes from the great unformed masses that now seemed to fill the cave as far as the eye could reach. It looked like the world in chaos, nature's vast workshop from which she drew the materials which her hand was to reduce to form and order. We retraced our steps slowly and lingeringly through these subterranean palaces, feeling that one day was not nearly sufficient to explore them, yet thankful that we had not left the country without seeing them. The skeleton of a man was discovered here by some travellers lying on his side, the head nearly covered with crystallization. He had probably entered these labyrinths alone, either from rash curiosity or to escape from pursuit, lost his way, and perished from hunger. Indeed, to find the way back to the entrance of the cave is nearly impossible without some clue to guide the steps amongst these winding galleries, halls and issues and entries and divided corridors. Though there are some objects so striking that they may immediately be recognized, such as the amphitheatre for instance, there is a monotony even in the variety, and I can imagine the unfortunate man wandering amongst obelisks and pyramids and alabaster baths and Grecian columns, amongst frozen torrents that could not assuage his thirst, and trees with marble fruit and foliage, and crystal vegetables that mocked his hunger, and pale phantoms with long hair and figures in shrouds that could not relieve his distress, and then his cries for help, where the voice gives out an echo, as if all the pale dwellers in the cave answered in mockery, and then his torch becoming extinguished, and he lying down exhausted and in despair, near some inhospitable marble porch, to die. As we went along, our guides had climbed up and placed wax candles on the top of all the highest points, so that their pale glimmering light pointed out the way to us on our return. The Indians begged they might be left there on account of the blessed souls in purgatory, which was done. As we returned, we saw one figure we had not observed before, which looked something like a woman mounted on an enormous goat. To one hall, on account of its beauty, some travellers have given the name of the Hall of Angels. It is said that, by observation, the height of the stalagmites might determine the age of their formation; but where is the enterprising geologist who would shut himself up in these crystal solitudes sufficiently long for correct observation? I never saw or could have imagined so beautiful an effect as that of the daylight in the distance, entering by the mouth of the cave; such a faint misty blue contrasted with the fierce red light of the torches, and broken by the pillars through which its pale rays struggled. It looked so pure and holy, that it seemed like the light from an angel's wings at the portals of the Città Dolente. What would that poor traveller have given to have seen its friendly rays! After climbing out and leaving the damp, cool, subterraneous air, the atmosphere felt dry and warm as we sat down to rest at the mouth of the cavern, surrounded by our Indian torch bearers. Truly, nature is no coquette. She adorns herself with greater riches in the darkest mountain cave than on the highest mountain top. We were sitting in thoughtful silence ourselves, Indians and all, in a circle, when we saw, stumping down the hill in great haste and apparently in great wrath, an Indian alcalde with a thick staff in his hand, at whose approach the Indians looked awestruck. He carried in his brown hand a large letter, on which was written in great type, "Al Señor Dominante de esta caravana de gente," to the commander of this caravan of people. This missive set forth that the justice of peace of the city of Cuautla Amilpas begged to know by what right, by whose authority, and with what intentions we had entered this cave without permission from the government, and desired the Señor Dominante to appear forthwith before the said justice for contempt of his authority. The spelling of the letter was too amusing. The Indians looked very much alarmed, and when they saw us laugh, still more astonished. C n wrote with a pencil in answer to the summons that he was the Spanish Minister, and wished good day to the alcalde, who plodded up the hill again, very ill pleased. We now took leave of this prodigious subterranean palace, and again put ourselves in route. Once more we wound our way round the brink of the precipice, and this time it was more dangerous for us than before, for we rode on the side next to it, our gowns overhanging the brink, and if caught by a branch there, might have been dragged over. Our two guides afterwards said that if alone they would have dismounted, but that as the ladies said nothing, they did not like to propose it. Some day, no doubt, this cave will become a show place, and measures will be taken to render the approach to it less dangerous, but as yet one of its charms consists in its being unhackneyed, for long after its recollection rests upon the mind like a marble dream. But, like Niagara, it cannot be described; perhaps even it is more difficult to give an idea of this underground creation than of the Emperor of Cataracts, for there is nothing with which the cave can be compared. Meanwhile we had rather a disagreeable ride in all the force of the sun's last rays back to the rancho. No one spoke. All our thoughts were wandering amongst marble palaces and uncouth, gigantic, half human forms. But our attention was again attracted by the sudden reappearance of our friend the alcalde on the brow of the hill, looking considerably indignant. He came with a fresh summons from the judge of Cuautla Amilpas, which lay white and glittering in the valley below. C n endeavoured gravely to explain to him that the persons of ambassadors were not subject to such laws, which was Greek and Hebrew to him of the bronze countenance. If it were a consul, indeed, there might be something in that. At last our guide, the ranchero, promised to call upon the judge in the evening, and explain the matter to his satisfaction, and again our alcalde departed upon his bootless errand, bootless in every sense, as he stalked down the hill with his bare bronze supporters. As we passed along, a parcel of soldiers in the village were assembled in haste, who struck up an imposing military air, to give us some idea of their importance. Politically speaking, Cuautla Amilpas has been the theatre of important events. It was there that the curate Morelos shut himself up with a troop of insurgents, until the place being besieged by the Spaniards under Calleja, and the party of Morelos driven to extremity for want of food, he secretly abandoned his position, drawing off his forces in the night. When we arrived at the rancho, we found that a message had come from the judge prohibiting Don Benito from accompanying strangers to the cave in future, which would be hard upon the old man, who makes a little money by occasionally guiding strangers there. C n has therefore written on the subject to the prefect of the department. In the cool of the evening we had a delightful ride to Cocoyotla. The air was soft and fragrant. The bells of the villages were ringing amongst the trees, for every village, however poor, has at least one fine church, and all the bells in Mexico, whether in the city or in the villages, have a mellow and musical sound, owing, it is said, to the quantity of silver that enters into their composition. It was late when we arrived at Cocoyotla, but we did not go to rest without visiting the beautiful chapel, which we had omitted to do on our last visit. It is very rich in gilding and ornaments, very large and in good taste. We supped and threw ourselves down to rest for a few hours, and set off again at 3 o'clock by the light of a full moon. Our greatest difficulty in these hurried marches is to get our things in and out of our portmanteaus, and to dress in time in the dark. No looking glasses, of course. We arrange our hair by our imagination. Everything gets broken, as you may suppose. The mules that carry our trunks cantering up and down the hills to keep up with us in most unequal measure. The moon was still high, though pale, when the sun rose, like a youthful monarch impatient to take the reins from the hands of a mild and dying queen. We had a delightful gallop, and soon left the fires of Cocoyotla far behind us. After riding 6 leagues, we arrived at 6 in the morning at the house of the Perez Palacios. We should have gone further while it was cool, but their hospitality, added to a severe fit of toothache which had attacked C n, induced us to remain till 4 o'clock, during which time we improved our acquaintance with the family. How strange and even melancholy are those glimpses which travellers have of persons whom they will probably never meet again, with whom they form an intimacy which, owing to peculiar circumstances, seems very like friendship, much nearer it certainly than many a long acquaintanceship which we form in great cities, and where the parties go on knowing each other from year to year, and never exchanging more than a mere occasional and external civility. It was 4 o'clock when we left Miacatlan, and we rode hard and fast till it grew nearly dark, for our intention was to return to our headquarters at Atlacamulco that night, and we had a long journey before us, especially as it was decided that we should by no means attempt to recross the barrancas by night, which should have been too dangerous. Besides, an eclipse of the moon was predicted, and in fact, as we were riding across the fields, she appeared above the horizon, half in shadow, a curious and beautiful spectacle. But we should have been thankful for her entire beams, for after riding for hours we discovered that we had lost our way, and worse still, that there were no hopes of our finding it. Not a hut was in sight, darkness coming on, nothing but great plains and mountains to be distinguished, and nothing to be heard but bulls roaring round us. We went on trusting to chance, and where chance would have led us it is hard to say, but by good fortune our advanced guard stumbled over 2 Indians, a man and a boy, who agreed to guide us to their own village, but nowhere else. After following them a long and weary way, all going at a pretty brisk trot, the barking of hundreds of dogs announced an Indian village, and by the faint light we could just distinguish the cane huts snugly seated amongst bananas, and with little enclosed gardens before each. Our cavalcade drew up before a hut, a sort of tavern or spirit shop, where an old half-naked hag, the beau ideal of a witch, was distributing fire-water to the Indians, most of whom were already drunk. We got off our horses and threw ourselves down on the ground, too tired to care what they were doing, and by some means a cup of bad chocolate was procured for us. We found that we had entirely lost our way, and it was therefore agreed that instead of attempting to reach Atlacamulco that night, we should ride to the village of El Puente, where our conductors knew a Spanish family of bachelor brothers, who would be glad to harbour us for the remainder of the night. We then remounted, and set off somewhat refreshed by our rest and by the bad chocolate. It was late at night when we entered El Puente, after having crossed in pitch darkness a river so deep that the horses were nearly carried off their feet; yet they were dancing in one place, playing cards on the ground in another, dogs were barking as usual, and candles lighted in the Indian huts. We were very well received by the Spaniards, who gave us supper and made us take their room, all the rest of the party sleeping upon mattresses placed on the floor of a large empty apartment. We slept a few hours very soundly, rose before daylight, wakened the others, who, lying on the ground rolled up in their sarapes, seemed to be sleeping for a wager, and remounted our horses, not sorry at the prospect of a day's rest at Atlacamulco. It was dark when we set off, but the sun had risen and had lighted up the bright green fields of sugarcane, and the beautiful coffee plantations that look like flowering myrtles, by the time we reached the hacienda of Señor Neri del Barrio, whose family is amongst the most distinguished of the old Spanish Mexican stock. We stopped to take a tumbler of milk fresh from the cow, declined an invitation to go in, as we were anxious to finish our journey while it was cool, and after a hard ride galloped into the courtyard of Atlacamulco, which seemed like returning home. We spent a pleasant, idle day, lying down and reading while the sun was high, and in the evening sauntering about under the orange trees. We concluded with a hot bath. 7th. Before continuing our journey, we determined to spend one more day here, which was fortunate, as we received a large packet of letters from home, forwarded to this place, and we have been reading them, stretched under the shade of a natural bower formed by orange boughs, near a clear cold tank of water in the garden. To-morrow we shall set off betimes for the hacienda of Cocoyoc, the property of Don Juan Goriva, with whom C n was acquainted in Mexico. After visiting that and some other of the principal estates, we shall continue our ride to Puebla, and as we shall pass a few days there, hope to have leisure to write again from that city. End of letter the 33rd. Letter the 34th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 34th. Ride by starlight. Fear of robbers. Tropical wild flowers. Stout escort. Hautepec. Hacienda of Cocoyoc. A fire. 3,000 orange trees. Coffee mills, etc. Variety of tropical fruits. Prodigality of nature. Casasano. Celebrated reservoir. Ride to Santa Clara. A philosopher. A scorpion. Leave Santa Clara. Dangerous barranca. Colon. Agreeable house. Civil administrador. San Nicolas. Solitude. Franciscan friar. Rainy morning. Pink turban. Arrival at Jalisco. Cyprus. Department of Puebla. Volcanoes. Doña Marina. Verses. Popocatépetl. Cholula. Great Pyramid. Arrival at Puebla. On the 9th of February we took leave of Atlacamulco and the hospitable administrador, and our party being diminished by the absence of Don Pedro, who was obliged to go to Mexico, we set off as usual by starlight, being warned of various bad bits on the road, where the ladies at least were advised to dismount. The country was wild and pretty, mountainous and stony. When the light came in, we separated and galloped about in all directions. The air was cool and laden with sweetness. We came, however, to a pretty lane, where those of our escort who were in front stopped, and those who were behind rode up and begged us to keep close together, as for many leagues the country was haunted by robbers. Guns and pistols being looked to, we rode on in serried ranks, expecting every moment to hear a bullet whiz over our heads. Here were the most beautiful wild flowers we have yet seen, some purple, white, and rose color in one blossom, probably the flower called ocelojotkitl, or viper's head, others bright scarlet, others red, with white and yellow stripes, and with an Indian name, signifying the tiger's flower. Some had rose-colored blossoms, others were of the purest white. We came at last to a road over a mountain, about as bad as anything we had yet seen. Our train of horses and mules, and men in their Mexican dresses, looked very picturesque winding up and down these steep crags, and here again, forgetful of robbers, each one wandered according to his own fancy, some riding forward and others lingering behind to pull branches of these beautiful wild blossoms. The horses' heads were covered with flowers of every color, so that they looked like victims adorned for sacrifice. C n indulged his botanical and geological propensities, occasionally to the great detriment of his companions, as we were anxious to arrive at some resting place before the sun became insupportable. As for the robbers, these gentlemen, who always keep a sharp lookout, and rarely endanger their precious persons without some sufficient motive, and who, moreover, seem to have some magical power of seeing through stone walls and into portmanteaus, were no doubt aware that our luggage would neither have replenished their own nor their ladies' wardrobes, and calculated that people who travel for pleasure are not likely to carry any great quantity of superfluous coin. Besides this, they are much more afraid of these honest, stout, well-armed farm servants, who are a fine race of men, than even soldiers. We arrived about 6 o'clock at the village of Hautepec, remarkable for its fine old church and lofty trees, especially for one magnificent wide-spreading ash tree in the churchyard. There were also many of those pretty trees with a silvery bark, which always look as if the moon were shining on them. The road began to improve, but the sun became very oppressive about 9 o'clock, when we arrived at a pretty village which had a large church and a venta tavern, where we stopped to refresh ourselves with water and some very well-baked small cakes. The village was so pretty that we had some thoughts of remaining there till the evening, but as Don Juan assured us that 1 hour's good gallop would carry us to Cocoyoc, the hacienda of Don Juan Gorivar, we determined to continue. We had a dreadful ride in the hot sun, till we arrived at a pretty Indian village on the estate, and shortly after entered the courtyard of the great hacienda of Cocoyoc, where we were most hospitably welcomed by the proprietor and his family. We were very tired, owing to the extreme heat, and white with dust. A fresh toilette, cold water, an hour's rest, and an excellent breakfast did wonders for us. Soon after our arrival, the sugar house, or rather the cane rubbish, took fire, and the great bell swung heavily to and fro, summoning the workmen to assist in getting it under. It was not extinguished for some time, and the building is so near the house that the family were a little alarmed. We stood on the balcony, which commands a beautiful view of Popocatepetl, watching the blaze. After a hard battle between fire and water, water carried the day. In the evening we drove to the orange grove, where 3,000 lofty trees are ranged in avenues, literally bending under the weight of their golden fruit and snowy blossom. I never saw a more beautiful sight. Each tree is perfect and lofty as a forest tree. The ground under their broad shadows is strewed with thousands of oranges dropping in their ripeness and covered with the white fragrant blossoms. The place is lovely, and everywhere traversed by streams of the purest water. We ate a disgraceful number of oranges, limes, guayavas, and all manner of fruits, and even tasted the sweet beans of the coffee plants. We spent the next morning in visiting the coffee mills, the great brandy works, sugar houses, etc., all which are in the highest order, and in strolling through the orange groves, and admiring the curious and beautiful flowers, and walking among orchards of loaded fruit trees, the calabash, papaw, mango, tamarind, citron, also mameys, chirimoyas, custard apples, and all the family of the zapotes, white, black, yellow, and chico, cayotes, cocos, cacahuates, aguacates, etc., 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 a list without an end. Besides, there are an infinity of trees covered with the brightest blossoms, one with large scarlet flowers, most gorgeous in their colouring, and one whose blossoms are so like large pink silk tassels, that if hung to the cushions of a sofa, you could not discover them to be flowers. What prodigality of nature in these regions! With what a lavish hand she flings beauty and luxury to her tropical children! In the evening we drove to Casasano, an hacienda about 3 leagues from Cocoyoc, and passed by several other fine estates, amongst others the hacienda of Calderone. Casasano is an immense old house, very dull looking, the road to which lies through a fine park for cattle dotted with great old trees, but of which the grass is very much burnt up. Each hacienda has a large chapel attached to it, at which all the workmen and villagers in the environs attend mass, a padre coming from a distance on Sundays and fête days. Frequently there is one attached to the establishment. We went to see the celebrated water tank of Casasano, the largest and most beautiful reservoir in this part of the country. The water so pure that though upwards of 30 feet deep, every blade of grass at the bottom is visible. Even a pin dropped upon the stones below is seen shining quite distinctly. A stone wall level with the water, 30 feet high, encloses it, on which I ventured to walk all round the tank, which is of an oval form, with the assistance of our host, going one by one. A fall would be sufficiently awkward, involving drowning on one side and breaking your neck on the other. The water is beautiful, a perfect mirror, with long green feathery plants at the bottom. The next morning we took leave of our friends at 3 o'clock, and set off for Santa Clara, the hacienda of Don Eusebio Garcia. Señor Goriva made me a present of a very good horse, and our ride that day was delightful, though the roads led over the most terrible barrancas. For 9 long leagues we did nothing but ford rivers and climb steep hills, those who were pretty well mounted beating up the tired cavalry. But during the first hours of our ride the air was so fresh among the hills, that even when the sun was high we suffered little from the heat, and the beautiful and varied views we met at every turn were full of interest. Santa Clara is a striking imposing mass of buildings, beautifully situated at the foot of 3 bold high rocks, with a remarkably handsome church attached to it. The family were from home, and the agent was a philosopher, living upon herb tea, quite above the common affairs of life. It is a fine hacienda, and very productive, but sad and solitary in the extreme, and as K and I walked about in the courtyard after supper, where we had listened to frightful stories of robbers and robberies, we felt rather uncomfortably dreary, and anxious to change our quarters. We visited the sugar works, which are like all others, the chapel, which is very fine, and the shop where they sell spirituous liquors and calicoes. The hills looked gray and solemn. The sun sank gloomy behind them, his colour a turbid red. So much had been said about robbers that we were not sure how our next day's journey might terminate. The administrador's own servant had turned out to be the captain of a band, whom the robbers, from some mysterious motive, had murdered a few days before. As we intended to rise before dawn, we went to bed early, about 9 o'clock, and were just in the act of extinguishing a melancholy-looking candle, when we were startled by the sight of an alacrán on the wall. A man 6 feet high came at our call. He looked at the scorpion, shook his head, and ran out. He came back in a little while with another large man, he with a great shoe in his hand, and his friend with a long pole. While they were both hesitating how to kill it, Don Juan came in and did the deed. We had a melancholy night after this, afraid of everything, with a long unsnuffed candle illuminating the darkness of our large and lonely chamber. The next morning, the 9th of February, before sunrise, we took our leave, in the darkness, of Santa Clara and the philosopher. The morning, wonderful to relate, was windy and almost cold. The roads were frightful, and we hailed the first gray streak that appeared in the eastern sky, announcing the dawn, which might enable us at least to see our perils. Fortunately, it was bright daylight when we found ourselves crossing a barranca, so dangerous that after following for some time the precipitous course of the mountain path, we thought it advisable to get off our horses, who were pawing the slippery rock, without being able to find any rest for the soles of their feet. We had a good deal of difficulty in getting along ourselves on foot among the loose, sharp stones, and the horses, between sliding and stumbling, were a long while in accomplishing the descent. After climbing up the barranca, one of them ran off along the edge of the cliff, as if he were determined to cut the whole concern, and we wasted some time in catching him. It was the afternoon when we rode through the lanes of a large Indian village, and shortly after arrived at Colon, an hacienda belonging to Don Antonio Oria. He was from home, but the good reception of the honest administrador, the nice, clean, cheerful house, with its pretty painted chairs, good beds, the excellent breakfasts and dinners, and the good will visible in the whole establishment, delighted us very much, and decided us to pitch our tent here for a day or two. Some Spaniards, hearing of C n's arrival, rode over from a distance to see him, and dined with us. There was a capital housekeeper, famous for her excellent cakes and preserves. We had also the refreshment of a warm bath, and felt ourselves as much at home as if we had been in our own house. The next morning we rode through the great sugar-cane fields to the hacienda of San Nicolas, one of the finest estates in the republic, 18 leagues long and 5 wide, belonging to Señor Zamora, in right of his wife. It is a productive place, but a singularly dreary residence. We walked out to see all the works, which are on a great scale, and breakfasted with the proprietor, who was there alone. We amused ourselves by seeing the workmen receive their weekly pay, this being Saturday, and at the mountains of copper piled up on tables in front of the house. There is a feeling of vastness, of solitude, and of dreariness in some of these great haciendas which is oppressive, especially about noon, when everything is still, and there is no sound except the incessant buzz of myriads of insects. I can imagine it like what the world must have been before man was created. Colon, which is not so large as San Nicolas, has a greater air of life about it, and in fact we liked it so well that, as observed, we seemed inclined to consider it not as a Colon, but a full stop. You must not expect more vivacious puns in tierra caliente. We rode back from San Nicolas in the afternoon, accompanied by the proprietor, and had some thoughts of going to Matamoras in the evening to see the Barber of Seville, performed by a strolling company in the open air under a tree. Admittance 25 cents. However, we ended by remaining where we were, and spent the evening in walking about through the village, surrounded by barking dogs, the greatest nuisance in these places, and pulling wild flowers, and gathering castor oil nuts from the trees. A begging Franciscan friar from the convent of San Fernando arrived for his yearly supply of sugar, which he begs from the different haciendas for his convent, a tribute which is never refused. We left our hospitable entertainer the next morning with the addition of sundry baskets of cake and fruit from the housekeeper. As we were setting off, I asked the administrador if there were any barrancas on this road. "No," said he, "but I have sent a basketful with one of the boys, as they are very refreshing." I made no remark, concluding that I should find out his meaning in the course of the journey, but keeping a sharp lookout on the mysterious mozo who was added to our train. When the light became stronger, I perceived that he carried under his sarape a large basket of fine naranjas (oranges), which no doubt the honest administrador thought I was inquiring after. It rained when we left Colon, a thick misty drizzle, and the difference of the temperature gave us notice that we were passing out of tierra caliente. The road was so straight and uninteresting, though the surrounding country was fertile, that a few barrancas would really have been enlivening. At Colon we took leave of our conductors, Don Juan, who returned to Atlacamulco, and got a new director of our forces, a handsome man, Don Francisco, who had been a Spanish soldier. We had an uncomfortable ride in a high wind and hard rain, the roads good but devoid of interest, so that we were glad when we learnt that Atlisco, a town where we were to pass the night, was not far off. Within a mile or two of the city we were met by a tall man on horseback, with a pink turban, and a wild, swarthy face, who looked like an Abencerrage, and who came with the compliments of his master, a Spanish gentleman, to say that a house had been prepared for us in the town. Atlisco is a large town, with a high mountain behind it, crowned by a white chapel, a magnificent church at the base, the whole city full of fine churches and convents, with a plaza and many good houses. The numerous pipes pointed all along from the roofs have a very threatening and warlike effect. One seems to ride up the principal street under a strong fire. We found that Don Fernando Pink Turban's master, not considering his own house good enough, had, on hearing of our expected arrival, hired another, and furnished part of it for us. This is the sort of wholesale hospitality one meets with in this country. Our room looked out upon an old Carmelite monastery, where C n, having a recommendation to the prior, paid a visit, and found one or two good paintings. Here also we saw the famous cypress mentioned by Humboldt, which is 73 feet in circumference. The next morning we set out with an escort of 7 mozos, headed by Don Francisco, and all well armed, for the road from Atlisco to Puebla is the robbers' highway par excellence. This valley of Atlisco, as indeed the whole department of Puebla, is noted for its fertility, and its abundant crops of maguey, wheat, maize, frijoles, garbanzos, barley, and other vegetables, as well as for the fineness of its fruits, its chirimoyas, etc. There is a Spanish proverb which says, "Si a morar en Indias fueres, que si a dude los volcanes vieres." If you go to live in the Indias, let it be within sight of the volcanoes, for it appears that all the lands surrounding the different volcanoes are fertile, and enjoy a pleasant climate. The great Cordilleras of Anahuac cross this territory, and amongst these are the mountain of the Malinchi, Ixtaccihuatl, Popocatepetl, and the peak of Orizava. The Malinchi, a corruption by the Spaniards of the Indian name Malintzin, signifying Doña María or Marina, is supposed to be called after Cortes's Indian Egeria, the first Christian woman of the Mexican Empire. Though given to Cortes by the Tabascan Indians, it seems clear that she was of noble birth, and that her father was the lord of many cities. It is pretended that she fell into a tributary situation through the treachery of her mother, who remarried after the death of her first husband, and who, bestowing all her affection on the son born of this second marriage, determined in concert with her husband that all their wealth should pass to him. It happened in furtherance of their views that the daughter of one of their slaves died, upon which they gave out that they had lost their own daughter, affected to mourn for her, and at the same time privately sold her, after the fashion of Joseph's brethren, to some merchants of Gicalanco, who in their turn disposed of her to their neighbours, the Tabascans, who presented her to Cortes. That she was beautiful and of great talent, versed in different dialects, the devoted friend of the Spaniards, and serving as their interpreter in their negotiations with the various Indian tribes, there seems no doubt. She accompanied Cortes in all his expeditions, he followed her advice, and in the whole history of the conquest, Doña Marina, the name given to the beautiful slave at her Christian baptism, played an important part. Her son, Martin Cortes, a knight of the Order of Santiago, was put to the torture in the time of Philip II, on some unfounded suspicion of rebellion. It is said that when Cortes, accompanied by Doña Marina, went to Honduras, she met her guilty relatives, who, bathed in tears, threw themselves at her feet, fearful lest she might avenge herself of their cruel treatment, but that she calmed their fears and received them with much kindness. The name of her birthplace was Painala, a village in the province of Coatzacoalco. After the conquest she was married to a Spaniard named Juan de Jaramillo. But I have wandered a long way from the Sierra Malinchi. The two great volcanoes, but especially Popocatepetl, the highest mountain in New Spain, seem to follow the traveller like his guardian spirit wherever he goes. Orizava, which forms a boundary between the departments of Puebla and Vera Cruz, is said to be the most beautiful of mountains on a near approach, as it is the most magnificent at a distance; for while its summit is crowned with snow, its central part is girded by thick forests of cedar and pine, and its base is adorned with woods and sloping fields covered with flocks, and dotted with white ranchos and small scattered villages, forming the most agreeable and varied landscape imaginable. Ixtaccihuatl means white woman; Popocatepetl, the mountain that throws out smoke. They are thus celebrated by the poet Heredia: Nieve eternal corona las cabezas de Ixtaccihuatl purísimo, Orizaba y Popocatepetl, sin que el invierno toque jamás con destructura mano los campos fertilísimos Toledo. Los miras el indio en púrpura ligera y oro tenerse, reflejando el brillo del sol en occidente, que es sereno, en hielo eterno y perenal verdura a torrentes versió su luz dorada, y vio a naturaleza conmovida, con su dulce calor hervir en vida. Translation. Eternal snow crowns the majestic heads of Orizava, Popocatepetl, and of Ixtaccihuatl the most pure. Never does winter with destructive hand lay waste the fertile fields, where from afar the Indian views them bathed in purple light, and dyed in gold, reflecting the last rays of the bright sun, which, sinking in the west, poured forth his flood of golden light, serene, midst ice eternal, and perennial green, and saw all nature warming into life, moved by the gentle radiance of his fires. The morning was really cold, and when we first set out, Popocatepetl was rolled up in a mantle of clouds. The road led us very near him, the wind was very piercing, and K. was mounted on a curate's pony, evidently accustomed to short distances and easy travelling. We had been told that it was muy proprio para señora, very much suited to a lady, and encomium always passed upon the oldest, most stupid, and most obstinate quadruped that the haciendas can boast. We overtook and passed a party of cavalry guarding some prisoners whom they were conducting to Puebla. As the sun rose, all eyes were turned with amazement and admiration to the great volcano. The clouds parted in the middle and rolled off in great volumes, like a curtain withdrawn from a high altar. The snowy top and sides of the mountain appeared, shining in the bright sun, like a grand dome of the purest white marble. But it cannot be described. I thought of Sinai, of Moses on the mount, when the glory of the Lord was passing by, of the mountain of the Transfiguration, something too intolerably bright and magnificent for mortal eye to look upon and live. We rode slowly, and in speechless wonder, till the sun, which had crowned the mountain like a glory, rose slowly from its radiant brow, and we were reminded that it was time to ride forwards. We were not far from the ancient city of Coluca, lying on a great plain at a short distance from the mountains, and glittering in the sunbeams as if it still were the city of predilection, as in former days, when it was the sacred city, the Rome of Anahuac. It is still a large town, with a spacious square and many churches, and the ruins of its great pyramid still attest its former grandeur, but of the 40,000 houses and 400 churches mentioned by Cortes, there are no traces. The base of this pyramid, which at a distance looks like a conical mountain, is said by Humboldt to be larger than that of any discovered in the old continent, being double that of Cheops. It is made of layers of bricks mixed with coats of clay, and contains 4 stories. In the midst of the principal platform, where the Indians worshipped Quetzalcoatl, the god of the air, according to some the patriarch Noah, and according to others the apostle Saint Thomas, for doctors differ, rises a church dedicated to the Virgin de los Remedios, surrounded by cypresses, from which there is one of the most beautiful views in the world. From this pyramid, and it is not the least interesting circumstance connected with it, Humboldt made many of his valuable astronomical observations. The treachery of the people and priests of Cholula, who, after welcoming Cortes and the Spaniards, formed a plan for exterminating them all, which was discovered by Doña Marina, through the medium of a lady of the city, was visited by him with the most signal vengeance. The slaughter was dreadful. The streets were covered with dead bodies, and houses and temples were burnt to the ground. This great temple was afterwards purified by his orders, and the standard of the cross solemnly planted in the midst. Cholula, not being on the direct road to Puebla, is little visited, and as for us our time was now so limited, that we were obliged to content ourselves with a mere passing observation of the pyramid, and then to hurry forward to Puebla. We entered that city to the number of 18 persons, 18 horses, and several mules, and passed some people near the gates who were carrying blue-eyed angels to the chosen city, and who nearly let them drop in astonishment on seeing such a cavalcade. We were very cold and felt very tired as we rode into the courtyard of the hotel, yet rather chagrined to think that the remainder of our journey was now to be performed in a diligence. Having brought my story up to civilized life, and it being late, I conclude. End of letter the 34th. Letter the 35th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 35th. Theatre, portmanteaus, visitors, houses of Puebla, fine arts, paseo, Don N. Ramos Arispe, bishop, cotton factories, Don Esteban Antunano, United States machinery, accidents, difficulties, shipwrecks, detentions, wonderful perseverance, La Constancia Mexicana, hospital, prison, El Carmen, paintings, painted floors, angels, cathedral, gold and jewels, a comedy, bishop's palace, want of masters. Puebla. You will be surprised when I tell you that, notwithstanding our fatigue, we went to the theatre the evening we arrived, and sat through a long and tragical performance in the box of Don A.O. H.O., one of the richest citizens of Puebla, who, hearing of our arrival, instantly came to invite us to his house, where he assured us rooms were prepared for our reception. But being no longer in savage parts, where it is necessary to throw yourself on the hospitality of strangers or to sleep in the open air, we declined his kind offer, and remained in the inn, which is very tolerable, though we do not see it now in beau as we did last year when we were expected there. The theatre is clean and neat, but dull, and we were much more looked at than the actors, for few foreigners, ladies especially, remain here for any length of time, and their appearance is somewhat of a novelty. Our toilette occasioned us no small difficulty, now that we were again in polished cities, for you may imagine the condition of our trunks, which 2 mules had galloped with over 90 leagues of plain and mountain, and which had been opened every night. Such torn gowns, crushed collars, ruined pelerinis. One carpet bag had burst, and discharged its contents of combs, brushes, etc., over a barranca, where some day they may be picked up as Indian antiquities, and sent to the museum to be preserved as a proof that Montezuma's wives brushed their hair. However, by dint of a washerwoman and sundry messages to peluqueros (hairdressers), we were enabled to turn out something like Christian travellers. The first night we could not sleep on account of the innumerable ants, attracted probably by a small garden with 1 or 2 orange trees in it, into which our room opened. The next morning we had a great many visitors, and though there is here a good deal of that provincial pretension one always meets with out of a capital, we found some pleasant people amongst them. The Señora H.O. came in a very handsome carriage with beautiful northern horses, and took us out to see something of the town. Its extreme cleanness after Mexico is remarkable. In that respect it is the Philadelphia of the Republic, with wide streets, well paved, large houses of 2 stories, very solid and well built, magnificent churches, plenty of water, and withal a dullness which makes one feel as if the houses were rows of convents, and all the people, except beggars and a few business men, shut up in performance of a vow. The house of Don A.O. is, I think, more elegantly furnished than any in Mexico. It is of immense size, and the floors beautifully painted. One large room is furnished with pale blue satin, another with crimson damask, and there are fine inlaid tables, handsome mirrors, and everything in very good taste. He and his wife are both very young, she not more than 19, very delicate and pretty, and very fair, and in her dress, neatness, and house, she reminds me of a Philadelphian, always with the exception of her diamonds and pearls. The ladies smoke more, at least more openly than in Mexico, but they have so few amusements they deserve more indulgence. There are 11 convents of nuns in the city, and taking the veil is as common as being married. We dined at the Señora H.O.'s, found her very amiable, and heard a young lady sing, who has a good voice, but complains that there are no music masters in Puebla. The fine arts, however, are not entirely at a standstill here, and in architecture, sculpture, and painting there is a good deal, comparatively speaking, worthy of notice. There used to be a proverb amongst the Mexicans that if all men had 5 senses, the Poblanos had 7. They are considered very reserved in their manners, a natural consequence of their having actually no society. Formerly, Puebla rivalled Mexico in population and in industry. The plague which carried off 50,000 persons was followed by the pestilence of civil war, and Puebla dwindled down to a very secondary city. But we now hear a great deal of their cotton factories, and of the machines, instruments, and workmen brought from Europe here, already giving employment to 30,000 individuals. In the evening we drove to the new Paseo, a public promenade, where none of the public were to be seen, and which will be pretty when the young trees grow. 19th. C n went out early and returned the visit of the celebrated Don N. Ramos Arizpe, now an old man, and canon of the cathedral, but formerly deputy in the Spanish Cortes, and the most zealous supporter of the cause of independence. It is said that he owed the great influence which he had over men of a middling character rather to his energetic, some say to his domineering disposition, than to genius; that he was clear-headed, active, dexterous, remarkable for discovering hidden springs and secret motives, and always keeping his subordinates zealously employed in his affairs. C n also visited the bishop, Señor Vasquez, who obtained from Rome the acknowledgment of independence. We set out after breakfast with several gentlemen who came to take us to the cotton factories, etc. We went first to visit the factory established at the mill of Santo Domingo, a little way out of the city, and called La Constancia Mexicana, Mexican Constancy. It was the first established in the republic, and deserves its name from the great obstacles that were thrown in the way of its construction, and the numerous difficulties that had to be conquered before it came into effect. In 1831 a Junta for the encouragement of public industry was formed, but the obstacles thrown in the way of every proposal were so great, that the members all abandoned it in despair, excepting only the Señor Don Esteban Antunano, who was determined himself to establish a manufactory of cotton, to give up his commercial relations, and to employ his whole fortune in attaining this object. He bought the mill of Santo Domingo for $178,000, and began to build the edifice, employing foreign workmen at exorbitant prices. In this he spent so much of his capital that he was obliged to have recourse to the Bank of Avio for assistance. The bank, Avio meaning pecuniary assistance or advance of funds, was established by Don Lucas Alaman, and intended as an encouragement to industry. But industry is not of the nature of a hothouse plant, to be forced by artificial means, and these grants of funds have but created monopolies, and consequently added to the general poverty. Machinery to the amount of 3,840 spindles was ordered for Antunano from the United States, and a loan granted him of $178,000, but of which he never received the whole. Meanwhile his project was sneered at as absurd, impossible, ruinous, but firmly resolved not to abandon his enterprise, he contented himself with living with the strictest economy, himself and his numerous family almost suffering from want, and frequently unable to obtain credit for the provisions necessary for their daily use. To hasten the arrival of the machinery, he sent an agent to the north to superintend it, and to hire workmen, but the commercial house to which he was recommended, and which at first gave him the sums he required, lost their confidence in the agent and redemanded their money, so that he was forced to sell his clothes in order to obtain food and lodging. In July, 1833, the machinery was embarked at Philadelphia, and in August arrived at Vera Cruz, to the care of Señor Paso y Troncoso, who never abandoned Antunano in his adversity, and even lent him unlimited sums; but much delay ensued, and a year elapsed before it reached Puebla. Thus, after it was all set up, the ignorant foreign workmen declared that no good results would ever be obtained, that the machines were bad, and the cotton worse. However, by the month of January, 1833, they began to work in the factory, to which was given the name of Mexican Constancy. A mechanist was then sent to the north to procure a collection of new machinery, and after extraordinary delays and difficulties, he embarked with it at New York in February, 1837. He was shipwrecked near Cayo Hueso, and with all the machinery he could save returned to the north in the brig Argos, but on his way there he was shipwrecked again, and all the machinery lost. He went to Philadelphia to have new machines constructed, and in August re-embarked in the Delaware. Incredible as it may seem, the Delaware was wrecked off Cayo Alcatraces, and for the third time the machinery was lost, the mechanist saving himself with great difficulty. It seemed as if gods and men had conspired against the cotton spindles, yet Antunano persevered. Fresh machinery was ordered, and though by another fatality it was detained, owing to the blockade of the ports by the French squadron, 7,000 spindles were landed and speedily put in operation. Others have followed the example of Señor Antunano, who has given a decided impulse to industry in Puebla, besides a most extraordinary example of perseverance, and a determined struggle against what men call bad luck, which persons of a feebler character sink under, while stronger minds oppose till they conquer it. It was in his carriage we went, and he accompanied us all over the building. It is beautifully situated, and at a distance has more the air of a summer palace than of a cotton factory. Its order and airiness are delightful, and in the middle of the court, in front of the building, is a large fountain of the purest water. A Scotchman who has been there for some time says he has never seen anything to compare with it, and he worked 6 years in the United States. Antunano is unfortunately very deaf, and obliged to use an ear trumpet. He seems an excellent man, and I trust he may be ultimately successful. We came out covered with cotton, as if we had just been unpacked, and were next taken to visit a very handsome new prison which they are building in the city, but whether it will ever be finished or not is more doubtful. We also visited the Foundling Hospital, a large building where there are more children than funds. They were all clean and respectable looking, but very poor. Antunano presented them with $200, as a memorial, he said, of our visit. C n then went to the convent of El Carmen to see the paintings of the life of the Virgin, supposed to be original works of Murillo, particularly the Ascension and Circumcision, but which are ill arranged, and have suffered greatly from neglect, many of them being torn. Indeed, in some of them are large holes made by the boys, who insisted that the Jewish priest was the devil. There is a Descent from the Cross, which is reckoned a fine painting, and it is a pity that these works should be shut up in this old convent, where there are about half a dozen old monks, and where they serve no purpose, useful or ornamental. Were they removed to the Mexican Museum and arranged with care, they would at least serve as models for those young artists who have not the means of forming their taste by European travel. Zendejas as a painter and Coro as a sculptor, both natives of Puebla, are celebrated in their respective arts, but we have not yet seen any of their works. C n also visited the bishop, and saw his paintings and library, which we hope to do to morrow, and from thence went to the college, the rector of which was attaché in Spain to the Minister Santa María. We dined again in the house of Señor H o. The manner in which his floors are painted is pretty and curious. It is in imitation of carpets, and is very rich in appearance and very cool in reality. A great many of the floors here are painted in this way, either upon canvas with oil colours, or upon a cement extended upon the bricks of which the floor is made, and prepared with glue, lime or clay, and soap. Señor H o has 4 young and pretty sisters, all nuns in different convents. As there are no other schools but these convents, the young girls who are sent there become attached to the nuns, and prefer remaining with them for ever to returning home. After dinner, accompanied by Don N. Ramos Arispe, whom C n formerly knew intimately in Madrid, and by various other ecclesiastics, we visited the Boast of Puebla, the cathedral, which we did not do when we passed through the city on our arrival last year. To my mind, I have never seen anything more noble and magnificent. It is said that the rapid progress of the building was owing to the assistance of 2 angels, who nightly descended and added to its height, so that each morning the astonished workmen found their labour incredibly advanced. The name given to the city, Puebla de los Angeles, is said to be owing to this tradition. It is not so large as the cathedral of Mexico, but it is more elegant, simpler, and in better taste. 16 columns of exquisite marble, adorned with silver and gold, form the tabernacle, in Mexico called El Cipres. This native marble, called Puebla marble, is brought from the quarries of Totamehuacan and Tecali, at 2 and 7 leagues from the city. The floor of the cathedral is of marble, the great screens and high-backed chairs of richly carved cedar. Everything was opened to show us the tombs where the bishops are buried, the vault where a martyr lies, supposed to have been miraculously preserved for centuries, the gift of a pope to a bishop of Puebla. The figure appears to be of wax, enclosing the skeleton of the martyr, and has the most angelic countenance I ever beheld. It is loaded with false emeralds and diamonds. We were also shown the jewels which they keep buried in case of a revolution. The custodia, the gold stand in which they carry the host, is entirely encrusted with large diamonds, pearls, emeralds, amethysts, topazes, and rubies. The chalices are equally rich. There are 4 sets of jewels for the bishop. One of his crosses is of emeralds and diamonds, another of topazes and diamonds, with great rings of the same, belonging to each. In the evening we went with the M family, who have been very civil to us, to the theatre, where we saw a comedy better acted and more amusing than the tragedy which they murdered 2 nights before. We went early the next morning to the bishop's palace, to see his fine library and collection of paintings, where there were a few modern originals, and many fine copies of the old masters. We then went with the Señora H o to return the visits of the ladies who had called on us. The young ladies invariably complain that they have neither music, nor drawing, nor dancing masters. There is evidently a great deal of musical taste among them, and, as in every part of Mexico, town or country, there is a piano, tal cual, in every house, but most of those who play are self-taught, and naturally abandon it very soon for want of instruction or encouragement. We are now going to dine out, and in the evening we go to a concert in the theatre, given by the Señora Cesari and Mr. Wallace. As we must rise at 3, to set off by the diligence, I shall write no more from this place. Our next letters will be from Mexico. End of letter the 35th. Letter the 36th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 36th. Concert. Diligence. Leave Puebla. Escort. View from the Cathedral Towers. Black Forest. History of the Crosses. Tales of Murder. An Alarm. Report of a skirmish. Rio Frio. Law concerning robbers. Their moderation. Return to Mexico. Carneval ball. Improvement in dress. Mexico, 24th. We went to the concert with our friends, the H.O.'s. The music was better than the instruments, and the Señora Cesare looked handsome, as she always does, besides being beautifully dressed in white, with Paris wreaths. We took leave of our friends at the door of the hotel at 1 in the morning, and lay down for 2 hours in the full expectation of being robbed the following day, a circumstance which has now grown so common, that when the diligence from Puebla arrives in safety, it excites rather more sensation than when it has been stopped. The governor has ordered us an escort to Mexico, to be stationed about every 6 leagues, but last week the escort itself, and even the gallant officer at its head, were suspected of being the plunderers. Our chief hope lay in that well-known miraculous knowledge which they possess as to the value of all travellers' luggage, which no doubt not only makes them aware that we are mere pilgrims for pleasure, and not fresh arrivals, laden with European commodities, but also renders them perfectly familiar with the contents of our well-shaken portmanteaus, so that we trusted that a sarape or two, a few rings and earrings, and 1 or 2 shawls would not prove sufficient to tempt them. We got into the diligence in the dark, half asleep, having taken all the places but 3, which were engaged before we came, some sleepy soldiers on horseback ready to accompany us, and a loaded gun sticking out of each window. Various beggars, who are here innumerable, already surrounded us, and it is, by the way, a remarkable circumstance, that, notwithstanding the amazing numbers of the léperos in Puebla, the churches there are kept scrupulously clean, from which Mexico might take a hint with advantage. Puebla is one of the few cities founded by the Spanish colonists, instead of being built upon the ruins of former greatness. It was founded in the 16th century on the plains of Acajete, in a site occupied only by a few huts belonging to the Cholula Indians. It is surrounded by productive corn estates, and the landscape, when the light visited our eyes, was fertile though flat. The 2 finest views of Puebla may be seen from the towers of the cathedral, and from an azotea in the street of San Agustin. The landscape is extremely varied and very extensive. To the north we see the mountain of Tlascala, the Matlacueyatl, better known as the Malinchi, next it the hill and temple of Guadalupe, and the mountain of the Pinar, crowned by its white church. Other churches and convents adorn the slopes of the mountains, the church of Loreto, the temple of Calvary, etc. The Malinchi is fertile, but these inferior mountains are sterile and bare. To the south lie the great volcanoes, and between them we can distinguish the difficult and steep road by which Cortes undertook his first march to Mexico. We also see the city and pyramid of Cholula, the hill of San Nicolas, and that of San Juan, where General Bustamante encamped in 1832, when he went out against Santa Anna; near it the farmhouses of Posadas and Zavaleta, one celebrated by a battle, the other by a treaty. To the east, but at a greater distance than the other mountains, rises the peak of Orizava, the Star Mountain, the side now seen, that which rises over the table land of Mexico. Its other side descends rapidly to the burning plains of Vera Cruz, and is the first distinguishable land discerned by those who approach these coasts. Even at this distance, its snowy summit is seen contrasting with its fertile woods and pleasant villages. It has what mortals rarely possess united, a warm heart with a clear cold head. We were awakened at a posada by their bringing us some hot coffee, and a man with a white nightcap on, having poked his head in at the window in defiance of a loaded musket, I concluded he was a lépero, and sleepily told him I had nothing for him, in the phrase of the countries to importunate beggars, "Perdón por Dios," excuse me for God's sake, but he proved to be a gentleman who merely came to put himself and his property at our disposal at that early hour of the morning. When we entered the Black Forest and passed through the dark pine woods, then the stories of robbers began, just as people at sea seem to take a particular pleasure in talking of shipwrecks. Every cross had its tale of murder, and by the way, it seems to me that a work written with connaissance de cause and entitled History of the Crosses, though it might not equal the History of the Crusades, would be quite as interesting, and much more romantic, than the Newgate Calendar. The difficulty would consist in procuring authentic information concerning them. There were a lady and two gentlemen in the diligence, and the ladies seemed to be very much au fait as to their purport and history. Under one, her own servant was buried, and she gave rather a graphic account of his murder. He was sitting outside on the top of the diligence. The party within were numerous but unarmed. Suddenly a number of robbers with masks on came shouting down upon them from amongst the pine trees. They first took aim at the poor mozo and shot him through the heart. He fell, calling in piteous tones to a padre who was in the coach, entreating him to stop and confess him, and groaning out a farewell to his friend the driver. Mortal fear prevailed over charity both in priest and layman, and the coachman, whipping up his horses, passed at full gallop over the body of the murdered man, so that the robbers being on foot, the remainder of the party escaped. Whilst we were listening to tales of blood and murder, our escort took leave of us, supposing that we should meet another immediately, whereas we found that we had arrived at the most dangerous part of the road, and that no soldiers were in sight. We certainly made up our minds to an attack this time, and got ready our rings and watches, not to hide, but to give, for we womenkind were clearly of opinion that in case of an attack it was much better to attempt no defence, our party having only 2 guns amongst them. There was a diligence some way behind us, full of people and belonging to another line, driven by a Yankee coachman, so drunk that he kept his seat with difficulty, and, in defiance of all remonstrances, persisted in driving the coach at a gallop close by the brink of the great precipice along which the road wound, so that the poor passengers were exposed to a double danger. Suddenly our escort appeared at the top of the hill, and the officer, riding up, excused himself to C n for the delay, which had arisen from their having been engaged in a skirmish with the robbers in that very place. 2, he said, were taken, and he had marched them off to Puebla, where they would probably be let off in a few days after a form of trial. 4 had escaped, and had hid themselves amongst the trees and rocks, but could not, according to his calculations, be very far off. However, we were quite reassured by the arrival of the soldiers, and the sight of Rio Frio was very reviving. We got a very tolerable dinner from the Bordelais in the forest valley, and although the next part of the road is reckoned very insecure, we had no longer any apprehension, as besides having an escort, the fact that some of the robbers had been taken a few hours before, made it very unlikely that they should renew their attempts that day. This pestilence of robbers which infests the republic has never been eradicated. They are in fact the growth of civil war. Sometimes in the guise of insurgents taking an active part in the independence, they have independently laid waste the country and robbed all whom they met. As expellers of the Spaniards, these armed bands infested the roads between Vera Cruz and the capital, ruined all commerce, and without any particular inquiry into political opinions, robbed and murdered in all directions. In 1824 a law was proposed in Congress which should subject all armed bands of robbers to military judges, in order to shorten proceedings, for many of those who had been apprehended and thrown into prison found some opportunity to escape while their trial was pending, and many had been imprisoned 4 or 5 times for the same offense, yet never brought to justice. In this law were included both robbers by profession and those bodies of insurgents who were merely extempore amateurs. But whatever measures have been taken at different times to eradicate this evil, its causes remain, and the idle and unprincipled will always take advantage of the disorganized state of the country to obtain by force what they might gain by honest labor. Count says gravely that he cannot imagine why we complain of Mexican robbers, when the city of London is full of organized gangs of ruffians, whom the laws cannot reach, and when English highwaymen and housebreakers are the most celebrated in the world. Moreover, that Mexican robbers are never unnecessarily cruel, and in fact are very easily moved to compassion. This last assertion may occasionally hold good, but their cruelties to travellers are too well known to bear him out in it as a general remark. As a proof of their occasional moderation, I may mention that the ladies of the F a family, at the time of their emigration, were travelling from Mexico with a padre, when they were met by a party of robbers or insurgents, who stopped the coach and commenced pillaging. Amongst other articles of value, they seized a number of silver dishes. The padre observed to them that as this plate did not belong to the ladies, but was lent them by a friend, they would be obliged to replace it, and requested that one might be left as a pattern. The reasonable creatures instantly returned a dish and cover. Another time, having completely stripped an English gentleman and his servant, and tied them both to a tree, observing that the man appeared particularly distressed at the loss of his master's spurs, they politely returned and laid the spurs beside the gentleman. About 4 o'clock, though nearly blinded with dust, we once more looked down upon the valley of Mexico, and at 5, during our last change of horses, we were met by Don M. L. del C o, and the English courier, Peraza, who had ridden out to meet us, and accompanied us on their fine horses as far as the Garita. Here we found our carriage waiting, got in, and drove through Mexico, dusty as we were, and warlike as we seemed, with guns at the windows. In the Calle San Francisco, the carriage was stopped by Mr. , secretary to the English legation, who invited us to a grand masked and fancy carnival ball to be given on Monday, it being now Saturday. On our return home we found everything in good order. Had some difficulty in procuring ball dresses in time. On Sunday we had a number of people to dinner, by chance, it being Spanish fashion to dine at a friend's house without invitation. This evening we go to the ball. 26th. The ball was in the theatre, and very brilliant, but too many of the first people on these occasions keep their boxes and do not dance, yet it was wonderfully select for so large an assembly. When we arrived, we were led upstairs by some of the commissioners, those who had charge of the ball, to the ease box, whom we found, as usual, elegantly dressed, the married ladies of the family with diamonds, the younger ones in white crape and gold. I had a black silk mask, but finding myself universally recognized, saw no particular advantage in keeping it on, and promptly discarded it. We took a few turns in the ballroom, and afterwards returned to the box. There were some capital figures in masks, and some beautiful ball dresses, and though there were a number of dominoes and odd figures, I could not help remarking the great improvement in toilette which had taken place since the fancy ball of last year. One or two girls, especially the Señorita M., wore ball dresses which could only have proceeded from the fingers of a Parisian modiste. Madame de , dressed as a peasant, and with a mask, was known everywhere by her small foot and pretty figure. But it is impossible to look on at a ball very long, not mingling with it, without growing tired, and not even the numerous visitors to our box could prevent us from feeling much more sleepy than during many a moonlight ride through the lovely lands of Tierra Caliente. Next night there was a public masked ball, but we did not attend it. We feel much the better for our journey, and only hope that some day C n may have leisure sufficient to enable us to take another ride through some other part of the country. This being near Lent, we shall have no soirées for 6 weeks, though balls are occasionally given during that time of fasting. The house has become very comfortable in the way of servants. Our housekeeper a treasure, the coachman and footman excellent, the cook tolerable, the soldiers rarely tipsy more than once a week, and generally only one at a time, the others decent, so that we have nothing to complain of, has established a hen house near the stable, and any old Indian woman who brings her a manojo, several hens tied together, is sure to be received with open arms. One of our first visits on our return was to Tacubaya, where we were sorry to find the Countess C a very much indisposed, and her courtyard filled with carriages containing visitors making inquiries. I shall now send off my letters by the packet, that you may see we are safely re-established in Mexico. End of letter the 36th. Letter the 37th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. LETTER the 37th. Distinguished men. Generals Bustamante, Santa Anna, and Victoria. Anecdote. Señor Pedraza. Señor Gutierrez Estrada. Count Cortina. Señor Gorostiza. Don Carlos Bustamante. Mornings in the Alameda. Don Andrés Quintana Roo. Don Lucas Alamán. General Moran. General Almonte. Señor Cañedo. Señores Neri del Barrio and Casaflores. Doctor Valentin. Don Francisco Tagle. 8 revolutions. 27th. H. in his last letter asks what distinguished men we have in Mexico, and with a tone of doubt as to their being very numerous. Distinguished in what way? As generals, as statesmen, as men of literature? It seems to me that a country where we have known Bustamante, Santa Anna, General Victoria, Posada, Gomez Pedraza, Gutierrez Estrada, Count Cortina, Gorostiza, Don Carlos Bustamante, Quintana Roo, General Moran, Don Lucas Alamán, General Almonte, Señor Cañedo, Don Francisco Tagle, Señor Neri del Barrio, Señor Fogoaga, Don José Valentin, the Count de Casaflores, etc., etc., is not so destitute of distinguished men as he supposes. The preceding are, I confess, strung together as they occur to me, without order or regularity. Soldiers, statesmen, and literary men, some on one side of politics, some on another, but all men of note, and men who have acted, or suffered, or been distinguished, in one way or another, in the revolutions of the last 32 years. And there is not one amongst those I have mentioned, who, if he were to write merely his personal history, would not by so doing write the history of these civil wars. The 3 first, as principal figures in every revolution, are already historical. Bustamante as an honest man and a brave soldier, Santa Anna as an acute general, active and aspiring, whose name has a prestige, whether for good or for evil, that no other possesses; General Victoria, a plain, uneducated, well-intentioned man, brave and enduring. A passage in his life is well known, which ought to be mentioned as an offset to the doubtful anecdote of the two-headed eagle. When Yturbide, alone, fallen and a prisoner, was banished from Mexico, and when General Bravo, who had the charge of conducting him to Vera Cruz, treated him with every species of indignity, Victoria, the sworn foe of the emperor during his prosperity, now, when orders were given him to see Yturbide embarked, surrounded him with attentions, and loaded him with respectful distinctions, so that Yturbide himself, moved with gratitude, after expressing his warm esteem for the general's consistent conduct, presented him with his watch as a memorial of his grateful admiration. As for Don Manuel Gomez Pedraza, he has occupied too distinguished a place in the political occurrences of this country, not to be generally known. An officer in the time of the Spanish government, he was distinguished for his severe discipline and strict moral conduct. In the time of Yturbide he was military commandant of Huasteca, and supported the emperor, who afterwards made him commander general of Mexico. In 1827 he was Minister of War during the presidency of Victoria, and was distinguished for his extraordinary activity, which quality was greatly wanting in that general. In 1828 he and Guerrero were announced as candidates for the presidency, and after a terrible political tempest, Gomez Pedraza was elected. The fermentation that succeeded, the fury of the two parties, the Guerreristas and Pedrazistas, which were mingled with Yturbidistas, was increased by the arrival of Santa Anna at Perote with 800 men, who, having shut himself up in the fortress, declared for Guerrero, and published a manifesto which set forth that general as a hero, and his rival as a hypocrite. Then came the famous revolution of the Acordada, and both Pedraza and Guerrero disappeared. Pedraza left the republic, and after another revolution, hearing that the constitution and laws were re-established, returned to Vera Cruz, but was met by an order which prohibited him from disembarking. He then set sail for New Orleans. Another change brought him back, and at this present juncture he lives in tranquillity, together with his lady, a person of extraordinary talent and learning, daughter of the licenciado, jurisconsult, Señor Azcarrate. Such are the disturbed lives passed by the children of the soil. Of Gutierrez Estrada, now far from his household gods, and languishing under unjust persecution, I have already spoken. Count Cortina is a gentleman and a scholar, a man of vast information, and a protector of the fine arts. His conversation is a series of electric sparks, brilliant as an ignis fatuus, and bewildering as a will-o'-the-wisp. I have seldom heard such eloquence even in trifles, and he writes with as much ease as he speaks. We have seen three clever pieces of his lately, showing his versatile genius, one upon earthquakes, one upon the devil, and one upon the holy fathers of the church. The first in the form of a pamphlet addressed to a lady, giving a scientific explanation of the causes of these phenomena, interspersed with compliments to her beaux yeux. The second is a burlesque poem, and the third a grave and learned dissertation. Don José Eduardo Gorostiza, though a native of Vera Cruz, is the son of a Spanish officer, and when very young went to Spain, where he was known politically as a liberal. He was distinguished as a writer of theatrical pieces, which have been and still are very popular, and those which he merely translated, he had the merit of adapting to the Spanish stage, and Castilianizing in grace and wit. One of his pieces, which we saw the other evening at the theatre, Contigo pan y cebolla, with thee, bread and onions, is delightful. Besides occupying a place in the cabinet of Mexico, he has been charge d'affaires in Holland and minister at the court of St. James. In conversation he is extremely witty and agreeable, and he has collected some good paintings and valuable books in the course of his European travels. The reputation of Don Carlos Bustamante, deputy of Oaxaca, is altogether literary. He has made many researches in Mexican antiquities, and has published a history of the discovery of America, written by Padre Vega, which was unknown before. Also the Gallery of Mexican Princes, Texcoco in the last days of its last kings, etc. He lately sent me his Mornings in the Alameda, a book intended to teach Mexican young ladies the history of their own country. I have read but a few pages in it, but was struck with the liberality of his remarks in regard to the Spaniards, which, coming from such a source, are so much more valuable and worthy of credit than any that can be made by a foreigner, that I am tempted to translate the passage to which I allude. The Spanish government founded colleges and academies in the reign of the wise Charles III. It established that of fine arts, which it enriched with the most beautiful statues, which you can still see when you visit it. Their transportation, he says in a note, cost $70,000. He sent excellent workmen, and imitated his predecessor Philip II, who sent to Mexico whatever could not find a place in the works of the Escurial. Of his wisdom we have proofs in those magnificent temples which attract the attention of travellers, such as the Cathedral of Mexico, San Agustin, Santo Domingo of Oaxaca, and others. Spain did no more, because she could do no more, and Spain gave to this America a constitution which the Mexicans themselves, who pride themselves most on their learning, are unacquainted with, and whose analysis was formed by the learned Padre Mir in the history of the Revolution, which he printed in London. A constitution in which are made manifest the good intentions of the Austrian monarchs, and their earnest desire to render the Indians happy, especially in the case of the great Philip IV, whose autograph law is preserved, and which I have read with respect and emotion, prohibiting the bad treatment of the Indians. In short, this America, if it were considered in a state of slavery under the Spanish dominion, was at least on a level with the peninsula itself. Read over the frightful list of taxes which oppressed the Spaniards, and compare it with those that were imposed upon us, and you will find that theirs is infinitely greater than ours. These truths being granted, remark the progress which the colonies had made in sciences and arts, and this truth which escaped from the light pen of the censor Beristain will be confirmed. Mexico, he says, was the sunflower of Spain. When in her principal universities there were no learned men to fill the mathematical chairs, Mexico could boast of Don Carlos de Sigüenza y Góngora. When in Madrid there was no one who had written a good epic poem, in Mexico the Bernardo was composed, etc., etc. The next on my list is Don Andrés Quintana Roo, the best modern poet of Mexico, a native of Yucatan, and who came to the capital when very young to study law. He is said to possess immense learning, and was enthusiastic to fanaticism in the cause of independence, insomuch that he and his wife, Doña Leona Vicario, who shared in his ardent love of liberty, braved every danger in its cause, suffered imprisonment, escaped from the Inquisition, from the hands of robbers, endured every privation, so that their history would form a romance. He is now devoted to literature, and though he occasionally launches forth some political pamphlet, he is probably weaned of revolutions, and possesses all the calmness of a man whose first years have been spent in excitement and troubles, and who at length finds consolation in study alone, the well of science proving to him the waters of Lethe, in which he drinks the oblivion of all his past sorrows. And it is very much the case in Mexico at present, that the most distinguished men are those who live most retired, those who have played their part on the arena of public life, have seen the inutility of their efforts in favour of their country, and have now retreated into the bosom of their families, where they endeavour to forget public evils in domestic retirement and literary occupation. Amongst these may be reckoned Don Lucas Alaman, who passed many years in Europe, and in 1820 was deputy to the Spanish Cortes. Shortly after his return he became Minister of Foreign Relations, which high office he has filled during various seasons of difficulty. He is a man of learning, and has always been a protector of art and science. In conversation he is more reserved, less brilliant, and more minute than Count Cortina, always expressing his opinion with caution, but very ready and able to give information on anything in this country unconnected with politics. General Moran, now infirm, and long since retired from public service, is universally respected, both as a military man and a gentleman. He is married to a daughter of the late Marquis de Vivanco, General of Division, who long held out against the independence, and when the colonial system was dissolved, would never go further than to desire a prince of royal birth in Mexico. General Moran has been exiled several times, and his health has not held out against bodily and mental suffering, but he is ending his days in a tranquil retirement in the midst of his family. Of General Almonte and of Señor Canedo, who are figuring in public life in our own day, I have frequently written. Señor Neri del Barrio and the Count de Casaflores, married to sisters, ladies of high birth, the eldest a countess in her own right, are, as well as their families, all that is most distinguished in Mexico. Señor Faguaga, who is now in bad health, I know only by reputation. He is brother of the Marquis of Apartado, and of the celebrated Don José María Faguaga, with whose family we have the pleasure of being very intimate. C n says that he is a man of great taste and a thorough gentleman, and that his house, which is one of the handsomest in Mexico, possesses that ornament so rare in this country, well chosen paintings. Don José Valentin, who has figured in the political world, and who was curate of Huamuatla, is one of the kindest and best old men I have ever met with. So severe to himself, so indulgent to others, so simple in worldly matters, so learned in everything else, so sincere, good, and charitable. He is a universal favourite with young and old, being cheerful, fond of music, and of gay conversation, in proportion as he is wise and learned in his observations, and serious in his conversation when the occasion requires it. Doctor Valentin as an ecclesiastic, and Padre Leon as a monk, are models. As for Don Francisco Tagle, he is a gentleman of the old school, and his name figures in all the political events which have taken place since the independence, of which he was one of the singers. He is very rich, possessing, besides a profitable maguey estate near Mexico, enormous property bounding Texas, and being also the keeper of the Monte Pio, formerly the house of Cortes, a palace in which he and his family live. He is a man of great learning and information, and too distinguished not to have suffered personally in political convulsions. Whether he would choose the same path with his present experience of a Mexican republic, he is too wise to mention. He and his family are amongst our most intimate friends, and with a few exceptions, all those whom I have mentioned have been here since our return, which is one of the reasons why their names occurred first to my memory, for there are still many distinguished persons remaining. Nearly all these, at least all who are married, have had the good fortune to unite themselves with women, who are either their equals or superiors, if not in education, in goodness, elevation of sentiment, and natural talent. They, as well as every Mexican, whether man or woman, not under 40, have lived under the Spanish government, have seen the revolution of Dolores of 1810, with continuations and variations of Morelos, and paralyzation in 1819, the revolution of Yaturbide in 1821, the cry of liberty, Grito de Libertad, given by those generals, Benemeritos de la Patria, Santa Ana and Victoria in 1822, the establishment of the federal system in 1824, the horrible revolution of the Acordada, in which Mexico was pillaged in 1828, the adoption of the central system in 1836, and the last revolution of the Federalists in 1840. Another is predicted for next month, as if it were an eclipse of the sun. In 19 years 3 forms of government have been tried, and 2 constitutions, the reform of one of which is still pending in the Chambers. "There is nothing like trying," as the old perruquier observed, when he set out in a little boat to catch the royal yacht, still in sight of Scottish shores, with a new wig of his own invention, which he had trusted to have been permitted to present to his most gracious Majesty George IV. End of letter the 37th. Letter the 38th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 38th. New Minister. San Angel. Profitable pulque estate. The village. Surrounding scenery. The Indians. The padre. The climate. Holy Week in the country. Dramatic representations. Cocohuacan. The Pharisees. Image of the Saviour. Music and dresses. Procession. Catholicism amongst the Indians. Strange tradition. Paul V. Contrast between a Mexican and a New England village. Love of fireworks. Ferdinand VII. Military ball. Drapeau. San Angel, March 30th. It is a long while since I last wrote, but this week has been employed in moving into the country, and making arrangements for the sale of our furniture, in consequence of our having received official news from Spain of the nomination of a new envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary to the Republic of Mexico. As on account of the yellow fever at Vera Cruz we shall not wish to pass through that city later than May, it is necessary to be in readiness to start when the new minister arrives. On Thursday last we came out to this place within 3 leagues of Mexico, where Don Francisco Tagle has kindly lent us his unoccupied country house. As we had an infinity of arrangements to make, much to bring out and much to leave, and all Mexico to see, you will excuse this long silence. Our house in town we leave to the guardianship of the housekeeper, the other servants follow us here. This house is very large, and has a fine garden and orchard full of fruit, with pretty walks all through it, and a sort of underwood of roses and sweet peas. It is a great pulque hacienda, and, besides what is sent into Mexico for sale, the court is constantly filled with the half-naked Indians from the village, who come to have their jarros filled with that inspiring beverage. Then there is Doña Barbara, the guardian of the pulque, a Spanish administrador, a number of good-looking Indian women, and babies à discrétion. There is a small chapel, a piazza with handsome pillars going all around the interior courtyard of the house, a billiard table, and plenty of good rooms. In front of the house are the maguey fields, and the azotea commands a beautiful view of the neighbouring villages, San Angel, Coyohuacan, Mizcoaque, etc., with their woods and gardens, as well as of the city itself, with its lakes and volcanoes. As C n's affairs take him to Mexico nearly every day, we feel a little lonely in this large house, even though perfectly comfortable. And besides the extreme stillness and solitude, it is not considered safe for us to walk out alone, consequently the orchard must bound our wishes. And, of course, being prohibited from going further, we have the greatest desire to do so. In the evening, however, when our caballeros return, we frequently walk down to the village, where the English minister has also a house. San Angel is pretty in its own way, with its fields of maguey, its scattered houses that look like the beaux restes of better days, its market-place, parish church, church of El Carmen, with the monastery, and high-walled gardens adjoining, with its narrow lanes, Indian huts, profusion of pink roses, little bridge and avenue, and scattered clusters of trees, its houses for temperamento, constitution, as they call those where Mexican families come to reside in summer, with their grated windows, and gardens, and orchards, and then the distant view of Mexico, with the cathedral towers, volcanoes, and lofty mountains, scattered churches, and long lines of trees; and nearer, the pretty villages of Cocohuacan and Mizcuaque, and everywhere the old church, the broken arch, the ancient cross with its faded flower garlands, to commemorate a murder, or erected as an act of piety. All is so characteristic of Mexico that the landscape could belong to no other part of the known world. There is the Indian with his blanket, extricating the pulque from the maguey; the ranchero with her reboso and broad brimmed hat passing by upon her ass; the old lépero in rags, sitting basking in the sun upon the stone seat in front of the door; the poor Indian woman, with matted hair and brown baby hanging behind her, refreshing herself by drinking 3 elacos (halfpence) worth of pulque from a jarrito (little earthen jar); the portly and well looking padre (Prior del Carmen, the Carmelite friar) sauntering up the lane at a leisurely pace; all the little ragged boys, down to the merest urchin that can hardly lisp, dragging off their large well holed hats with a "Buenos dias, padrecito" (good morning, little father), the father replying with a benevolent smile, and a slight sound in his throat intended for a benedicite. And all that might be dull in any other climate, brightened and made light and gay by the purest atmosphere, and bluest sky, and softest air, that ever blew or shone upon a naughty world. We are now approaching the Holy Week once more; in Mexico a scene of variety in the streets and of splendour in the churches, but in the country a play, a sort of melodrama, in which the sufferings, death, and burial of our Saviour are represented by living figures in pantomime. We have heard a great deal of these representations, and are glad to have the opportunity of seeing them, which we intend to do in the village of Coyohuacan, where they are particularly curious. Besides this, our friends the A.S. have a house there for the season, and, as the city of Cortes's predilection, it is classic ground. Meanwhile, for the last few days, the country has been overrun with Pharisees, Nazarenes, Jews, and figures of the Saviour carried about in procession. All this in preparation for the Holy Week, a sort of overture to the drama. The first evening we arrived here, there was a representation of the Pharisees searching for Christ. The Pharisees were very finely dressed, either in scarlet stuff and gold, or in green and silver, with helmets and feathers, mounted upon horses, which are taught to dance and rear to the sound of music, so that, upon the whole, they looked like performers at Astley's. They came on with the music, riding up the lanes until they arrived in front of this house, which being the principal place hereabouts they came to first, and where the Indian workmen and servants were all collected to see them. They rode about for some time, as if in search of Christ, until a full-length figure of the Saviour appeared, dressed in purple robes, carried on a platform by 4 men, and guarded on all sides by soldiers. It is singular, that after all there is nothing ridiculous in these exhibitions; on the contrary, something rather terrible. In the first place, the music is good, which would hardly be the case in any but a Mexican village; the dresses are really rich, the gold all real, and the whole has the effect of confusing the imagination into the belief of its being a true scene. The next evening the same procession passed, with some additions, always accompanied by a crowd of Indians from the villages, men, women, and children. Bonfires were made before the door of the hacienda, which were lighted whenever the distant music was heard approaching, and all the figures in the procession carried lighted lamps. The Saviour was then led up to the door, and all the crowd went up to kiss his feet. The figure which is carried about this evening is called Our Saviour of the Column, and represents a Saviour tied to a pillar, bleeding, and crowned with thorns. All this must sound very profane, but the people are so quiet, seem so devout, and so much in earnest, that it appears much less so than you would believe. The cross was planted here in a congenial soil, and as in the pagan East the statues of the divinities frequently did no more than change their names from those of heathen gods to those of Christian saints, and image worship apparently continued, though the mind of the Christian was directed from the being represented to the true and only God, who inhabits eternity, so here the poor Indian still bows before visible representations of saints and virgins, as he did in former days before the monstrous shapes, representing the unseen powers of the air, the earth, and the water; but he, it is to be feared, lifts his thoughts no higher than the rude image which a rude hand has carved. The mysteries of Christianity, to affect his untutored mind, must be visibly represented to his eyes. He kneels before the bleeding image of the Saviour who died for him, before the gracious form of the Virgin who intercedes for him. But he believes that there are many virgins of various gifts, and possessing various degrees of miraculous power, and different degrees of wealth, according to the quality and number of the diamonds and pearls with which they are endowed, one even who is the rival of the other, one who will bring rain when there is a drought, and one to whom it is well to pray in seasons of inundation. Mexico owes much of its peculiar beauty to the religious or superstitious feelings of its inhabitants. At every step we see a white cross gleaming amongst the trees, in a solitary path, or on the top of some rugged and barren rock, a symbol of faith in the desert place, and wherever the footsteps of man have rested, and some 3 or 4 have gathered together, there, while the ruined huts proclaim the poverty of the inmates, the temple of God rises in comparative splendour. It is strange, yet well authenticated, and has given rise to many theories that the symbol of the cross was already known to the Indians before the arrival of Cortes. In the island of Cozumel, near Yucatan, there were several, and in Yucatan itself there was a stone cross, and there an Indian, considered a prophet among his countrymen, had declared that a nation bearing the same as a symbol should arrive from a distant country. More extraordinary still was a temple dedicated to the Holy Cross by the Toltec nation in the city of Cholula. Near Tulansingo also there is a cross engraved on a rock with various characters which the Indians by tradition attribute to the apostle Saint Thomas. In Oaxaca also there existed a cross which the Indians from time immemorial had been accustomed to consider as a divine symbol. By order of the Bishop Cervantes it was placed in a sumptuous chapel in the cathedral. Information concerning its discovery, together with a small cross cut out of its wood, was sent to Rome to Paul V, who received it on his knees, singing the hymn, Vegia regis produent, etc. If any one wishes to try the effect of strong contrast, let him come direct from the United States to this country, but it is in the villages especially that the contrast is more striking. Travelling in New England, for example, we arrive at a small and flourishing village. We see 4 new churches, proclaiming 4 different sects, religions suited to all customers. These wooden churches or meeting houses are all new, all painted white, or perhaps a bright red. Hard by is a tavern with a green paling, as clean and as new as the churches, and there are also various smart stores and neat dwelling houses, all new, all wooden, all clean, and all ornamented with slight Grecian pillars. The whole has a cheerful, trim, and flourishing aspect. Houses, churches, stores, and taverns, all are of a piece. They are suited to the present emergency, whatever that may be, though they will never make fine ruins. Everything proclaims prosperity, equality, consistency, the past forgotten, the present all in all, and the future taking care of itself. No delicate attentions to posterity, who can never pay its debts. No beggars. If a man has even a hole in his coat, he must be lately from the Emerald Isle. Transport yourself in imagination from this New England village to that of , it matters not which, not far from Mexico. Look on this picture and on that. The Indian huts, with their half-naked inmates, and little gardens full of flowers, the huts themselves either built of clay, or the half-ruined beaux restes of some stone building. At a little distance an hacienda, like a deserted palace built of solid masonry, with its inner patio surrounded by thick stone pillars, with great walls and iron-barred windows that might stand a siege. Here a ruined arch and cross so solidly built that one cannot but wonder how the stones ever crumbled away. There, rising in the midst of old faithful-looking trees, the church, gray and ancient, but strong as if designed for eternity, with its saints and virgins and martyrs and relics, its gold and silver and precious stones, whose value would buy up all the spare lots in the New England village. The lépero, with scarce a rag to cover him, kneeling on that marble pavement. Leave the enclosure of the church, observe the stone wall that bounds the road for more than a mile, the fruit trees overtopping it, high though it be, with their loaded branches. This is the convent orchard. And that great Gothic pile of building that stands in hoary majesty, surmounted by the lofty mountains, whose cloud enveloped summits, tinged by the evening sun, rise behind it, what could so noble a building be but the monastery, perhaps of the Carmelites, because of its exceeding rich garden, and well chosen site, for they of all monks are richest in this world's goods. Also we may see the reverend old prior riding slowly from under the arched gate up the village lanes, the Indians coming from their huts to do him lowly reverence as he passes. Here everything reminds us of the past, of the conquering Spaniards who seemed to build for eternity, impressing each work with their own solid, grave, and religious character; of the triumphs of Catholicism, and of the Indians when Cortes first startled them from their repose, and stood before them like the fulfilment of a half forgotten prophecy. It is the present that seems like a dream, a pale reflection of the past. All is decaying and growing fainter, and men seem trusting to some unknown future which they may never see. One government has been abandoned, and there is none in its place. One revolution follows another, yet the remedy is not found. Let them beware lest half a century later they be awakened from their delusion, and find the cathedral turned into a meeting house, and all painted white, the railing melted down, the silver transformed into dollars, the Virgin's jewels sold to the highest bidder, the floor washed, which would do it no harm, and round the whole a nice new wooden paling freshly done in green, and all this performed by some of the artists from the wide awake republic farther north. Just as I wrote these words, a shower of crackers startled me from the profane ideas in which I was indulging, and the prancing of the horses of Jews and Pharisees, and the crackling of bonfires, warn me that it is time to take an evening stroll, that the sun is down and the air refreshing. However, as to crackers and rockets, the common people enjoy them by day as much as by night. It is their favourite method of commemorating any event, evil or religious. "What do you suppose the Mexicans will be doing now?" said King Ferdinand to a Mexican who was at the Spanish court shortly after the final success of the revolutionists. "Letting off rockets, your Majesty," answered the Mexican. "Well, I wonder what they are doing now in Mexico," said the King in the afternoon. "Tirando cohetes, letting off rockets, your Majesty." His Majesty chose to repeat the question in the evening. "What will your countrymen be doing now?" "The same thing, your Majesty, still letting off rockets." Yesterday we drove into Mexico to see how matters stood in our house, and received a number of visitors in our deserted apartments. Just before we left Mexico for this place, three very magnificent aides de camp brought us an invitation from General Valencia to attend a ball to be given by him and other officers in the theatre, to the president, on the occasion of his Excellency's being declared Benemérito de la Patria. We did not go, as we were setting off for the country, but C n being requested, as were the other Ministers, to send the colours of his nation, did so, and today there is much talk in Mexico, besides a paragraph in the newspapers, connected with these matters. It appears that the drapeaux, whether by accident or design, were improperly placed, and these faults in etiquette are not uncommon here. The English Minister having observed that his drapeau was placed in a subordinate rank, and finding that his warnings beforehand on the subject, and his representations on seeing it were neglected, cut it down and left the ballroom, followed by all the English who were there. End of letter the 38th. Letter the 39th of Life in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life in Mexico by Francis Calderone de la Barca. Letter the 39th. Holy Thursday at Coyohuacan. Hernán Cortés. His last wishes. Padres Camilos. Old Church. Procession. Representation of the Taking of Christ. Curate's sermon under the trees. A religious drama. Good Friday. Portable pulpit. Heat. Booths. Religious procession. Simon the Cyrenian. Costumes. Curate's sermon. Second discourse. Sentence pronounced by Pontius Pilate. Descent from the cross. Procession of the angels. Funeral hymn. The Pésame to the Virgin. Sermon. Sweet Kitty Clover. Music in Mexico. Anecdote. On Holy Thursday we went early in the morning to Coyohuacan, now pronounced Cuyacan, which is almost a continuation of the village of San Angel, but there are more trees in it, and every house has its garden, or at least its inner court, filled with orange trees. Here, after the total destruction of the ancient Tenochtitlan, Cortes took up his residence for several months. Here he founded a convent of nuns, and in his testament he desired to be buried in this convent, "in whatever part of the world I may finish my days." The conqueror's last wishes in this respect were not held sacred. At the time of the conquest, Coyohuacan, together with Tacubaya, etc., stood upon the margin of the lake of Tezcuco, most of the houses built within the water upon stakes, so that the canoes entered by a low door. This was undoubtedly the favourite retreat of Cortes, and it is now one of the prettiest villages near Mexico. Its church is wonderfully handsome, one of the finest village churches we have yet seen. One of the prettiest places in the village belongs to an order of monks called the Padres Camilos. It consists of a house and garden, where the monks go by turns to enjoy the country air. Comfortable padres! There is one room looking into the garden, and opening into a walk bordered by rose bushes, which is such a place for a siesta, cool, retired, fragrant. A hammock with a mattress on it is slung across the room, and here the good padre may lie, with one eye open to the roses, and the other closed in inward meditation. However, its whole merit consists in being cleanly and neatly kept, for it is a large empty house, and the garden, so called, is little more than a pasture field, with nice gravel walks cut through it, bordered with fine rose bushes, and beautified by a clear fountain. We went to the A.'s house, which is halfway between San Angel and Coyohuacan, the Señora A. driving me herself in an open carratea with white frisones, northern horses, which, compared with the spirited little Mexican steeds, look gigantic. We went first to see the church, which was brilliantly illuminated and ornamented with loads of flowers and fruit, especially oranges, and thronged with ragged léperos and blanketed Indians. We then set off to endeavour, if possible, to find a place in the crowd who had hurried off to see el prendimiento, the taking of Christ, and to hear the curate preach an appropriate sermon in a portable pulpit amongst the trees. We made our way through the patient, bronzed, and blanketed crowd, not without sundry misgivings as to the effects of evil communication, and at length reached the procession, all ranged on the grass under the trees, in a pretty and secluded little grove, in two long rows fronting each other, each person carrying a lamp surmounted by a plume of coloured feathers, very ingeniously made of coloured spun glass. They were all dressed in the costume of Pharisees, Jews, Romans, etc. The image of the Saviour was shortly after carried through on a platform to the sound of music, followed by the 11 disciples, and was placed in a kind of bower amongst the trees, supposed to give a representation of the Garden of Gethsemane. A portable pulpit covered with shining stuff was carried in and placed beneath a tree just outside of this enclosure, and soon after the curate arrived and mounted into his place. A number of little ragged boys, who had climbed up on the very topmost branches of the trees to have a good view, were piked down with lances by the Jews, notwithstanding their seemingly just remonstrances that they were doing no harm. But when the Jews observed in answer to their "¿Qué hacemos?" (what are we doing?) "the Señor Cura will be angry," they tumbled down one on the top of the other like ripe apples, and then stood watching for the first convenient opportunity of slipping up again. The curate began his sermon by an account of the sufferings and persecution of Christ, of the causes and effects of his death, of the sinfulness of the Jews, etc. He talked for about half an hour, and his sermon was simple enough and adapted to his audience. He described the agony of Christ when in the garden, to which he often resorted with his disciples, and the treachery of Judas, who knew the place, and who, having received a band of men and officers from the chief priests and Pharisees, cometh thither with lanterns and torches and weapons. As he went on describing the circumstances minutely, one who represented the spy, with a horrible mask like a pig's face, was seen looking through the trees, where the Saviour was concealed, and shortly after, Judas, his face covered with a black crape, and followed by a band of soldiers, glided through stealthily. "Now," said the curate, "observe what the traitor does. He hath given them a sign, saying, Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he. Hold him fast." He goes, he approaches the sacred person of the Lord. Here Judas went forward and embraced the Saviour. "It is done!" cried the preacher. "The horrible act of treachery is completed." And forthwith he came to Jesus, and said, Hail, Master, and kissed him. But now Jesus, knowing all things that should come upon him, went forth and said unto them, Whom seek ye? They answered him, Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus saith unto them, I am he. As the curate said these words, they all fell prostrate on the ground. "Mark," cried he, "the power of the word. They came out to take him with swords and with staves, but at the sound of the divine word they acknowledge the power of God and fall at his feet. But it is only for